welcome. Welcome. So today, I'm going to play a little bit more of my single-player account on Diablo 2. But I also thought we could go over some Path of Exile 2, kind of like deep dive information. Talk about the classes and maybe think about which one I want to play. I'm leaning very heavily toward Monk at this particular point. It does look very fun. However, there are some other classes that look really cool too. The Mercenary, I got to admit, looks really interesting. So we shall see. Let's go ahead and hit the intro button, and then we're going to get started for the day. Boop. And we need a poll. Have you chosen that like button yet? Let's see. Like Monk slash, I can't really do like a full poll because there's not 6 options, is there? Monk slash witch, like warrior slash mercenary, like sorceress slash ranger. I don't know. We'll do 2 options for the poll. Pink. How was my Thanksgiving? It was okay. Not bad at all. I can't complain. I cannot complain about it at all. Not a little bit. Do 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 do. So, before we get into Diablo 2, we are instead going to get into some Path of Exile. So I was trying to find like some websites that might have had like some Path of Exile 2 information. Most of it is just summed up from the reveal. But Mobalytics seems to have some pretty good Path of Exile 2 like I don't know, teaser information, like stuff that we saw during like the reveal and whatnot. So like, this is actually the GamesCon. We probably want to go and actually look at the more updated version, which I don't really think I want to look at this particular one. We actually need to go to the reveal, PoE2 reveal stream. There was a whole lot of stuff in the reveal stream, which we are going to play around with. What was it, like a couple days ago? I suppose I could just pull up my stream. I mean, that's also one way I could do it. I was pretty quiet when I was watching the reveal because I really didn't know anything about the game. In fact, it's funny because I've actually watched a couple videos just for fun, just to see what people had to say about Path of Exile 2, and like half of the people are like, "Look, we don't know anything about the game." Like, they're like, nobody knows anything about the game. Okay, nobody's gotten in and nobody's played it yet. All right, so stop asking, or like, it was something along those lines, which I thought was pretty funny at the time. Oh, there you are. Okay, so this is my live stream. We'll use this for information. So let's go over the warrior first. Let's watch the clip of the warrior before we do anything else. So I'm gonna kind of like see if I can find that information in here. That's the mercenary. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit of a pain in the butt. I should have put timestamps on my own video. I need the timestamps. I need the stamps of the time. The timestamps. Actually, you know what? Let's go before we like go this way. Let's also take a look at does Path of Exile have their own YouTube page? Maybe they posted individual trailers for each one of the classes. Hmm. They have a ball lightning archmage sigil power. I guess we could start out with the sorceress. Let's start out with the sorceress then. Doesn't hurt me none. Why am I missing the sorceress on here? I got warrior, druid, huntress, ranger, monk, witch. Is there no other? Here, let me just. I'm gonna hack and cheat. Sorceress. Cheated. All right, so this is apparently some sort of ball lightning build that they posted. I was hearing about this as well. Apparently my sound is turned off as always. So loud. Well, that's just like... I know what people are going to say, like, immediately as soon as seeing this. They're going to be like, well, that just looks like a whole lot of screen clutter. Classic PoE screen clutter. I mean, interesting. It's definitely very spammy. Like, it's pretty much like Wall Lightning from Diablo 4, except just, like, here, have, like, 6 of them, or 8 of them, or 9 of them that go out in, like, all directions. Like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Apparently they're showing the Ball Lightning spell up here. Fires a slow-moving projectile that repeatedly shoots bolt of lightning at nearby enemies. Archmage, while active, causes your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your maximum mana. Wild Shards supports spell skills that fire projectiles. Supported skills have a chance to fire many additional projectiles in a circle. So this is apparently part of the Wild Shards support skill. Interesting. Supported skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. So that's what's going on here. Like, occasionally, you see she's shooting, like, 1 ball lightning, right? 1 ball lightning, or, like, 2 ball lightnings. And then occasionally, when she hits that special 20%, then she's getting the 8 firing in a projectiles in a circle. So that's part of the Wild Shard's, like, ability, not part of, like, the main ability. Apparently, though, according to what this says, this works with any spell that fires projectiles, not just this spell. So you could potentially apply this to any spell that fires projectiles, like Fireball or Firebolt or something like that, or, you know, like whatever. The Sorceress does seem like very much so like a classic, just classic Sorceress. For pretty much any game that has a Sorceress in it. Fireballs, lightning, ice. I think she's pretty much got it all. The dual specialization. Let's pull up the live stream and let's like watch it. Oh, we got like a skill list here. Okay. Spark shoots out sparks of lightning that travel on the ground and bounce around. Ice Nova, shoot a nova of ice outward from your character. Flame Wall, Orb of Storms, Frost Bolt, Solar Orb, Arc fires an arc of lightning at the enemy, dealing more damage to the first target. Cold Snap, Rolling Magma, Lightning Warp, Frost Bomb places an icy bomb that pulses and eventually explodes, reduces enemy cold resistance. Flame Blast, Flammability, Curse enemies lowering their fire resistance. Hypothermia, curse enemies lowering their ice resistance. Conductivity, curse enemies lowering their lightning resistance. Mana Tempest places a circle of power that drains your mana when you stand in it. Powers up your spells while inside. Frost Wall places down a wall of ice. Added 900 to 791 Dodge. How do you know I got Dogecoin in my wallet? Did you send me some Dogecoin? I bought some more a while back, and then it went like way up. But how do you know that, sir? Creeping up in my wallet. Why are you creeping up on my wallet? Don't be creeping. Don't be creeping up on my wallet. Creepy creeps. Comment after a long cast time calls down icy meteor dealing large damage. Firestorm, lightning conduit. We got fireball, Arctic armor, unleash. Seems just like I honestly like just absolutely generic sorceress type character. Meta gems. These gems have special traits that make them quite different from regular skill gems. Cast on shock. After shocking enemies, the gem will cast any skill gems in the supported sockets. Can be supported by both support gems and skill gems. Barrier invocation. After taking damage and losing energy shield, builds up charges. Spend all of your charges to instantaneously cast a supported skill gem. Transparency of crypto. I'm completely unaware that you could see my wallet. I mean, not that I really care, but I don't believe I ever gave you permission, sir. Sorceress Ascendancy class. So then they got the Ascendancy class with the Chronomancer that can control time. Ultimate command grants skill time freeze, stops all enemies for a short duration. Footprints in the sand grants the temporal rift, rewind your location, life, and mana. Unbound Encore grants the skill Time Snap, resets your skill cooldowns. Stormweaver, Tempest Caller grants skill Elemental Storm, trigger Elemental Storm on critical hits with spells. Strike twice, targets can be affected by 2 of your shock skills at the same time, 50% less shock duration. Shaper of Storms, all damage from hits contributes to shock chance. Let me take a look at the live stream. I do have that up here. Let's go to the live stream, the stream of liveness. Yeah, here's the PoE launch reveal.
Skills, you will first need to find skill gems. This is a level 7 trying the best combo.
Please, let me
Lord Jesus.
I want to be a part of a team.
Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation.
Alright, where's the Sorky Sork?
Also grow some interesting plants. Or, you know, you could curse them and a downside. Of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
Sorky Sorky, Sorky Sorky.
Exile 2 is random rare.
That's the Mercenary.
Blink, pure hit speed. Try to make, as you can see, the last character you will come across Ascension trails soon to how you weave your character. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of...
Okay. So that was the Sorceress. They can leave us a little bit of information on the Sorceress. Ascension. Where's my Sorceress at? I guess they didn't really have the information, you know, like in a consumable format for each class. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go back to the beginning here.
Roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Oh, there's a booby. There's a booby.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics and
I'd say the first time I saw the monk reveal, I was like, oh, I like this looks really nice. I like the way that the attacks, you know, like our frontal cones and I don't know the whole like this whole thing with the ice stuff, like where he shoots off a freaking like he's like
he dashes in and out of
like that is really cool. Like I like how that looks.
And his mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem.
Okay, so here we go. We've got the monk's skill tree up here. Falling Thunder, level 4. Glacial Cascade, Killing Palm, Frozen Locust. Staggering Palm, Tempest Bell, Vaulting Impact. Wind Blast, Ice Strike, Tempest Flurry, Wave of Frost, Siphoning Strike, Storm Wave, Freezing Mark, Charged Staff, Mantra of Destruction, Hand of Chayula, Whirling Assault, Shattering Palm, and Flicker Strike.
Gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating.
No, I'm trying to do something. Stop being rude. Backwards. Backwards, backwards. We want to go backwards. Backwards, backwards. Just go back, back, back. That's what I was looking for. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Killing Palm, level 7, 12 mana cost, 90% of base attack speed. Attack damage, 147%. Requires level 22. 30 dex, 30 intelligence, unarmed or quarterstaff. Dash to enemies and strike them with an unarmed attack, culling enemies if their life is low enough. Each enemy killed by this strike grants a power charge. Enemies around you that can be culled will be highlighted. This skill always strikes with your bare fist, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. 24 to 36 added physical damage. Culling strike cannot be evaded, plus 7% critical strike chance. Interesting. It also has 2 gem slots. I'm guessing those are support slots up here.
This can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Yeah, spewing projectiles.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits
So this is the warrior.
Much harder than the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of...
So we got Earthquake, Bone Shatter, Rolling Slam, Shield Charge, Armor Breaker, Shockwave, Totem. They got totems. Infernal Cry, Perfect Strike, Resonating Shield, Leap Slam, Earth Shatter, Shield Wall, Sunder, Volcanic Fissure, Seismic Cry, Supercharged Slam, Stampede, Ancestral Warrior Totem, and Hammer of the Gods.
Of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack.
Introducing Strikeman.
The hell? That's an interesting ad.
Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like... This is a Ancestral Warrior Totems.
One-handed or two-handed mace, level 52, 119 strength. Totem, AoE, melee, physical duration, meta. Can't believe they put a meta tag on it. That seems kind of silly. Totem duration 8 seconds, limit 1 totem. Totem base attack time is 1 second. Totem uses its own weapon. 59 to 89 base physical damage.
Which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam.
Sunder. Slams the ground, creating a roiling fissure that damages enemies in sequence of areas in front of you. A number of enemies hit by the wave will release a shockwave, damaging other enemies. 1.4 seconds to attack time, 0.2 meters to wavelength for each wave in the sequence. 100% increased critical strike damage bonus. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Consumes fully broken armor on enemies to guarantee a critical hit. Wavelength is 0.9 meters. Waves cause shockwaves from up to 5 enemies in the area.
I'm like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2, you can shoot while moving.
So moving on to the ranger now.
Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning
arrow, escape shot, poison burst arrow, lightning rod, stormcaller arrow, snipe, vine arrow, barrage, toxic growth, electrocuting arrow, sniper's mark, gas arrow, voltaic mark, rain of arrows, detonating arrow, ice shot. It seems like they took the Amazon from Diablo 2 and the rogue from Diablo 4 and combined it to make a like an entirely bow character. Because it looks like they took every bow skill from Diablo 2, and it looks like they took every bow skill from Diablo 4 and just like smashed it together in one build. Ice shot, shock chain arrow, tornado shot. I mean, they've even got rain of arrows, which, yeah.
poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
The deadline is approaching for Americans who are still...
Just random ads, man.
Slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one...
I mean, some of these characters are just super spammy. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a spammy character every now and then, but like, I think every single character is like super spammy. Like, look at this ridiculousness right here. Look,
falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies.
I mean, can you imagine a group of these?
Be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between
Can you imagine a group of these playing together? Good luck seeing anything.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically
consumes 40 of 80 charges on use, lasts 4 seconds. Currently has 0 charges, 25% cold resistance. Used when you take cold damage from a hit. Used automatically when conditions is met. Can only hold charges while in belt refill at wells or by killing monsters.
automatically defend you from various
Staunching Charm lasts 3 seconds, consumes 60 of 80 charges on use, currently has 0 charges, grants immunity to bleeding. Requires level 18, used when you start bleeding.
buffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain
Storm Strap Plate Belt. I gotta say, the stats on these pieces of equipment look rather generic.
more slots for charms by upgrading.
And rather boring, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, having bonus stats like that is certainly nice, but I mean, and everybody wants stats on their equipment, but there's nothing like fancy on the piece of equipment. There's no like, hey, it makes my skill do this, or you know, like, hey, I get like an extra projectile, or you know, like giving me the ability to turn into a werewolf, or like tag my skills as, you know, like poison skills. Like I don't know. It just seems rather bland by comparison to a lot of other ARPGs I've played. Blandish. Investigating Dousing Charm of the Endless. Grants immunity to ignite. Used when you become ignited. 18% increased duration and 42% increased charges gain.
The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper.
The Mercenary does seem rather interesting. I was actually looking at the Mercenary too. I thought it looked like a pretty cool class. Kind of reminded me of like multi-shot Amazon from back in the day. Like multi-shot, like guided arrow, like a little closer to like the D2 Amazon.
Rifles, assault rifles.
I'm spoiled? That's rude, Joy. You're rude. Of course, you're always rude though, so, you know, that's nothing new.
And even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded.
Having exciting effects at low levels is not normal to me. The hell are you talking about? Diablo 2 has literally pieces of equipment that you can find all throughout the game, anywhere between level 1, like, well, no, level 2, let's say level 2, like Pelta Lunata, all the way up to like freaking in the 50s that have amazing effects. Are you kidding me? Are you guys, did you guys never play Diablo 2? Is nobody in here, like, have you guys never booted up the game before? Like, the pieces of equipment in Diablo 2 always had some sort of special thing on them, pretty much, that made them stand out from other pieces of equipment. Like Frostburns at level, like, what was it, 29 or whatever, that gives you a huge boost to your maximum mana that doesn't exist on any other piece of equipment. Or when you find your first +1 skill armor that doesn't exist on rare pieces. Or when you find, you know, like your first freaking like ridiculous plus skill piece of like scepter, like when you find like rust handle and it gives you like +6 to a specific skill. There's always something special on a piece of equipment. You guys are just being facetious at this point. I'm pointing out very legitimate things. You guys are just like, you're spoiled. No, Diablo 2's been doing this for decades, okay?
Which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragment.
I liked this. I really did like this. I was looking at this, and I was like, I like the ability to kind of like create these little like wall cones, and then apparently you can destroy the cones. Let's go back a little bit.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. And then you can destroy it deliberately, so you can like do extra damage to them by destroying it, so you can use it as a defensive and an offensive. That's the kind of mini game stuff that I really enjoy. And the mini game stuff is absolutely amazing. Like, it's
massive
just
AoE damage.
Love mini
If I
game
come across
stuff.
an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down.
Random trash belt. It was a rare belt with 6 affixes on it. Random trash belt.
If you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for.
The belt has 6 affixes on it. It's not a random trash belt. I listened. I pay attention. Okay, this is a like fully upgraded piece of equipment. So to get this rare item that has multiple affixes on it, and we'll go over this later, there's a whole crafting system that you have to do to get a rare item that has 6 affixes on it, like this particular rare item does. Well, actually technically 7, because it has an implicit. To get a rare item that has 7 affixes on it, you have to take a white item, upgrade it to a blue, then upgrade it to a rare, and then continue adding affixes to it until it reaches the maximum number of affixes, which is 7. This isn't a trash belt. This is a belt that somebody invested a lot of time into. They literally sat there and used their currency to increase the white level to blue, used the currency again to increase the white level to rare, continued adding affixes to the rare item until it reached its maximum number of affixes. It's not a trash belt. It's something that somebody actually took time and effort to create. They definitely didn't find it like that, because in the reveal they said that you couldn't find items with 7 affixes on them, that you had to add the affixes through the currency system. So you're going to find crap, and then you're going to add the affixes to it to make it better.
Slots for charms by upgrading your belt. Off vessels that were launchers. Sniper rifles, assault rifles. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
They go over it later in the video, JCV. They talk about like how you add the affixes to the items, the specific currencies that you need. Like there's a whole thing. We'll cover that when we get to it.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are
one of the things that I really like about my range characters is I want them to feel impactful. Like when you play a Freezing Arrows on, as an example, and I do have Diablo 2 running right now, so let's bring up some Diablo 2 and let's do some comparisons with Diablo 2. So if I take my Frostbite Amazon, which she's not currently set up properly, but it doesn't matter. Let's just bring her into a game and we'll play around with the idea of it. So the one thing I like about my range characters is that they feel impactful. Like I don't want to be firing spitwads. You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys know what I mean. Like when you're playing a game that has like a range character, and the range character is like, oh, you're a range character, and then you're firing off your shots, and it's like, what am I firing? Like, am I firing spitwads? What am I, like a teenager in high school shooting spitwads at the back of the teacher's head? Like when you use a character like this, you want it to feel impactful, like you're actually making, a significant, like damage bump. So you want it to feel like you're actually doing something. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be doing like 10 trillion damage, but it just means that like when you fire a shot, I've always preferred it to be that the shot is impactful in a way where it actually feels like you're doing something, versus whether like in some other games where it feels like you shoot like 10,000 times and do like no damage. Like I could simulate. So let's pretend that I'm one of those characters that's doing like no damage. Like, oh yeah, doing pum 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 pum. Like it just, some of the games like don't really capture what makes the range character special, and instead oftentimes you're just firing and firing and firing and firing and firing and firing, and nothing ever dies. Right? With the freezing arrow builds and like stuff like that, you have a very impactful hit. So when you get into a pack of monsters and you have like that giant pack of monsters all nice and cuddled up together like little monsters do, like the cuddle, you get a rather nice large amount of damage by playing the minigame, which is of course piercing as many targets as you can, and it just feels more fun that way. I mean, looking at that character, I feel like the Mercenary is kind of a mix of both. Like that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting from this. It's kind of a mix of both. Like, it looks like to me, there's definitely some ammo types that look like they're spitwads. That's what it looks like. It looks like they're spitwads. It's like, oh, let me fire like 10,000 times and do no damage.
Then switch to fragmentation rounds.
And then sometimes it looks like there are attacks that are impactful that look like they're actually doing a large amount of damage. And so there's definitely some sort of mix there between the two, of a character that's dishing out a massive amount of damage and one that's not. Like right there, like see this right here, like he starts shooting at the character with like these little tiny attacks, which is the piercing attack, which is supposed to break the armor, and they basically do no damage, right? But then he brings out like the big Mamba Lamba shot and he just like obliterates the guy from existence. And the bigger, stronger attacks that are less frequent are a lot more fun, in my opinion, than the tiny little itty-bitty pinpricks that some of the games like to put in. And I don't know, it looks interesting. Like, it looks like they have the big attacks in there as well as the pinprick attacks. And maybe if you can build the character the right way, it might resemble an Amazon from D2.
Before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery.
What I'm really liking is the mini game. Like, it looks like there's a whole mini game with this character of just like playing around with the right abilities. Like right here, he shoots the ground with a whole bunch of poison effects, right? So he does like these poison clouds all on the ground. So he deliberately puts like a field of them, and then as soon as he gets the field of them set up, he then fires a grenade into the middle of it. And when he fires the grenade into the middle of it, it ignites the poison and causes like a giant explosion, right? So it's like a whole little mini game, like creating a poison cloud on the ground and then blowing it up, which is impactful, right? That's impactful. That's exactly what you want to see.
You can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her.
Alright, so now we're moving on to the witch. The witch.
Chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit
Uncut Spirit Gem. Creates a persistent buff skill gem at level 4.
gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time
I like
you
the
cast
fiery
a fire
skulls.
spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our
I did
spirit to
indeed
create
like the
permanent
fiery
minions.
skulls.
These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
I love when I work out.
Ads.
Using the skill screen to
Skeletal Arsonist. Essence Drain.
allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists.
So from what I understand of what they're saying is that there is no like Diablo 2 where you increase the skill level of your skeletons. And the higher you increase the skill level of your skeletons, the more skeletons you're able to summon. According to what they're saying here, is that your summoning is capped only by your max spirit. And they're utilizing the max spirit to essentially allow you to have as many of a particular thing as you can. You can increase your maximum spirit in various ways, which also means you can increase your total army size. However, you do have an utmost control over how many minions you have of each particular type. So, for instance, if you wanted to go full skeletal warriors, like he said, they're cheap, so you could probably have like a butt ton of them. I don't know if there's an actual cap on the total number, but I'm assuming that the cap is, at the very least, the cap is your maximum spirit. So if you have like 200 maximum spirit, you can spend 200 maximum spirit on skeleton warriors, and you can get as many as that will purchase you. I don't know what the cap is on spirit, of course. We don't have that information. But it does seem like you can increase your spirit, which also increases the number of minions that you can have, and in turn, of course, increases the choices that you have available to you for like their configurations. So
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease among...
I like summoning monsters from corpses. Like, that's really cool.
That,
look at her
you can
just
take
eating
advantage
corpses
of
to make
corpses to summon
zombies.
true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead.
I mean, right now she's got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. She's got 20 right now. So, just looking at it right now, she has 20 minions. That's a lot of minions.
It's consuming everything in its path.
20 is pretty
Sorceress
comparable.
bends the elements to
20 is pretty comparable to the way that Diablo 2 is. I mean, in Diablo 2 you have about 20. That's about how many you normally have skeleton-wise. But then you start getting revives, and revives kind of like pumps that number up like crazy.
to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different...
Man, I love the way that looked.
The idea. Each spell is unique.
That frickin', like, ice meteor that just fell from the sky and just, like, obliterated the monsters there. That was glorious looking. It was just like, oh, hello.
Is unique and has many different ways to...
Let's replay that a couple times.
It's unique and has many... Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
Now that's really interesting to me and I like it. But Diablo 4 did a very similar build with the Flame Weaver gloves, which is, if you guys didn't play with that, that was a really fun season. And basically what it was is when you fired your firebolt through the flame wall, you got like multiple projectiles. Like it would turn your single projectile into like 2 or 3 or whatever. And I mean, it looks like to me that's kind of like what they have going on here. So you can put down your firewall, and you can fire your projectiles through that firewall. And now, like, your lightning is now imbued with, like, fire effects on it because it's traveling through the firewall, so it, like, gets some of the fire as it's traveling through, which is really
all
cool.
projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm.
Who said I like Path of Exile too, Baraka?
Combo like this. The Sorceress can
You big silly. Nobody said that.
take advantage of
Haven't even played the game yet. How can I like something that I've never played? Cast on Ignite, Persistent Trigger Meta. Reservation 60 Spirit. Requires level 58, 133 Intelligence. While active, gains energy when you ignite enemies and triggers socketed spells on reaching maximum energy. 26% increased energy generated. Gains 20 energy when you ignite an enemy with a hit from a skill once per skill use. Triggers all socketed spells and loses all energy upon reaching maximum energy. Has 10 maximum energy per 0.13 seconds of base cast time of socketed spells.
Trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast
Firestorm. AoE sustained fire duration. Deals 26 to 39 fire damage, impact radius 1 meter, storm radius 2.8 meters. Storm duration 6 seconds, 1 impact every 0.10 seconds, limit 1 firestorm.
Cast an Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm
Up here.
will automatically be cast to the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles.
Hey look, crackling energies.
There are 25
Crackling energies all over the floor.
active elemental skills. By end,
So
Again,
many
you'll be
crackling
firing off
energies
projectiles
too.
left
They're
and
like
right,
everywhere.
raining down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each
Occult, Contagion, Skeletal Warrior, Skeletal Sniper, Unearth, Enfeeble, Essence Drain, Skeletal Arsonist, Bone Cage, Raise Zombie, Skeletal Frost Mage, Pain Offering, Bone Storm, Detonate Dead, Vulnerability, Bind Spectre, Profane Ritual, Despair, Skeletal Reaver, Dark Effigy, Bone Offering, Skeletal Storm Mage, Hex Blast, Skeletal Brute, Skeletal Cleric, and Soul Offering. Looks like the Occult is definitely in the Necromancer style. Definitely a Necromancer kind of character. I mean, Skeletal Warriors, Bone Cage, Bone Storm. I mean, it's even the Skeletal Mages. Like, it's right up the Necromancer alley.
class. In reality, there
Explosive Grenade, Fragmentation Rounds, Armor-Piercing Rounds, Permafrost Bolts, Flash Grenade, High Velocity Rounds, Incendiary Shot, Gas Grenade, Rapid Shot, Ice Shards, Galvanic Shards, Ripwire Ballista, Voltaic Grenade, Explosive Shot, Glacial Bolt, Artillery Ballista, Oil Grenade, Storm Blast Bolts, Hailstorm Rounds, Shock Burst Rounds, Emergency Reload, Siege Cascade, Plasma Blast, and a Cluster Grenade.
there are no restrictions. You can use
No?
all these skills on
Looks like I can see your Twitch chat just fine. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop.
belong to each class. In reality, there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class.
Freezing Mark. Marks a target, making them more susceptible to being frozen. When the marked target dies, a cold nova erupts from their corpse. This nova does not use your weapon damage, and instead uses its own base attack damage.
class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface
That's
of
pretty
what is
cool.
possible yet.
Basically, it's like why you.
Ugh. Is the monk similar to D3? I mean, the monk it's very similar to pretty much any monk class I've ever seen before.
Support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they
Uncut support gem.
work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire
Oh, there's definitely a paywall. I mean, everybody has already admitted as much. So you look on the internet, you can do searches. There's 100% a paywall. It's free to try. The game is free to try. Like that's there, but it's not free to try yet because it's in early access, so you can't actually play it free. You pretty much have to get stash tabs to be able to do like the end game content. There's too many items to collect. Like that would be like me asking you to carry 1,000 bricks, you know, like 10 miles down the road, and then like the guy over here, he paid for like a wagon that he could carry the bricks in, and you have no wagon, and so you've got to carry them like 10 at a time, like over to the thing, and then come back and then get 10 more, and then come back and get 10 more. While yes, it is technically feasible to do the end game content without the stash tabs in the most strictest term possible, it is, however, not realistic. You're going to need the stash tabs to be able to do the end game content. You'll be able to play like the start of the game. Maybe do like the campaign or something without getting any stash tabs. But once you start getting into the end game with all the currency and the tablets and the maps and all the different like little upgrade doojanks and all the other crap, you're going to need some more stash tabs. You're going to need some. Now, if you purchase any of the packs, they do come with coins. So my suggestion for you is to wait, because like if I pull up the packs real quick. Let me pull up the packs real quick so I can show you. All the packs do come with coins equivalent to their value. So if you just get like the base pack at 300 points, it comes with, it's $30 and it comes with 300 points, and you can go spend those on the stash tabs, which is probably what you're going to need. Like, you're going to need stash tabs. Everybody has said there's probably going to be a stash tabs sale too, because it's coming up on Christmas. So my advice would be to wait for the stash tabs sale so you can pick up a whole bunch of stash tabs really cheap. If you're doing the early access anyway, you're going to have to get at least one of these bundles. So even if you get like the base pack, you'll have 300 coins. If you get like the slightly higher pack, you'll have 600 coins and so forth and so on. And you'll have plenty to spend on stash tabs. Later on, when the game becomes free, you can play the game for free, but you're not going to get very far toward the end of the game without some additional stash tabs. Like, it's not going to be easy. How much do the stash tabs cost? Well, I don't know how much the new ones cost. I'm assuming the old ones and the new ones are the same-ish. But those are the prices for the tabs. They do have bundles, and apparently they go on sale every now and then. So, like, the one right here, like 140, that's $14. This one's $4. This one's $15, I believe, right? So it's, what, 10... Trying to make sure I get it right. Or $7.50. Yeah, $7.50. $14. That one's $20, but that's also like 6 tabs, and it comes with like premium stuff. This is where they get you. Like, this is where they're going to get you. They're going to get you in the stash tabs. And don't get me wrong, there's some really nice tabs in here, like the unique collection tab that allows you to hold like one of every single unique in the game. Super cool. I really want that. Or, you know, like they have like the currency tab, which I think is pretty much mandatory because it's going to hold like all of your currency and stack it up for you. And this is the kind of stuff that you have to have toward the end game because there's so many different currency types. And PoE 1 got absolutely ridiculous with it, and there was like 1,000 million different tabs that hold 1,000 million different things, like essences, maps, blights, divinization, currency. I'm assuming that most of these won't be applying to Path of Exile 2 because there's probably not, you know, like a blight, you know, tab in the game or whatever. Like it's going to depend, of course, but I mean, it's neither here nor there. If you want to play the game, you're probably going to get tabs. If you don't want to play the game, you're probably not going to get tabs. If you play the game and you hate it, you won't buy tabs. And if you play the game and you love it, you're probably going to buy tabs. I just think it's a little sneaky to say that the game is free to play when you really can't play the game for free without the tabs. Like, you really do need the tabs. Like, you need at least some tabs. Probably around like $60 worth of tabs, which is about how much you would pay for a brand new game anyway.
Like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. so it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work.
How would I compare this to D4? D4 is a game that is geared toward casuals. It's a game that was designed to include every single player, even the ones that have absolutely no clue how to play an ARPG, who've never picked up an ARPG before in their lives, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And it does have an endgame, which can get very advanced. So, I mean, there's nice. So the game kind of varies between, like, casual to advanced, right? Path of Exile doesn't really seem to have a casual button. I don't know how to explain it other than that. It seems like the people who made it are kind of like Einstein, expecting their kids to, like, know advanced calculus. And he's like, Einstein's like, come on, little Tommy. Yeah, I know you're only 5 years old, but you can do advanced differential calculus. It's so easy. Like, that's how I see PoE2 at this point. Like, it's pretty advanced in the tiers of how you do things, but there's, like, no casual entry, which means that people who have no clue what they're doing, who've never played ARPGs before, who don't have, like, a basic understanding of how ARPGs work and how combining skills can, like, be effective, and, like, especially that ridiculous passive tree, which scares people away almost immediately. I mean, they're marketing toward two different crowds, basically. D4 is marketing toward the casual / advanced characters, and PoE2 is trying to market toward, like, the advanced / ultra nerds, ultra mega supreme nerds. I've already said this several times. The omega supreme ultra magnus, Megazord, Megazord, Transformer, Ultimate Combiner nerds. There you go. There you go.
With your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to
Back. I'm guessing that's also one of the reasons why D4 is easier to watch on stream too. I mean, yeah, when you watch people talking about something that you have no clue about, you get lost. It's like you don't have any basis for information, and so, like, you're trying to listen to them talk about it, but, like, you can't understand what they're saying. And it's not necessarily that you don't understand either. It's sometimes you just might not be interested in the topic that they've chosen to discuss. Like, when I was watching the PoE2 reveal, at the end of it, there was an interview with Ziggy D and the developers of Path of Exile 2, and I was listening to them talk about, like, what dexterity should do for 30 minutes, and my eyes started to glaze over. And I'm a nerd. Like, I'm a self-proclaimed nerd. Like, I freaking love video games, and I'll theory craft builds to craziness. I'll go in there and I'll, like, do the math. Boy, they had me running for the hills. I was falling asleep. Like, I couldn't listen to these guys talk. It was like I was listening to, like, even if I am a nerd, like a mega nerd, they were so far past me. I don't even know what we were even talking about. Like, they spent like 30 minutes talking about whether or not dexterity should affect accuracy or not, and I was just like, why are we? Can we talk about something interesting? Can we please talk about something interesting? That would be really nice if we could just talk about something interesting. And they did not. For like I think it was like 2 hours, it felt like. They just kept talking about the most boring stuff. Like, you should see my face, like, during part of it. Hold on, I'm gonna write down my timestamp where I am. Let's go forward a little bit so you guys can see my face during the interview. Currency, man. My eyes are just, like, glazing over. I'll even take myself off the screen so you can see my eyes glaze over. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna remove myself so you can see me, like, my eyes glazing over as I'm listening to these guys talk. Must have had them muted for some reason.
With the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing in your cemented in your mind of like, you know, oh, this is rare, right? Like, it's an Exalt. How can it possibly drop, like, you know, multiple times in Act 1? You know, like, it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing Scouring affected so much of the way that we craft. Like, I know. And we've finally got it right this time. So you know, yeah, I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not gonna have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be.
Boy, I can't even look at my eyes just glazing over. I can't even keep. It's like I'm listening to them talk, and I'm like, why are we talking about this? Like, why are we having a 30-minute conversation about, like, the most benign silliness? Like, I can't even keep my eyes on the screen. I'm like falling asleep over here listening to these guys talk. This is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I couldn't stand it. Even Leon was like several times. He's like, yeah. He's like, I never stay to listen to the after interview. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, they're pretty boring. I never stay for the after interviews.
Recommended button, and you can.
Okay, so I wanted to go over this. This is the support gems. This is pretty cool. So looking at all the support gems, we've got we need Rod to enlighten the room. I mean, honestly, they need something. They need Jesus up in that room or something, because I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, they need to figure out how to make their game sound interesting. They need to figure out how to make their game sound interesting. That's what they need to do. It was crazy, too, because the footage that they showed was amazing, right? And I was super, like, excited. And then we got to the interview, and the interview actually made me less excited. Like, I was super hyped, and then we got to the interview, and they were just so boring, and I was just like, oh. Like, are we going to talk, like, about anything interesting at all? No. No, we're not talking about anything interesting. No. Nothing at all. And Ziggy D did not help. Ziggy was, like, making things even worse. He just kept, like, saying the most stupid stuff. Asking the most dumb questions. Like, there'd be, like, a hot topic, right? Some hot topic. It'd be, like, the monk, right? And everybody's interested in the monk. And Ziggy would ask some stupid question like, so, I see that you guys decided to go with the color blue for the outfits instead of the color red. And you're just like, what? What? We want to know what, can we ask some questions about the monk? or the, can we talk about, like, the classes? Instead of talking about any individual class, they started talking about, like, so, whoa, you're starting with 12 classes? And they're like, yeah, it's a pretty big deal starting with 12 classes. A lot to balance in the 12 classes, you know. Didn't give us, like, any information. It was the vaguest stuff ever. Added fire damage. I was listening, too, because I know nothing about the game. And I was just over there, like, I was really interested in listening just to understand the game better. And I feel like I came away with nothing. I came off with nothing. I got my chair head cushion attached upside down. It's magnetic. It's a magnet. It's a magnet. It'll stick to my cross. See? Or my key. It'll stick to my key. I don't know how good the magnets are in here, but they're pretty decent. There's like 2 magnets here, and there's like 2 magnets here. You can put it any way you want. I'm going to put it this way just to really piss off Joy. We're going to put it like that. Now it's really wrong. So we've got added fire damage, ammo conservation, added cold damage, area of effect. That's kind of neat. Just like turns your ability into an area of effect ability. Added lightning damage, ambush. I'm assuming has something to do with stealth. Bleed chance, break endurance. I don't know what that is. Bursting plague. Did they call endurance? I don't know if they, when they were talking about the blocking on the warrior, did they say that your endurance would get low? Is that what endurance is? Like your chance to be stunned? Oh, you got a migraine, Irene? That's terrible. Wookie gets migraines all the time, too. Bursting plague, brutality, coming soon, so they're just missing. Concentrated effect. That sounds kind of cool. Chain... conduction, corrosion. I'm assuming that has something to do with breaking armor. Deep freeze, double barrel, so shooting like 2 attacks at the same time. Execute, energy barrier, expanse, eternal flame, encumbrance, faster attacks, faster projectiles, frost nexus, frozen vortex, glaciation, hourglass, inspiration, ice bite. Ignition. Innervate? What the hell is innervate? Innervate. Supply an organ or other body part with nerves. What? To supply with nerves. To arouse or stimulate a nerve or organ to activity. That sounds dirty. That sounds dirty. Leverage, lasting shock, lockdown, life tap. There's another D2 word. Life drain, multiple poison, multiple projectiles, minion pact. I don't know what that is. Overpower, pin, poison chance, pierce, ruthless, slower projectiles. That's kind of cool. Swift affliction,
There are hundreds
unbreakable wind wave, withering touch,
of support gems to
additional accuracy, auto reload, armor explosion, blind, break posture, cold penetration, giggity, close combat, coursing current, 3 more coming soons. Devastate, exploit weakness, electrocute, excise, fresh clip. Would I recommend the chair? Yes. Highly. It's a very nice chair. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I do recommend getting a seat cushion though. Maybe it's because I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'3" and I weigh some pounds. It seems like the seat is not as cushiony as I would like, so I got like an extra cushion for it. But other than that, like it's high quality. Movable armrests, lumbar support, this pillow in the back, which is really cool. Magnetic pillow. I mean, it's it goes up and down, left and right. It spins. It goes all the way back too. It's freaking amazing. Like this. I'll just sit like this. That'll be alright. We'll just do the stream like this. It's no big deal. Alright. Exploit weakness, electrocute, excise, fresh clip, fire penetration, fiery death, fire penetration, giggity, ferocity, inevitable critical,
from.
knockback, lightning penetration, life leech, momentum, maim, mana leech, more armor break, potential. I gotta get up. No, come back. Baby, come back. Leave it all on me. Mana leech. I mean, I think it's worth the money. Like, it's a very high quality chair. I like it. Ranged combat, ricochet, strip away, shock siphon, splinter,
possible ways these can
temptuous tempo, weapon elemental damage, wildfire, added chaos, biting frost, critical damage, culmination,
each skill
Oh no. Cold exposure, culling strike, deadly poison, dazing, deep cuts, enduring mana, enduring life, execrate. What? Execrate. What the hell is execrate? Feel or express a great loathing. They were extricated. That's, I don't know, as a dangerous and corrupt. Eh. Elemental focus, fire exposure, frostbite, fire mastery, fork, heft, immolate, lightning exposure, mobility.
Each skill can have up to
And
5
we don't get to see anymore.
supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
A little intimidated. Oh, you're so funny. A little intimidated. He said a little intimidated. That's what he said.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Support gem sneak peek, huh? We must take a look at the support gem sneak peek. Okay. Support attacks causing them to gain fire damage, but deals less cold damage and lightning. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as fire. Supported attacks deal 50% less cold and lightning damage. Arcane Surge. Support spells you cast yourself, tracking the mana you spend to cast them. Spending enough mana grants a burst of mana regeneration and cast speed. Gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 100% of your maximum mana on supported skills. Arcane Surge lasts 8 seconds. Ambush. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more likely to critically hit enemies on full life. Supported skill has 100% more critical hit chance against enemies that are full on life. Added cold damage. So same thing as the added fire damage. It reduces your fire and lightning, but increases your cold by 25%. That's interesting. Bursting Plague. Support skills that can poison enemies, causing poisoned enemies to gain plague over time and explode in a plague burst on death. Cannot support the skills of minions. Poison from supported skills also adds 200% damage per second to enemy as plague, up to a maximum of 10% of the enemy's maximum life. Ugh. Sneezy nose. I think I need some of my allergy medication. Ammo conservation. 40% chance for crossbow attacks to not consume a bolt. That's pretty nice. Again, this one also functions the same way. Gain 25% lightning damage, but lose 50 cold and fire. Area of effect. Supports any skill with an area of effect, making it larger. Supported skills have a 40% increased area of effect size. I got a drippy microphone now. Seems fine. Bloodlust. Supported melee attacks, causing them to deal more damage against bleeding enemies, but preventing them from inflicting bleeding. Supported skills deal 30% more melee physical damage against a target that is already bleeding. Supported attacks cannot then cause any bleeding effects. That's interesting. Bleed chance. What is the cost multiplier? It's kind of interesting. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Supported skills have a 60% chance to inflict bleeding. It's kind of neat. Break endurance. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to gain an endurance charge when it fully breaks an enemy's armor. 20% chance to gain an endurance charge when supported skills fully break an enemy's armor. Brutality. Supports any skill that deals damage, boosting its physical damage at the expense of all other damage types. Supported skills deal 35% more physical, no chaos damage, and no elemental damage. Interesting. So this one would, like, lock you in to a physical damage only build. Concentrated effect. Supports any skill with an area of effect, causing that area to be smaller, but any area damage it deals to be higher. Supported skills deal 40% more area damage, but have a 50% smaller area of effect. Interesting. What does that say on the coming soon ones? It just says coming soon. Corrosion. Supports any skill that hits enemies causing poison. It applies to also breaking enemy armor. Cannot support skills that consume fully broken armor. So if you have a skill that is a poison skill, the poison skill can then break armor. That's basically what this does. Poison applied by supported skills also breaks armor equal to 80% of the poison damage dealt. Chain. Support projectile skills and any other skills that chain, causing them to chain additional times. Supported skills chain one additional time. I'm assuming something like chain lightning as an example. Supported skills chain 100% more times. Supported skills deal 50% less damage with hits. So increases the number, but not. That's interesting. Could be useful if you're just trying to spread an effect, like with the corrosion, for instance, that breaks armor. You could potentially tie corrosion and chain together, just so you can break multiple monsters' armor. Not really necessarily worrying about the damage output, but really just trying to get the armor break on multiple targets. Clarity supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain increased mana regeneration while skill is active. 20% increased mana regeneration rate while supported skill is active. My on-screen chat disappeared. That's terrible. That's terrible indeed. I'm pretty sure my on-screen chat was still active. I'll try refreshing it. Browser, refresh cache of current page. It all popped up there for a second. That was kind of crazy, and then it just disappeared. Twitch works. Does YouTube? YouTube works? Okay. Seems like you're working now. I'm unnaturally hungry. I need food badly. Red Warrior needs food. I could eat a neutral grain bar. Oh yeah, back to this. So Clarity just seems like a mana regeneration while the skill's active. It's pretty neat. Just a little buff that you could put on. Combo Finisher. Combo Breaker. Supports melee attacks you use yourself. Supported skills cannot be used until enough combo has been built up, but deal massively more damage. Cannot support skills which already combo. Supported skills lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. Supported skills deal 50% more damage. Supported skills require 5 combo points to use. Interesting. Decaying Hex. Cost multiplier 150%. Supports curse skills. Cursed enemies' bodies decay, taking chaos damage over time. Let me remove myself so we can see these because I am in the way. Supported skills inflict decay, 30% of intelligence as chaos damage per second for 8 seconds. Controlled Destruction supports spells that hit enemies, boosting their damage but preventing them from dealing critical hits. Supported skills deal 40% more spell damage with hits. Supported skills cannot deal critical hits. Conduction supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more likely to shock. Supported skills have a 100% more chance to shock. Corrupting Cry supports war cries, causing them to inflict corrupted blood on the enemies in their area of effect. Supported war cries have 30% less area of effect. Corrupted blood deals 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. Supported war cries inflict corrupted blood. Kind of went backwards there and like recovered a whole bunch of stuff he already covered. Elemental Army supports skills which create minions. Bolster the elemental resistances of those minions. Minions from supported skills have 30% bonus to all elemental resistances. Interesting. Support spells that hits enemies, boosting their damage but preventing them from dealing critical hits. Supported skills deal 40% more spell damage with hits, but supported skills can no longer critical hits. Interesting. This guy's all over the place. He was going in order, and then all of a sudden he's going out of order. Empowered damage supports skills that can empower skills other than themselves, causing skills they empower to deal more damage. Skills empowered by support skills deal 15% more damage output. Deep Freeze supports any skill that hits enemies, causing freeze it inflicts to last longer. Supported skills have 50% increased freeze duration on enemies. Why are we going back up to Corrupting Cry? Double Barrel supports crossbow ammunition skills, causing them to load an extra bolt at the cost of reload speed. Supported skills have 30% less reload speed. Supported skills load an additional bolt. Extend Combo support strikes that perform a final strike at the end of a combination of attacks, allowing you to use the final strike twice in succession. The final strike of supported skills can be performed twice in a row. Okay. Energy Barrier support any skill that you can use, causing energy shield to recharge to begin immediately if you are stunned while using it. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds when stunned while using support skills. Energy shield, my boys. Eternal Flame supports any skill that hits enemies, causing its ignites to be inflicted less often but last longer. Supported skills have a 100% increased ignite duration on enemies, and supported skills have 25% less chance to ignite. That seems amazing. I like that a lot. Empowered Cull supports skills that can empower skills other than themselves, causing them to empower to cull enemies. Skills empowered by supported skills have Culling Strike. I have no idea what Culling Strike is. Faster projectiles. Supports projectile skill, making those projectiles travel faster. Supported skills have a 40% more projectile speed. That's really nice. That's definitely good for abilities that have really slow projectiles, obviously being able to speed them up. And some abilities actually have really fast projectiles that you might want to slow down, so it could be interesting either way. I did see that when we were looking through earlier, there was a slower projectile as well. Support attacks causing them to attack faster. Supported skills have a 25% more attack speed. That's nice. Just increased attack speed bonus. Wrong buttons. I pressed the wrong buttons. Encumbrance supports any skill causing inflicted slows to be more powerful. Supported skills have 30% increased effect of slowing debuffs against enemies. It's an execute. It sounded like an execute. Sometimes he goes so slow over skills, and sometimes he goes so fast. Hey, can we go? Can we go to the next skill? Are we going? There we go. Supports any skill, execute, supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal more damage against enemies on low life. Supported skills deal 40% more damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. Faster casting. Supports spells cast, causing them to cast faster, 25% more cast speed. Frozen Vortex. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to create a chilling vortex upon shattering an enemy. Supported skills create a vortex on shattering an enemy. Vortex deals 30% of overkill damage per second. Vortex chills enemies, and Vortex lasts for 3 seconds. Interesting. Frost Nexus. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to create patches of chilled ground around the frozen enemies. Supported skills create chilled ground for 4 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Fist of War. Support slams you use yourself, providing a powerful ancestral boost every few seconds. Attacks with supported skills are ancestrally boosted no more than once every 6 seconds. Ancestrally boosted? What the hell is going on outside my frickin' building? I'm gonna take a look at my camera real quick and make sure nobody's messing with my car. I don't see anything. I got a little camera. Ah, the neighbor's messing around in his garage. Okay. I was wondering what all that weird sound effects were. It's nice to have a camera so I don't got to get up and check. Because I'm lazy. Fist of War ancestrally boosted. I'm not sure what ancestrally boosted means, but it sounds good. It's got a huge cost multiplier on it, though. Looking at the skills so far, I've seen cost multipliers of 120 as a pretty standard amount. That is 140. 140 seems like a lot more. Billions, okay? Billions, guys. Billions and billions. Hourglass supports any damaging skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal significantly more damage but gain a long cooldown. Supported skills deal 50% more damage. Supported skills have plus 8 seconds to cooldown. Interesting. No, I was trying to look at that and I went past it too fast. Heightened Curse. Cost multiplier 200%. Holy Jesus. 150% reservation multiplier. Support curse skills magnifying their power. 25% more effect of supported curses. Okay. 200% cost multiplier. That's a lot. Glaciation supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more effective at freezing enemies. Supported skills cause 50% more freeze buildup. Fortress. Supported skills create walls in a line, causing them to be created in a circle instead. Walls from the supported skills are created in a circle. Interesting. So if you have any wall type skill, you can put Fortress on it to make the wall go into a circle if you want. That's pretty cool. Cody, why do you sound like a monster? Cody. Cody. What are you doing? Why does it sound monsterish over there? Why does it sound like you're devouring a whole pig in the background? What are you doing? Do I need to get up and check and see what you was doing? What was you doing? You're not even going to tell me, are you? Of course not, because he's a dog. And dogs don't tell things. He don't tell secrets. That's okay. I got a camera. I can look. What you doing? What are you doing back there, huh? Probably doing something bad. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? Increase limit. Support skills which can have a limited number of effects at once, active at once, increasing that limit at the cost of their duration. Only applies to restrictions that use the word limit. Supported skills have +1 to limit. Supported skills have 50% less skill effect duration. Inspiration. Supported skills making it cost less to use. Okay, so I'm just giving you 40% less cost. That's nice. Ice Bite. Support attacks that you use yourself. Freezing an enemy with supported skills infuses all of your attacks with cold damage for a short time. Attacks gain 35% of damage as cold damage for 3 seconds on freezing an enemy with supported skills. Innervate. Support attacks you use yourself. Killing a shocked enemy with supported skills infuses all of your attacks with lightning damage for a short time. Attacks gain 35% lightning damage for 3 seconds on killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. Jagged Ground. Requires level 1 support slam skills, causing them to create patches of jagged ground. I think we saw that in some of the footage. They were like little spikes that were coming up. The jagged ground lasts for 6 seconds. Ignition. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more likely to ignite. Support skills have 100% more chance to ignite. Okay. Impending Doom. Support skills you cast on yourself. Support curse skills you cast yourself, causing them to trigger Doom Blast on cursed enemies when the curse expires. Kind of sounds like the Diablo 4 new curse key passive. Impact Shockwave supports melee strike skills, causing them to create an aftershock that damages enemies all around the ground. Supported skills create an aftershock when they stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1 meter. Where the hell am I? I'm in the way of the thing, so I don't want to cover up the skill icons. Yeah, why did she kick a tree? I don't know. Maybe she shouldn't have kicked the tree. That's, you know, don't kick trees. What did the tree ever do to her? Nothing. Support any skill that hits enemies. I swear Cody's doing something back there, and I don't know what he's doing. Hold on, I'm gonna get a picture of him. I don't see him anywhere. Where the hell is he? He's doing something weird back there. What are you doing? See, now I gotta go check. Get back here. What am you doing? What is you doing in there? What's you doing? I still don't know what he's doing. I still don't know what he's doing. It's okay. Lasting shock. Supported skills have 100% increased shock duration on enemies. Supported skills have 25% less chance to shock. Duration increases. Nice. You guys are so fast sometimes. Life Drain. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing you to recover life when it culls an enemy. Recover 12% of life over 4 seconds when supported skills cull an enemy. Support skills that create minions, causing those minions to fight on your pawn for a short duration before dying when they are fatally wounded. Last gasp. Minions from supported skills die 4 seconds after their life was reduced to 0. That's kind of cool. Make them stay around for a little while longer. Less duration. Supports any skill that has a duration, making that duration shorter. Supported skills have 30% less skill effect duration. Why would you want to make a skill shorter? Why you want to do this? Why you want? What, Cody? What do you want? Coming over here begging. Always begging. These are my pretzels, okay? Meat Shield. Support skills which create minions, granting them more life, but making them deal less damage. So turning them into tanks, basically. Minions from supported skills deal 35% less damage, but minions from supported skills have 50% more life. Interesting. So if you're just using the minions as tanks, then it doesn't matter, right? Multiple projectiles. Support projectile skills, making them fire extra projectiles. Also lowers attack and cast speed of supported skills, as well as lessening their damage. Supported skills deal 20% less damage. Supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skills have 20% less attack and cast speed. Huh. What's up, Fat Mermaid? Thanks for the sub, man. Life tap. Supports any skill, turning a portion of its mana cost into life cost. Skills cost life instead of 100% mana cost. Interesting. It doesn't say how much life they cost, though. Like, it doesn't specifically say, is it like 20%? Is it 30? How much of a reduction are we talking about? Lockdown. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing any pin buildup it inflicts to be stronger the closer to the enemy is to you. Supported skills have a 120% more pin buildup against nearby enemies. More duration. Supports any skill that has a duration, making that duration longer. Supported skills have a 40% more of skill effect duration. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's nice. Multiple charge. Support skills that can generate charges, giving them a chance to generate an additional charge when they do so. Supported skills have a 50% chance to grant an additional charge. Minion instability. Support skills which create minions, causing them to violently explode when reduced to low life. Minions from support skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 15% of their maximum life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. Minion Pact. Supports damaging skills you use yourself, draining the life from one of your minions on use in order to boost the skill's damage. Only takes effect if you have a minion with enough life to drain the full amount. Supported skills removes 100% of your maximum life from a nearby minion to use to deal 40% more damage on the skill. Interesting. So sacrifice the minion. Poison chance. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to poison enemies. Supported skills have a 60% chance to poison on hit. Interesting. Oh, thanks for the sub, Lucas. We just skipped right over that, huh? Pin supports any skill that hits enemies, allowing it to physical damage to pin enemies, but making it unable to stun. Overpower supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to build up stun more quickly. Hits with supported skills cause 80% more stun buildup. Multiple poison supports any skill that hits enemies, allowing it to inflict extra poison damage on enemies, but shortening the duration of these poisons. Support skills can poison enemies an additional time. Supported skills have 30% less poison duration. I don't like my poison duration being lower. I want it to be higher. Now, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leon, because I think you've been looking into this more than me. Didn't they say that you could only use one support gem on one skill? So you can't, like, double up. Like, you can't have, like, Pierce on one skill and then, like, Pierce on another skill and, like, Pierce on another skill. I'm pretty sure they said something about, like, only being able to use a single support gem. Like, each support gem only one time or something. I'm not going to go back in the tapes and try and find it, but... Alright, Pierce. Projectiles from supported skill pierce an enemy. Projectiles from the supported skill deal 30% less damage if they've pierced an enemy. I mean, that makes using things like pierce and multiple projectiles very tactical, because you would want that on, like, your main ability. You obviously couldn't put that on everything. Oop. Way too fast. Perpetual Charge. Support skills that consume power, frenzy, or endurance charges on use, giving them a chance not to remove each charge while still gaining the benefits of consuming them. Supported skills have a 35% chance to not remove charges, but still count as consuming them. That's nice. Precision. So supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain increased accuracy while the skill is active. 30% increased accuracy rating while a supported skill is active. Rage. Supports melee attacks, causing them to grant rage on hit, to gain 3 rage on melee hit. I don't really know what rage is. I'm assuming rage is important. Probably a mechanic, just like any other mechanic. Slower projectiles. I thought this one was really interesting. While speeding up projectiles is certainly fun, slowing them down can also be very interesting. So being able to control the speed of the projectiles very like fine-tuningly, I thought that was really neat, and I was actually kind of excited about that. Because not only can you make them faster, you can also make them slower. So, like for instance with the ball lightning, maybe you make the ball lightning even slower so that it just like persists around, like it just, you know, and like takes up more, you know, like area because it's traveling slower and dishing out more damage. Or maybe you make them go faster because you want them, you know, like you want the bolts to go faster. I think both of those are really interesting. Second Wind. Support skills with cooldowns, giving them extra uses of that cooldown. Cannot support instant or triggered skills. Support skills have a 50% lower cooldown rate, recovery rate. Supported skills have twice as many cooldown uses. No. Stomping Ground. Supports travel skills, causing your footsteps to crack the earth and emit damaging shockwaves while using the skill. Triggers shockwaves when you take a step while using supported skills. Ruthless. Support attacks, causing repeated uses to be more effective at stunning enemies. Every 5th use of this attack causes 500% more stun buildup. Swift Affliction. Supports any skill that deals damage, causing it to deal more damage over time, but have a shorter duration. Supported skills deal 35% more non-ailment damage over time. 20% ailment damage, so what is that, like poison, I guess? 20% less duration of supported skills. Come here, Cody. Come here. Monster Dog. Supported skills and damaging ailments they inflict. Okay. Unleash. Support spells you cast yourself, making their effect reoccur when cast. Cannot support channeling skills or skills with a cooldown. Supported spells gain a seal every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported spells are unsealed when cast, and their effects reoccur for each seal lost. Supported skills deal 50% less damage when reoccurring. I'm popping Cody's nose. Listen. What are you doing, pig? Piggy? Piggy pig? You being a pig? What are you doing, pig? Say pig. Sound like a pig. Pig. No, you gotta stay right here with me. Unbreakable. Supports any skill that you can use, making it harder to stun while using it. 200% more stun threshold while using supported skills. Vitality. Supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain life regeneration while the skill is active. Regenerate for 1.5% of life per second while a supported skill is active. That seems pretty nice. Window of Opportunity. Supports channeling skills that have special effects if released with perfect timing, causing them to deal much more damage if released with perfect timing, but reducing the perfect timing window. Supported skills deal 50% more damage when released with perfect timing, and supported skills have a 25% shorter perfect timing window. Wind Wave. Supports any skill that you can use, triggering a blast of wind that knocks back enemies if you are stunned while using it. Trigger Wind Wave when stunned while using supported skills. Oh, did he skip with Withering Touch? Don't you be skipping stuff. Don't be skipping stuff. He skipped. He did a skip. He skipped it. Okay, he went back. Withering Touch supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to wither enemies on hit. Withered lasts for 4 seconds. Supported skills deal 50% less damage. Supported skills inflict withered on hit with chaos damage. I'm messing with Cody while I'm reading these off. You guys can't see it though because I don't have the camera up. Additional accuracy. Supported skills have 50% more accuracy rating. Okay. Be able to hit targets easier. Can we go back? Okay. Armor explosion. Support attacks causing them to trigger a fiery explosion when they fully break an enemy's armor. Support skills trigger an explosion when they fully break an enemy's armor. Okay, so once the armor is fully broken, they explode with fiery flames. Cody said, "But don't make explosions, ripping off my nostril hairs." That's right, we gonna rip off nostrum hairs. You don't need them nostrum hairs anyway. No, come back here. I'm gonna get all them nostrum hairs and I'm gonna rip them all out. Yes. Come on. You know what? I'm gonna put it on camera so everybody can see me rip out the nostrum hairs because they want to see. They want to see the nostrum hairs get ripped out. They do. That's what they said. Oh my goodness. I can't get the nostrum hairs. Hold still so I can click the button so I can get you back on camera. He said no. He said never. He won't sit still so I can click the button. Ha-ha, nostrum hairs. Let's get them. I'll rip them out. There's one right there. What's this? Is that a nostrum hair? That's for ripping? How about this one? I'm gonna rip this one out. And get this one, and this one, and I'm gonna rip all the nostrum hairs. And we got beard hairs too. I'm gonna get the beard hairs. Oh, there are beard hairs down there. And then I'm gonna get one of these fangs. Oh, you don't need these fangs. Give me these fangs. These are my fangs. And then I'm gonna get one of them, these jowls. I'm gonna get one of these jowls, these big old jowls here. And I'm gonna get the jowls on the ear, get the jowls. Oh no, I got your jowls. What you gonna do? And then we're gonna stick a finger up your nostrum hole. How about that? You wanna lick it? There you go. Look here, get some boogums out of there. We're gonna get some boogums out of your nostrums. You can lick them off. There you go. Some boogums. Get some boogums out of there. Get boogums in there. Look at him. He's like, yeah. He's like, that's it. How about we check in your ears? See if you got anything in there. You got anything in these earums? What's in these earums in there? Got any ear boogers in there? He just likes attention. He just likes attention. He said, give me all the attentions. He said, I don't care what you're doing. I just want attentions. Also snacks. He said, do you got snacks? He said, I like snacks. He know what the word snack is. Like if we do a handful of peanut butter pretzels, and then we play, it's a game we play, right? Cody, you ready to play peanut butter pretzel pickup? You ready? 1, 2, 3, get him! There you go. Peanut butter pretzel pickup. That's good, Joy. I'm helping you with your diet. Here, let me just make myself smaller. Boop. So I cover up less. Supported skills have 50% more accuracy rating. We did that one. Auto reload. Supports crossbow ammunition skills, causing them to automatically reload when they heavy stun an enemy. Okay. Well, I don't know what a heavy stun is, but I guess we'll figure that out. Blind. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to blind on hits. Supported skills have a 100% chance to blind enemies on hits. I like that. Make them blind. Doesn't say for how long, but... Coursing Current. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to also shock nearby enemies when you shock an enemy. Shocking hits from supported skills have a 50% chance to also shock any enemy within a 2.5 meter radius. A radial shock. Break posture is the next one. Supports attacks, causing them to daze enemies when they fully break armor. Supported skills apply daze when fully breaking armor. Daze lasts for 6 seconds. It's a pretty long effect. Corpse conservation. Support skills that consumes corpses, giving them a chance to take effect without destroying the corpse. Corpses consumed by supporting skills have a 50% chance to not be destroyed. I like that. Close combat. Support attacks, causing them to deal more damage based on how close they are to you. Support skills deal 25% more attack damage to enemies within a 1 meter of you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or further. Interesting. Cold penetration. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making those hits penetrate enemy cold resistance. Supported skills penetrate 30% of cold resistance. That's very powerful for cold attacks. Feeding Frenzy. Supports skills which create minions, making them deal and take more damage. Minions from supported skills deal 30% more damage, and minions from supported skills take 20% more damage. Fire penetration, so same thing, 30% fire resistance penetration. That's really nice. Is that like all skills? Yeah, any skill that hits enemies. Okay. Exploit weakness. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to deal more damage against enemies with broken armor, but preventing them from breaking armor themselves. Cannot support skills that consume broken armor. Supported skills cannot break armor. Supported skills consume enemy fully broken armor to deal 50% more damage. Devastate. Devastator. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to apply broken armor to enemies when causing a heavy stun to enemies. Supported skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. Interesting. Fiery Death. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing explosions on killing ignited enemies. Killing blows from supported skills against ignited enemies have a 60% chance to cause the enemy to explode. Focused Curse. Supports curse skills, causing them to curse enemies more quickly after being cast. Curse zones from supported skills erupt after 30% reduced delay. Okay. Just a little bit faster cursing, I guess. Hinder. Support spells that deal non-ailment chaos damage over time, causing damage over time they inflict to also hinder enemies. Chaos damage over time inflicted by supported skills also hinders enemies. Herbalism supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain increased life recovery from flasks while the skill is active. Okay, that's kind of nice. Increased armor break supports any skill causing armor break it inflicts to be stronger. Supported skills break 80% more armor. Inevitable critical supports any skill you use yourself that hits enemies, causing it to accumulate critical hit chance over time. Supported skills gain 25% increased critical hit chance each second up to 100%. This critical hit chance is lost whenever a skill supported by the inevitable critical hit actually performs a critical hit. There's something exactly like that in Diablo 4. Infernal Legion support skills which create minions, causing them and enemies near them to burn. Minions from supported skills take 20% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Minions from supported skills deal 5% of their maximum life as fire damage per second to nearby enemies. That's really cool. Holy Descent. Support skills that leap into the air, causing them to create consecrated ground when you land. Supported skills create consecrated ground on landing. So it has to be a leap skill. Something that brings you off the ground and then puts you back down. Intense Agony. Support spells that deal non-ailment damage, over time, causing them to have shorter duration but deal subsequently more damage over time, with debuffs inflicted against enemies on full life. Damage over time debuffs inflicted on full life enemies by support skills deal 50% more damage, and supported skills have 25% less skill effect duration. Knockback. Support any skill that hits enemies, causing it to knock enemies back. Very simple. Life Leech supports any attacks causing their physical damage to leech life. Leech 3% of physical attack damage from supported skills as life. They did talk about this during the thing, and it was kind of boring. Apparently they alluded to like PoE1 having like the worst life leech ever, and apparently there was like whole formulas you had to follow, and like it wasn't giving you exactly what it was actually giving you or something. They said that they think they fixed life leech now, so it's not broken like it was in PoE1. According to what they said in the thing, it's probably actually works now. What do you know? That's what they said. We think it works now. We're pretty sure it works now. We think. Like we're pretty confident that it maybe works. Lightning penetration, 30% penetrate for lightning resistance. That's also really nice. It seems like there's a generic one for each element like that, so definitely something you're going to want to take a look at if you're doing an elemental build. Momentum supports any damaging skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal more damage if you move a sufficient distance while using the skill. Teleportation does not count toward distance traveled. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supported skill, the rest of that use deals 40% more damage. Maim. Supports attacks causing them to maim enemies. Supported attacks always maim on hits. Melee physical damage. Supports melee attacks, boosting their physical damage at the cost of attack speed. Supported attack skills deal 5% more physical damage. Melee physical damage, specifically. Supported skills have 10% less attack speed. So bigger hits, less frequent. Mana Leech. Leech 2% of physical attack damage from supported skills as mana. Okay. That's pretty nice. Mana Flare. Supports any spell that hits enemies, causing it to trigger a Mana Flare on critical hit. The Mana Flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. It cannot support the skills of minions. Supported skills trigger Mana Flare on critical hit. Placed... okay. There's some more information about Mana Flare, but he doesn't click on it, so... there was like a tab. I noticed that when I'm looking at it. Like, you see how it has this, like... this extra tab right here that says Mana Flare, and I'm pretty sure it goes over what Mana Flare is and what Mana Flare does, but like he doesn't click on it, so like we don't know. Many bolts, DNT damage per bolt reloaded recently support. Supported skills deal 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. Okay, so firing off more attacks gives you more damage. Ritualistic Curse supports curse skills, causing them to cover a large area but take longer to curse enemies. Curse zones from supported skills erupt 30% increased delay. Supported skills have a 50% increased area of effect. Raging Cry. Supported war skills causing them to grant you rage on you. Supported skills grant 4 rage per 5 power on enemies in range. Splinter. Support skills that hit enemies causing those hits to break armor based on a portion of physical damage dealt. Break armor equal to 15% of physical damage dealt by supported skill. Spell Echo. Support spells that affect an area around you or a target location. Supported spells echo, causing their effects to happen again after a short delay. Cannot support channeling skills or remote skills. Supported spells echo once. Supported skills have a 30% lower cast speed. Echoes from supported spells have a 30% larger area of effect. Reduced cooldown. Supports skills with cooldowns, increasing the rate at which those cooldowns recover. Supported skills have a 30% increased cooldown recovery rate. Ranged combat. Supported skills deal 35% more attack damage to enemies further than 7 meters from you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or closer. So, just making it so you want to be far away. Irene's drawing pictures. What are you drawing, Irene? Where are these pictures at? Where are these photos at? That's freaking amazing. Looks really cool, too. Is it blacklight reactive? It's pretty neat. But this has been interrupted by Cody and his peppermint pillums. He's got a peppermint pillums, okay. Cody and his peppermint pillums is cute. His Christmas peppermint pillums, that's right. I don't know. I'm looking at a bunch of different options. I do like the way that the Mercenary. I like the Mercenary kind of playstyle. It looks neat. Looks Diablo 2-ish. Looks like Diablo 2 Amazon. No, go back. We messed up. Go back. Shock Siphon supports any skill that hits enemies, causing you to recover energy shield when it kills a shocked enemy. Recover 4% of energy shield when a supported skill deals a killing blow to a shocked enemy. Okay. An energy shield support gem. Wildfire supports any skill that hits enemies, spreading ignites it inflicts to nearby enemies after a delay. Ignites you inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. Okay. So, one guy who's on fire lights the other guy who's on fire. Sounds pretty straightforward. Weapon elemental damage. Support attacks causing them to deal more weapon elemental damage. Supported skills deal 25% more weapon elemental damage. Critical damage. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal more damage with critical hits, but have less critical hit chance. Supported skills have a 100% increased critical damage bonus. Supported skills have 20% less critical hit chance. Biting Frost. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to critically hit frozen enemies, but consume their freeze. Cannot support skills that consume freeze. Supported skills consume the enemy freeze to guarantee a critical hit. Behead. Support skills support strike skills, causing them to steal modifiers from rare monsters they kill. Killing blows from supported strike skills against rare monsters grant one of their modifiers for 20 seconds. That's really cool. That seems really neat. Added chaos damage. Support attacks causing them to gain chaos damage but deal less damage of other types. So gain 25% chaos damage and 50% all other damage types. Cold Exposure. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage, but inflict cold exposure when it critically hits the enemy. Supported skills that inflict cold exposure for 8 seconds on critical strike with cold damage. Supported skills deal 25% less damage. What is cold exposure? I'm assuming it's like a, sort of like a frostbitey kind of a thing. Chaotic Freeze. Support spells that deal non-ailment chaos damage over time. Enemies taking damage over time from debuffs caused by support skills will suffer freeze buildup from the chaos damage hits from any source. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from support skills receive freeze buildup when they are hit by chaos damage. Cannibalism supports persistent buff skills, causing you to recover life on kill while the skill is active. Oops. No. 4% of life recovered on kill while a supported skill is active. Life on kill is meh. Support attack skills, causing them to cull rare and unique enemies on hit. Supported skills have a chance to execute essentially against rare or unique enemies. Deadly Poison supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage but inflict more potent poison. Supported skills deal 25% less damage with hits and 75% more effect of poison from supported skills. So I'm going into the poison category. Dazing Cry supports war cries, causing them to daze enemies on use. Supported skills daze enemies and daze lasts for 4 seconds. Supports attacks, causing them to build up daze based on a portion of physical damage dealt. Supported attacks cause daze buildup equal to 100% of physical damage dealt. Drain Ailments. Supported spells that deal non-ailment damage over time, causing them to consume ailments on enemies it applies damage over time debuffs to in order to deal substantially more damage over time. Supported skills consume a random ailment on the target when inflicting damage over time debuffs, causing the debuff to deal 35% more damage if an ailment was consumed. Deep Cuts supports any skill that hits an enemy, causing it to deal less damage but inflict more potent bleeding. 75% more effective bleeding from supported skills, and supported skills that deal 25% less damage. Hits. Some of these are just very generic damage buffs, and I mean, I guess that's kind of stuff that's required if you're trying to make things work. But like, some of these are very interesting in terms of like what they do, because obviously they're like making the attack smaller, or making the attack bigger, or making it go faster, or making it, you know, slower, or, you know, increasing the area of effect or decreasing the area of effect. And a lot of these things are going to be very important, like multi-shot and piercing and whatnot. Whereas some of these are, I feel like some of these are filler. Like as I'm going through them, I'm like, oh, like that's like filler support gem number 73 or something. And then other ones are a lot more interesting as we're going through them. You know, some of them are just basic ones, like adding knockback to an ability, which, I mean, I guess if you want knockback, then you can add that to the ability. But it's not nothing like super duper special. Enraged Warcry. Did I read Elemental Focus? I did. Supported Warcries consume up to 10 rage, causing attacks empowered by them to deal 30% more damage. Enduring Life supports any skill that hits enemies, causing enemies it kills to grant more life flask charges. Enemies killed by hits from supported attacks grant 100% more life flask charges. Okay. Enduring Mana supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it kills to grant more mana flash charges. So again, we got life charges and mana flash charges. Frostfire supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to consume freeze on igniting a frozen enemy to boost the effect of the ignite. Support skills have 100% more effective ignite against frozen enemies. Supported skills cannot inflict freeze. Support skills consume freeze from enemies they ignite. So that's an interesting way of going back and forth between a frost and a fire build. Fire exposure supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage but inflict fire exposure when it ignites an enemy. Supported skills inflict fire exposure for 8 seconds on igniting an enemy, and supported skills deal 25% less damage. Fork supports projectile skills, making their projectiles fork. Projectiles supported from skills fork. Multiple projectiles from supported skills deal 50% less damage after forking. Elemental Discharge supports any spell that hits enemies, causing it to consume elemental ailments or to trigger an elemental discharge. Cannot support the skills of minions. Supported skills cannot inflict freeze, shock, or ignite. Supported skills consume freeze, shock, and ignite on hit to trigger elemental discharge. I wonder if Fork, which seems very similar to multi-shot, is significantly different from multi-shot in a way that makes it, you know, something like completely different. In other words, like multi-shot is generally like one fixed point that turns into like 3 or something like that or whatever. Forking would be more along the lines of like one fixed point spreading out into multiple. I mean, obviously I could do like a little paint demonstration. Let's do a little paint demonstration. So my understanding is, let's do shapes. So forking, or rather multi-shot. So let's use this as multi-shot, and we'll use this as forking. And then we'll do, so multi-shot is usually like this, right? Get out of there. So that's usually what multi-shot looks like. So forking may be like this instead, which makes a significant difference, obviously, between the two. So multi-shot spreads out in a wide pattern and continues to gain, you know, like it goes further as the line obviously increases. It goes further and further out, and it continues to go further and further out, you know, to infinity, right? So it just keeps going, and it keeps getting into a wider and wider pattern until eventually, you know, like the projectiles are nowhere near each other. Forking, I would think, is parallel lines, which I think is, my lines are definitely not parallel. But parallel lines basically means that they travel, like, you know, in direct, you know, difference from each other. So, like, if they're 1 foot from each other at the beginning, then they're 1 foot from each other at the end, like when they disappear. So it could be interesting to play around with both of those to see which one you like for what the ability you're trying to use. This one tends to work much better for shotgunning, which shotgunning is generally referred to like this area, because if you're standing like directly next to a monster and the monster is within, you know, like that shotgun radius, then you're going to hit the person with all of the projectiles. Whereas in the other side of the equation, you can't really shotgun with a fork, I would assume. Which means that you're not going to get as much damage from a forking ability unless the monster is like really big. You got like a really big fat monster, then maybe you could hit him with all 4 forks. But, well, all 4 tines of the fork. However, in most situations, you're probably not going to hit the monster with all 4 tines. In fact, it's probably just going to be 1. So it's definitely an interesting like choice there between the two, I would assume. Moving on. Elemental Discharge. We already did that one. Go. X-Bloom. Supports curses, spreading their effects when a cursed enemy dies. Curses from the supported skills spread to enemies within 3 meters when a cursed enemy dies. Immolate. Supports attacks, granting the extra fire damage against ignited enemies, but making them unable to ignite enemies themselves. Supported skills cannot ignite. Supported attacks gain 30% of damage as fire against ignited enemies. So burn them, but this skill cannot burn them. There's a lot of that going on in there, in here, like where they're like, okay, well, we're gonna give you an ability that does extra damage against monsters that are burning, but can't make the monsters burn. Okay, like I don't know what to tell you. It's not gonna make them burn. You're gonna have to make them burn with something else. Lightning exposure supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage, but inflict lightning exposure when it shocks an enemy. I don't know what the exposure is. I'm assuming it's like some sort of negative resistance or something, or vulnerability to that specific element or something. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Mobility supports skills that can be used while moving, allowing you to move faster while using them. Supported skills deal 20% less damage, 40% less movement speed penalty while using the skill. Okay. Rupture. Support skills that hit enemies. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavily stunned enemies. Supported skills aggravated bleeding on hitting heavy stunned enemies. I mean, Rupture is an ability in Diablo 4 as well, and what Rupture does in Diablo 4 is it pulls all the bleeding damage and causes it to happen all at once. I'm assuming that aggravate bleeding probably has something along those lines where it forces the bleeding damage to occur quicker. Rage Forged supports any damage skill that you can use. Supports any damaging skill that you use or trigger yourself, causing it to consume rage to deal more damage. If you don't have enough rage to consume, the damage bonus will not apply. Supported skills consume 10 rage if possible to deal 35% more damage output. Overcharge supports any skill that hits enemies, making its shocks more effective but last for shorter duration. 75% increased shocks from supported skills, but 50% less duration on enemies. Neural Overload supports any skill that hits enemies. Nearby enemies are marked when they are primed for electrocution. Hitting a marked enemy with a supported skill will electrocute them. Supported skills electrocute primed enemies on hit. I don't know what electrocution is. Another thing that we can't quite go over. Reload speed. Reload speed support. Increased crossbow reload speed by 100%. Searing Flame supports any skill that hits enemies, causing inflicted ignites to deal more damage, but it hits to deal less damage. Supported skills deal 25% less damage with hits, 75% more from ignite from supported skills. It's these are like really generic. Like there's so many of them that are basically identical, but for multiple elements. Stormfire. Support any skill that hits enemies, prolonging shocks they inflict on ignited enemies. Shocks from supported skills do not expire on ignited enemies. I mean, that's a combo of like lightning and fire. Soul Drain. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing you to recover mana when it culls an enemy, executes. Recover 12% of mana over 4 seconds when supported skills execute an enemy. Lightning Mastery. Supports lightning skills, granting them additional levels. +1 level of supported lightning skills. Fire Mastery, I'm assuming the same thing. +1 level to Fire skills. Chaos Mastery, +1 to Chaos skills. Cold Mastery, +1 to Cold skills. Boom, boom, boom. Chaos Mastery, +1 to Chaos skills, and Physical Mastery, +1 to Physical skills. Okay. Pretty generic. Is that it? Are we done? Does he show us anything else? We got a map. Ogham County established 11321C in the province of Farrell. Survey commissioned by Office Account Gioner, the year of 1619C. Interesting. Got some settings here. Upscale modes, max render resolution. HDR, scene brightness, UI brightness, texture lighting, number of lights, water detail, and video reflex. Foreground FPS cap, background FPS cap. Engine multi-threading, that's always nice. Graph detail, all graphs, transparency 100%. It's kind of cool you went through the settings. It's nice to see that. Game item filter. Oh, there you go. You guys got your item filter. I'm probably not going to be using it, but I like to see the items. Profanity filter, quest tracking, clock. Super fast. Super fast, super fast. Radioactive, super fast. Does whatever super fast can. A lot of map settings. That's always nice. Screen shake. Glad we can turn that off. I hate screen shake, to be perfectly honest. Can't stand it. What the hell did I do? Global chat, trade, hover cursor, default mouse cursor. Good, you can change the cursor. Mana life levels, aura icons, mini life bars. You can change a lot of stuff. Pretty good customizability, I see. Customize, customize, radioactive, customize. Multiple sound volumes, that's always good. Master, sound effects, music, ambient, dialogue. It's always nice to have them like set up at different different things. Mute when in background, I always love having that off. It's nice that that's available. A lot of games will just turn that on by default and not let you turn it off, so that's good too. Detonate mines. Control D. That's kind of cool. Skills panel. Show ritual rewards. Toggle skill set. Item pickup key. Toggle performance metrics. Zooming your camera in and out. Create a portal. Close all user interfaces. Spacebar. Yes, I love it. Microtransaction shop is M. Yeah, that's going to get changed. Microtransaction list. Cosmetics is K. Inventory, ladder screen, social screen, overlay map. Detonate mines sounds kind of neat. Direct minions. I'm sucking in as much information as I can. I'm sucking it in. And then I'm going to blow it all out. Suck and blow, suck and blow. Radioactive suck and blow. Does whatever suck and blow can. Gonna get that suck and blow, man. Suck and blow, suck and blow. Radioactive suck and blow. Cody, did you just fart? That is disgusting. That smelled like, ugh. That smelled like you doo-dooed yourself. Cody, did you doo-doo yourself? Where's it? Did you doo-doo? Cody, did you doo-doo? That's disgusting. Cody, did you drop a log somewhere? What the hell, buddy? that is bad. That is really bad. That is really, really bad, buddy. Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Do you gotta go Doodas? That might be a turd whistling for clearance there, buddy. I think we're gonna have to take you out. And oh my god. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go take the dog out because I'm pretty sure he just sharded himself. I'll be right back.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Smell like peanuts, he said. Peanuts. I mean, first off, it wouldn't happen right away. That's not how the body works.
But try not to be scared.
A
There are lots of
little?
options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
What was that, like 93 gold?
by spending a little bit of
Well, they're like 93 gold for one node. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the Mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
This is heavy. It's warm.
That gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the Mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your
This one was pretty neat. I thought that one was pretty neat.
shield, or even dual doubles the attribute requirement.
So you can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one-handed configuration, which is kind of cool. Doubles the attribute requirements of it, though.
Of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
So they talked about like the permanent spirit buffs, and we were talking earlier about the spirit being linked to the minions, so that you can like use up your mini or spirit to summon more minions. It seems like getting access to these gem bloom skulls to increase your maximum spirit is going to be really powerful for the summon builds specifically, because of obviously you being able to summon more and more minions for your maximum total spirit. I know spirit has other purposes within the game too, and it's probably good for everybody, but we're just thinking about it from the terms of like the minion necromancers or the witchmancers.
There's one in each act.
The witchmancers.
Haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, when you find an item, you have to upgrade it. So there's like orbs of transmutation, there's various other pieces of currency that you can utilize.
An orb of transmutation.
And this is him going over it. So he has like a base white item that he's looking at right now. He uses the orb of transmutation to turn it into, I believe, a blue.
Will allow you to
which adds like 1 or 2 different modifiers.
Upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod.
Then you have the orb of augmentation.
You can then apply an orb of augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a regal orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some exalted orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
So when I was talking about earlier about that belt, and I said, look, here's a belt, and I was kind of like, it was kind of a boring belt, it felt like to me. The when you guys were like, it's a trash belt, I'm like, it's not a trash belt. It's literally a belt that has the maximum number of affixes that can be put onto an item. It's in the rare category, with the total number of affixes being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with a passive or innate or whatever you want to call it. So you have like a fully upgraded item here, and that's why I was laughing when you guys were saying that it was a trash item. I'm like, it's not necessarily a trash item. It's an item with the maximum number of affixes that it can have on it, and it still looks rather boring. Now, interestingly enough, I look at this one, and I see a little bit less boring stuff on there. Like, for instance, it says grenade skills fire an additional projectile. That's really cool. +1 level of all projectile skills. Obviously, that's interesting. And then, like, some of the more generic stuff, just like added fire damage, added cold damage, elemental damage with attack skills. I mean, some of it is rather generic, which you're always going to have generic modifiers on pieces of equipment. But it's interesting to see something on here that's not, like, entirely generic, like grenade skills fire additional projectiles, which is going to be something you would definitely be interested in when you're trying to create a character following, firing grenades, as an example.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an orb of transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to regal orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
So, somebody were actually talking about this during the, event, or the little, discussion afterwards, and, they were talking about the way that it was functioning, and the guy was like, he's like, yeah, I go to the shop and I just purchase items that have sockets in them, and then I destroy them for artificer's orbs. He's like, because basically any item that has a socket in it can be worked toward another, in D4 they're called scattered prisms, and you use the scattered prisms to add sockets to pieces of equipment. In this game, they're called artificer's orbs, and basically any item that has a socket in it can work toward an artificer's orb. So he was literally just buying items specifically from the shop that had sockets in them, then destroying them and getting artificer's orbs to put in what he wanted. And one of the devs kind of laughed because he thought it was pretty funny. Um,
Body armors and two-hand.
So they also talked about like body armors and two-handed weapons having up to 2 sockets, but then they also talked about later on in this, they talked about potentially getting a 3rd socket, which is a whole thing. So apparently the maximum number of sockets on an item is 3, not 2.
Weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale...
Speaking of gold, like, let's go back a little bit. So look at how much gold he has. Now, this of course, could not be indicative of how much gold a player has, or maybe it could be, but you can clearly see right there, he has 4,319 gold. Also, if we look at the price of the items, that wand in the shop is 1,375 gold, which gives us an indication of how much gold like we have, basically, and like how much things cost. So like
gold
understanding
can be used to buy items.
That one's 493, and it's just a base wand
from vendors, and
that's 1,756. So I would gauge by how much gold he currently has in his inventory of 4,319 that he has a relatively low amount of gold, especially considering that one of these items is costing roughly about half of the gold that he has on his character at this particular point in time. So, you know, for something, for the items in the shop
to make sure that the items
to cost that much, I don't know. I was looking at the respec on the key passive tree too, and it looked like it was only around like 90 or 100 gold to respec like one node. So it doesn't look like it'll be super punishing in terms of respecing your character, as opposed to like some of the other games where, you know, they charge you a rather large amount. I mean, I'm trying to get a gauge on how easy it's going to be to play around with, obviously, the key passive tree, or the passive tree, because the passive tree looks like it's going to be a pain in the butt when you don't know what you're doing and you don't know what you're going. You're going to want to like choose things, check them out. If you don't like them, you're going to want to ditch them, and you're going to be doing that a lot, I think, through the passive tree, just like playing around with various things, going for stuff, playing around with it, seeing if it's worth it, and then like deciding that it's not worth it, and then moving on. So there's going to be a lot of experimenting, exactly, Leon, and like so. The cost of that is going to be very important to figuring out how much we're able to experiment. Like, am I going to run out of gold all the time experimenting, or is it going to be, you know, fairly easy as far as that's concerned? I'm not entirely sure. I guess we're going to find out one way or another, though.
They have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Except gold. Wow. Skip the ad, please.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change.
Gamble Sprint Embossed Boots. 124% evasion rating. 11 to dexterity. 14% lightning resistance. Gain up to 40% increased movement speed at random when hit until hit again. I do not want those at all. There was an aspect in Diablo 4. And it was an aspect of chilling, and what it was is your character would like if you were running away from a monster that was chilled or frozen, like you gained like a huge movement speed bonus, and then when you were moving toward them, like you lost the movement speed bonus, and it was really, really stupid. It felt really bad having my character like accelerating and decelerating like at random whenever I was moving around. And I'm gonna tell you right now, nobody's gonna want to use those boots. Nobody's gonna even want to use those boots if you're constantly going like super fast, oh slow as dirt, super fast, 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 slow as dirt, slow as dirt, slow as dirt, slow as dirt, super fast. Like it's not a fun experience to have the speed of your character constantly shifting up and down. It's not fun. And that's what that looks like. It looks like you're going to be constantly shifting your speed up and down, and it's just not going to be fun.
Change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
Corpse Wade Iron Greaves. Grants skill level 13 Decompose. 10% increased movement speed, 43% increased armor, 9 to strength. Trigger Decompose skill on step. Natural decay can be twisted to dark ends.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll.
So they showed this one too, like it changes your dodge roll into like sand, like you're flowing as sand. Hold on, I was asking my beautiful lady to get me Wendy's, because I'm starving. I want to make sure she got enough money. So this one's kind of interesting because it gives you like an evasion ability.
Roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine.
Quill Rain Short Bow. 100% increased attack speed, 16 to dexterity, 98% increased arrow speed, 40% less attack damage.
Like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at...
I'm assuming these are unique items that they're showing off right now. Like on the characters. Is that a chocobo? Like, am I like completely like spazzing out here? That looks like a chocobo.
Find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will...
So, it doesn't look like Ascension is something that you're going to be like touching until you're much higher level. Like, I listened to this whole thing last time, and it sounds like a really neat system, but it also sounds like something that you're not really going to have access to early on at all. And eventually you'll get access to it, like, when your character's, you know, complete, like, mostly complete. I mean, not only did it seem like it was something that you wouldn't be doing until Endgame, but it also felt like when they explained it, they said you needed specific tokens that you would have to present to the, you know, like altar or whatever to do the Ascension quest, and if you died or didn't complete the Ascension quest correctly, you would lose the token and would have to go find another one, which means that not only is it going to be something that you're not going to readily have access to early on, but it's also something that you're probably going to need to farm multiple tokens for and actually like do the full thing. So like you might get access to some of it like early on, but the way that they explained it, and of course I'll play it and we'll listen to it, but the way that they played it was is you get like points every single time you complete the ascensions, and to really like fully invest into any of the ascensions, you're going to need multiple clears of the ascension areas to get, you know, all of the points that you need to go into the ascensions. it doesn't seem like something that you're going to be able to build around early on, I guess is what I'm saying. You'll get full access to your ascension points, and you'll be able to fully ascend with all of the points that you can potentially get, but you're going to need multiple tokens, and you're going to have to go through all of the ascension rituals to get all of the points. And it's not like a class quest in Diablo 4 where you do the class quest and all of a sudden you just have access to everything. It's going to take some effort and some work to get it finished.
You'll come across ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a storm weaver, a master of the elements, tempest caller.
So you've got a total of 8 points, and there is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's a total of 20 nodes inside the tree. So 8 points, 20 nodes. Most of the nodes, or the lines, also have 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so 4 in the line to reach the end. Which means that technically you're only going to be able to completely fill out 2 lines. So 2 of the pathways. Or you could partially fill out multiple pathways, but you're not going to be able to obviously fill out more than 2 pathways. So it's going to be a choice. It's definitely going to be a choice. Those first 2 are the only ones that don't have 4 choices. The ones directly adjacent. So it looks like when you first ascend, you'll get access to whatever these 2 things are, here and here, because you'll have 2 points and you'll be able to put points into either of these if that's what you're looking for. But you're not going to be able to get access to like any of the max rank stuff early on, because you're going to need 4 points bare minimum to reach the max rank stuff on the ascensions.
Causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with time freeze. Not only that, but she has...
So is this one pretty much the same? I'm just trying to get like a feel for how these trees work, and even though they're like differently shaped, it looks like to me... I'm kind of blocking this one with my big fat head. It looks like to me that we've got, 1, 2... I'm assuming 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's pretty much the same on every single one. So there's 4 nodes. They have the same 2 on either side. It looks like they haven't really changed it very much. It's always 4 to get to the end of a node, and then
many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might.
So let's take a look at his tree too. So is he pretty much the same thing? It looks like. So see how he's a 2 here? So he's got, it looks like every single tree has like 2 that they can grab. And then every single tree has like a 4th one at the end of a tree of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4 probably. And this one's also probably 1, 2, 3, 4. And the only difference is it looks like he doesn't have a second 2. He doesn't have a second 2 node. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes and 1 2 node. So he actually has less.
Might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With crushing impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With surprising strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Introducing Strikeman.
Boo. Boo ads, boo, boo ads.
You might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert.
Did I hear Leon for a second there? What the hell? Leon, you in voice chat?
Markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding...
The Ranger strikes me as so much of a... I don't even know. It's like a rogue all over again, and I'm not really particularly fond of the rogue in Diablo 4. I hate to say it, but I'm not a big fan of like these silly mobility jump around, like jump around, jump around, jump around. Like that's like the whole character. It's like everything is like a movement ability. It makes you jump or move or like dance or something. I don't really like it, and it just strikes me as just another form of like that stupidness. I was actually leaning more toward the Mercenary because the Mercenary looked a hell of a lot cooler, looked way more close to the way that the Amazon is on Diablo 2, which I was actually kind of excited about. Like if I had to choose between the two range characters, this would not be the range character I'm going to choose. I feel like it's very yuck. It's yucky. That's what it is.
A concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal hell.
I swear, when I saw this one, the first thing I thought of was the Occultist from blah, 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 my brain's broken. Diablo 1, Diablo 2, and then it was Hellgate London. Hellgate London came out shortly after Diablo 2. It was the creation of like all the Diablo 2 devs. They basically like got together and they wanted to make their own game. And they created a class called the Occultist, and the Occultist literally seems like a straight, or this character seems like a straight copy of the Occultist. I don't really know if I can like pull up anything like that, like Hellgate London Occultist. Let's see if I got anything interesting in here. I mean, I think I showed this during the stream. This is the Occultist right here. Very witch-like in pretty much all ways. Summons demons. Doesn't have skeletons, but summons demons. Has very much so very similar powers. Like can turn herself into a demon herself, which is something that this character can do. I mean, overall, like I got the feeling it was very similar to the Occultist in Hellgate London. If you ever played that. It looks interesting.
Hellhound Companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy.
Let's see. 2, 2. Yeah. Except this one's got a third 2. That's interesting. Well, I guess technically not, though, right? Because that's 1, 2, which means that's 4, 4, and 4. So there's only 1 2 in the mix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's interesting. She's different than the others. She doesn't start off with. I don't think she has any that are simply 2s. I mean, technically you can count this one as a 2 here, which may just simply be a nexus piece. But if you count these together, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 to reach that. 1, 2, 3, 4 to reach that. 1, 2, 3, 4 to reach that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to reach that. I think that's the first one I've seen that requires 6 points to reach an end goal, which means that this particular character is not going to be able to reach like 2 of the like end points on the 4s. She's going to have to choose between either getting 1 6 or getting 2 4s, which is interesting. Is that the same thing for this form? No, because you got like an easy 1 2 there, an easy 1 2 there, a 4, a 4, and then this one goes down into 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. No, so it's just her. She's the only one that has a 6. Unless I wasn't paying attention to some of the other ones. I can't really see everything on this one because my big fat head's in the way. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. What the hell is that one? Yeah, I mean, she's the only one that has something that requires 6 points to reach it. That's what I'm looking at.
But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker.
Alright, so let's take a look at his. So he's got 4, another 4, 2, 2, and then he's got 4, 4. So yeah, this one doesn't
Elemental
have a 6
Expression,
either.
the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
No, Leon probably was talking. This is a recording, so as you can see, there's other GGM right here. I'm gonna pick his nose real quick. So this was a recording of, obviously, like, and I think Leon was there for part of the recording, so he probably did talk in the background. I just wasn't paying attention to the fact that it was a recording.
And I shall rage.
Apparently, Leon said he's dying from a sickness.
Will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar.
Yeah, see, there he is right there. He's talking about going monk. See, listen.
To deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chinchilla can exchange.
Okay, so this one is like 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4. Yeah, so again,
Change their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage, and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the...
I'll be right back.
The deadline is approaching for Americans who are still making car payments to get some relief this week. That's right.
I got nuggums. I got nuggums. You guys got I got nuggums. I got nuggums. What the hell is this? She got me Ghost Pepper Ranch. What the hell is that? I'm kind of scared of that. It's going to burn my butthole out. I don't want my butthole to get burned out.
Americans who...
I don't want my butthole to get burned out. I don't want my butthole to get burned out. Oh, man, what happened? I got skip-it-did. Must have accidentally hit a button. Let's go back. Cody, you better back up off my nuggums, okay? That's right. Sit down, nuggum thief. I need to pay attention to this mercenary one. I think that was about where I left off right there.
The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage, and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chinchilla that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. Will give you. The Mercenary has a...
I want to listen to the Mercenary one a couple times, because I'm thinking about doing the Mercenary. I really am.
Job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. %10 chance to defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life.
That's pretty cool. Like, your initial hit, just like 30% of the life of the boss is just gone.
Life and damage, if you're lucky.
Boom. Just 30% right there off the top. That sounds pretty neat.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes.
So being able to just like socket gems into your flesh, I mean, it sounds kind of cool from a certain perspective because you're going to have access to like almost an unlimited number of skills. But going back to what we talked about earlier about the skill gems or the support gems only being able to use once, having multiple skills might not necessarily be as amazing as it looks like, because obviously then you don't have all the support gems that you can utilize to make those skills amazing. It really kind of depends. Also, then you got a whole bunch of buttons to press. I'm not really sure if I want to go that route.
While Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. You You could also choose to become a Gemling Legion, casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access to your characters, while Crystalline Potential
Attribute requirements of gems can be satiated by your highest attribute. Does that mean even ones that are not socketed into my flesh? Because I'm assuming there's also ones that you don't. Because you have the regular skill slots, right? And then when I socket them into my flesh, I get more skill slots than what everybody else normally has. So that's like, what, double?
Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial.
I love when
Waves of monsters and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one.
That was a lot of chests. That is a lot of chests. Bronze chests, 4. Silver, 4. 2 gold chests, I'm assuming.
of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sycamores, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sycamores is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice.
The more gameplay I see of this Mercenary, the more I want to play the Mercenary. I don't know what it is. I like the Monk, don't get me wrong. But the Mercenary looks very satisfying to play. Like, I'm watching it, I'm listening to the sound effects. I'm watching him, like, you know, prep up an ability, like, get a couple attacks off, like, throw an ice wall up or whatever, and then he fires off, like, one ability, causes, like, a big explosion, everything dies. Like, there's definitely a lot of fun mini-game to the Mercenary. I'm kind of excited to try out the Mercenary. I think maybe I might be changing my choice from Monk to Mercenary.
Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would...
Dude, it freaks me out every single time I see him talk. I didn't really want to, like, hone on this or, like, dig into this really deeply, but I swear every single time I see him talk, the voice that comes out of his face does not match his face, to the point where it looks like he's lip syncing. Like, it legitimately looks like he's lip syncing. I don't know. It's like he's a puppet, and, like, that voice doesn't belong with that face. And so, like, every time I see it, it freaks me out. Like, because I'm like, who? He's not talking, is he? Like, they can't be him. He's not talking, right?
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there'll be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These...
That's not really a good thing, Darkonian. Darkonian said it sounds like Last Epoch Endgame. Honestly, Last Epoch Endgame is really boring. There's 3 people in the Discord right now playing Last Epoch, and I'm like, I don't know how they're playing Last Epoch because it's so boring at the end game. It's just like, it's like pulling teeth out of my face.
Enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes...
These are really cool. I think those are really cool. Like a chest that's guarded by like packs of monsters, and you got to open it, and it tells you how many packs and like what it contains. I think that's kind of neat. Like risk reward kind of a scenario. You know, like hey, look, there's a box that's got like a bunch of freaking elites around it or something. You know, like what does it contain? Like I get a chance at like a quality item. Okay.
Often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise and work out how to use them later. You might find you...
It says 642% increased experience gain. That's a lot of experience gain.
Unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
No, get out of here with your stupid ads. I hate these ads. They're so stupid. They always make like the worst choices imaginable. And they always lose at the end. Oh, and they always get the minigun, by the way. Like, despite making the worst choices imaginable, they always get the minigun, and somehow, even after they get the minigun, they still end up losing. Like, they just never... These freaking ads piss me off every single time I see them. I know this isn't what we're talking about, but like, every single time I watch these ads, it just makes me irrationally angry.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon.
It was interesting. They have like multiple trees for multiple different things that you can do within the game to like enhance like what you're doing with those things. Like if you kill bosses, you have this like a whole boss tree. If you're going into like the various different areas, whether you're doing like the time zones or like the alternate realities or whatever, like there's a tree for every single one, and you can build into those trees
by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE2, we have created sequels to several PoE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane. It will allow you to...
Oh, we got an interesting glimpse into the gold there. I just noticed. So there you go. Look, he's killing the monsters. He got 25 gold. 25 gold again. Oh, I'm going backwards, my bad. 25 gold, 25 gold, another 20, what was that, 25 gold? Pretty standard amounts of gold, another 25. I'm interested in like how much gold you get as you go along, because I'm interested in how easy it's going to be to experiment in the passive tree.
That lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out.
14.
One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add...
No, we haven't gone into D2 yet. We're getting there. I'm still going over like the PoE stuff, and then we're going to hop into some D2 stuff later.
More encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more...
Yeah, and I was looking at some of the stuff that they had earlier too. It was like the purchase price on stuff was anywhere between like 400 to like 2,000 gold. And it was costing around like 90 to 100 gold like per node to refund on the board. I mean, this is important stuff because like as you go forward, you know, like how easy is it going to be to respec? Like how easy is it going to be to purchase stuff? Like how much gold do I need to like say, is taking stuff back to town to sell it going to be the most important thing? Or am I going to get enough gold as I play the game naturally? You kind of see what I mean?
More tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Stab. Stab it.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
We that are one.
Realize truth.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breakfast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars.
Oh, look at his gold. Look at how much gold he got. That looks like he was given that gold by like a mod or something, or like they just like added it in. Look at that, 9,875,330 gold. Yeah, that don't seem legitimate. That don't seem legitimate. That seems like he hacking. He doing some hacking, Cody. He doing the hacks. He got the hack code, the cheat codes. You know about them cheat codes? With the cheat codes, you can get stuff to eat, and you can get tacos, and you can get maybe some squirrums. You want some squirrums? How about some possums? How about some rackums? Or you want to play with the cats or the chinchies? What are you breaking down there? Oh no, he's bricking stuff. Big old fat boy.
Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to...
What's that little thing over here? What's this? What's this little thing? What's that, message? Is that a message window?
Spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have to...
What was that a rug of? Is that a capybara? Is that a capybara rug under his feet? Like, what the hell?
Clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to Endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them.
Introducing Strikeman.
They be advertising on my channel all the time.
As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Rocky.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Yes.
Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will...
What was that unique? Reign of 1,000 Quills. Is that that's the one they showed off earlier, right? That's not a new one. Yeah, that's just the one that gives you like really fast attack speed.
Incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them.
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, Cavern Cola. And your first chat. Oh, look, you got the heckin' Bo Beckin, boy. Yeah. That's the what emote. What? Thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it.
Faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE2.
Freaks me out every time I see him. Like, I don't understand. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I'm not saying he's ugly or anything. His voice doesn't match his face. Like, and it freaks me out every single. Like, I literally hear his voice and then I see his face and it just doesn't match. And it's like there's something. It's like inside my brain something clicks and it's like his voice doesn't belong to him. You know, it's like all that voice doesn't belong to him. Somebody's lip syncing. Like, I just don't. And like my brain recoils.
As you can see, this project is crazy huge.
I'll just close my eyes.
Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480.
I'm not really concerned about the supporter packs. I think that's pretty much it. I think we've gone over everything. No. Bad. I mean, we can talk about stuff. I'll talk about stuff while we're playing. I'm going to go back to my offline account here, and we're going to start leveling up my Electron character. But as we're doing that, we can kind of discuss PoE2. There's still a lot of stuff that we can talk about. I mean, all those endgame systems, it seems like they're starting out with a lot of endgame systems. It seems kind of excessive, to be perfectly honest. Any single one of those would be kind of fun on its own. And there's, what is there, like 6 different endgame systems? Seems kind of ridiculous. I'm a little bit concerned about everything requiring the currency materials, too. Like, I know, currency materials. We're probably going to find tons of them or extract tons of them, but like, holy Jesus, they're using them for everything. It reminds me of those, like, meme images you see sometimes where, like, they're talking about, like, Guy's soap. And they're like, oh, you guys don't have the, like, 15-in-1 Guy's shampoo, right? You guys don't have the 13-in-1 shampoo? Like, what's the matter? And there's like images on the internet floating around with it where it's like oh yeah, there we go. VO5 Alberto Men 13-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, mouthwash, deodorant, peanut butter, Gatorade milk, tinfoil, tennis shoes, dental floss, eye drops, plus 5 vitamins. Just like, yeah, okay. It's, you know what I mean. They're using those currency items for everything. Literally everything. And it is a bit excessive. Oh, you got a 16-in-1, Jen? Oh, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a 16-in-1. I need to upgrade, then. I gotta upgrade to the 16-in-1. Because I'm slacking here. I'm slacking, obviously. Can't do without the 16-in-1. But, and I don't know, it seems a little excessive with how much they're using those currency items on every single thing in the game. They're like, and yes, and you can use your currency items to modify your maps. And yes, you can use your currency items to modify your tablets. And yes, you can use your currency items to modify your penis. I got you with that last one, didn't I? You're like, wait a minute, I can add mods? I can add mods to my wiener? Yeah, watch out, though, because you might corrupt it. And then nobody will want to touch it again. Oh, sorry about that, man. Looks like you corrupted your wiener. Well, that's it. Guess you're just going to have to throw the whole wiener away. Oh, man. That is terrible. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, 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 stab. Stab, stab. I don't know. I foresee needing a lot of inventory space for all this crap that they're making us hold on to. Relics, tablets, maps, waystones, currency. It's going to be a headache of inventory space. I can already tell. I don't even need to see. I don't even need to see anything. It's just going to be like massive amounts of space that I'm going to need for all this crap. It's going to be a headache keeping it all organized too. Gotta get that out there real good. Gotta go higher. Higher. Yes, there you go. Like that. I don't know. It looks like fun. I mean, the endgame systems, though, I mean, we're not going to get even to the endgame systems until you at least get to, like, level 65. Did you see how long they said it was going to take to get to the endgame system? Like, they said it was going to be at least, like, what was it? What did they say? It was, like, 20-some-odd hours to get through Acts 1 through 3, and then, like, another 20 hours to get through, like, the second set of acts. So it was something like 40 hours to get through the... like minimum just to get to the end game. Just to even get to the end game, it's going to be about 40 hours. And that's for people who actually know what they're doing. You can add some multipliers on that for people who don't know what they're doing. If you suck at video games, you might as well just multiply that by more than that amount. 25 hours for acts 1 through 3. And then they repeat the acts. So what, 50 hours to get to endgame then. $50 hours at 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day is 24 hours for 2 days. I mean, who needs to sleep? You know what? 24 hours a day. Okay. 2 days. So we're probably realistically like 4 to 5 days before you can get to endgame. Where the hell is the down thing? Oh, there's a whole nother area over here. Act 1 and 2 within 7 hours. I mean, I'm not going to be like rushing through. I want to actually play. I want to actually enjoy stuff. It's my first time playing through the campaign. I'm actually going to like take my time. I'm sure later on, when you're going through and you don't care about reading the dialogue and you're not watching the cutscenes and like you're not doing all the little quests and stuff and you know exactly where to go, I'm sure it'll be much quicker. I mean, and in that case, I guess technically the second playthrough of Act 1s through 3, since it's the same exact thing, you're going to know exactly where to go and what to do the second time through, obviously, so I guess there's also that. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. I mean, I want to play in groups. I don't really want to play by myself. It's boring to play by yourself. I'm thinking about giving people some keys. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Not you guys. You guys in the stream don't get keys. I'm talking about like people in the kinship who want to play. Like if you want to play, in fact, I'll throw this out here now. If you want to play and you don't have a key and you're in the kinship and you plan on playing for a considerable period of time, I will consider giving you a key. So, let me know. I'm close to a world record for what? What are we world recording? Yo mama. Oh, Leon's talking about his PoE on 1X. Leon is a sweaty tryhard. Don't listen to Leon. He doesn't sleep either. I think he's a zombie. I'm pretty sure he's a zombie. What's up, Luty Rake? I don't normally hear him talking about eating either, so either he doesn't eat or he just eats brains and he keeps it on the down low. I think it might be brains. I'm pretty sure it's brains. You're gonna play Pax Imperia? Okay, that's it. We're canceling PoE2 and playing Pax Imperia with Sean. Pax Imperia is hands down better than Path of Exile, so let's go. Maybe I'll do a Pax Imperia stream tomorrow. That'd be fun. Nobody will watch. It'll just be me mindlessly trying to beat the computer and remembering how to play.
It's locked.
That's what happens when you corrupt your Winter. Look, I didn't corrupt my Winter. I just said you could corrupt your Winter if you wanted. Okay? My Winter is still intact. Not corrupted. For now. I think Leon corrupted his Winter though. I think that's what he's getting at. That's what he's leaning towards. He's trying to let us know subtly that his Winter had been corrupted. Mercenary seems fun. I was looking at Mercenary and I'm thinking about Mercenary. The Mercenary class in PoE2. It looks really interesting. I like the way that you can like shoot walls out and then you can like use the fragmentation to like destroy the walls. And bunch of interesting things. I mean, I'm definitely going to play it at the very least. I already got one of the supporter packs, so I could grab a key. I'm gonna put a post out on the Discord that says, "Does anybody need a key who wants to play? That's a broke penniless hoe, or any broke penniless hoes out there need a key." There you go. Broke penniless hoe message has been announced. Them broke penniless hoes. Them hoe penniless brokes. Link them to my channel. What? Just send GGG an email and see if they'll give you a couple of keys. I don't know how to contact GGG. I ain't never done nothing on any of their games. They're probably not even on their radar. Stab. I kind of like doing things without the company involved. Gives me much more control over my content. I don't have to worry about pissing anybody off. Or maybe I do want to piss people off. Seems to attract a lot of attention when you piss people off. I was trying to think about like how I wanted to build a mercenary. It's definitely a ranged character through and through. So there's that. It looks to me like with the shotgun, like kind of like a thing that they've got going on, you could potentially do a like close range shotgun build, which also seems kind of interesting. I wonder how the shotgun ability interacts with things like multi-shot and pierce. I'm interested. And then they got that forked ability too. They start shooting off forked shotguns. How the hell does that work? It'd be interesting to play around with all this stuff. Die. I don't even gotta go in there. You guys can all die from poison. He did that cool combo in the cutscene too, where he like shot the poison at the ground and then ignited the poison with one of his attacks, which I thought was really cool. There's a lot of really cool like mini-game stuff going on with that character, and that's what's really attracted me to it. I like the mini-game. It's all about the mini-game for me. Like, I've never been the kind of a person who wants to have a character that just simply holds down a button and like all the abilities just, you know, fire off magically, like, and you don't, there's no brain power involved. Like, I've always enjoyed the characters that have mini-games where, you know, you're rewarded for participating in the minigame. And that character looks like he is a sea of minigames. Do I think people will use combos for mapping in PoE2? What's combos? What do you mean? Like combo abilities? How can I poison a skeleton? It's kind of weird. Okay. Get wrecked, sir. Ah, he's too close to the bars. I'll stab you in the face. Don't be close to the bars or I'll stab you in your bars. Don't be close to the bars or I'll stab you in your face. With a mace. Is this it right here? That can't be it. That's got to be where I came down, right? Yeah, it goes up to jail level 2. Oh, the bell thing? I saw they had like a picture or a video of the mercenary using it, and he was shooting the bell, and it was ringing, which was really cool. I thought that was a really neat idea, like setting it up so that you can like utilize that on range classes as well. It seemed kind of clunky and unwieldy for the actual monk. I don't know, like I wasn't like too excited about it on the monk. They looked okay, but the radius wasn't very large. And you also had to go over to it and hit it. And several times during their own demo, like the bell is just sitting there on the ground and like it's not hitting anything because there's nothing near it. And I thought that was kind of stupid. And then they showed the mercenary like firing at the bell from a distance, and that was actually a lot cooler because you could you know, move around and like try and maneuver the monsters into place and then shoot the bell and get lots of damage that way. That seemed a lot more interesting to me than the monk using the bell. Of course, I'm sure there's ways that you can enhance the radius of the bell and various other things. The support gems, which we went over a little while ago, definitely add a lot of craziness to customizing those abilities to exactly what you're trying to get out of them, like increasing the radius of the bell. Or very interestingly, you could go the other direction and you could decrease the radius of the bell, which would also increase the damage. So you could go from the decrease to the increase. Well, now we cook them with some bacon grease. We got the good skill. Charge strike time, boys. What's up, Bonash? We gotta get some more points in it so it actually does damage. We need a couple points and we put them in the joint can. We do not do the points and we got to hit the points now. We got a couple points now and putting in the points now. You stab them in the face now.
I need a key.
And that is what we do now. I didn't even have a bow on her. I didn't even care. This character's so powerful already, all twinked out and all of her equipment. She's nuts. And Cody farted again, and it smells like he dutied himself. Excuse me. Cody dutied his pants, he made a farty doo-doo. It smells so freaking bad now, oh dear Lord Jesus, save me. Cody, can you not doo-doo your pants, please? That's some grody doo-doo that you did there. Cody just farting in this. Ugh. Ugh. My eyes are watering. Like what? It's so bad. Cody, I'm gonna have to get you some drops or something for your butt. Get some like things to make your butt not smell so rancorous. That is terrible. I'm gonna take you to the doctor. I'm pretty sure he ate a dead possum outside or something. That's probably what it was. Probably found something outside and ate it. Some rancorous possum monster. So bad. It stings. Stings the eyes. It's an eye stinger. God dang. Return of the pine cone. He probably did just poop out a pine cone. Can your dog eat a pine cone? Can he poop it on out? 'Cause my dog ate a pine cone and he pooped one right out. Can your dog eat a pine cone? If you can't, then he's a cat. 'Cause if your dog can't eat a pine cone, then that's just really sad. Can your dog eat a pine cone? Can he poop it right on out? Because if your dog can eat a pine cone, then you've got a dog without a doubt. Can your dog eat a pine cone? Oh, God. I need a... Oh, it's terrible. Cody, you gotta stop dropping these bombs on me, okay? Them's is disgusting. Does some disgusting farts. I know you smell them too, that big old honker on your face. You can't even tell me you don't smell them. You know. You just farted and you made yourself cry. He said, yeah, it smells pretty bad. He said, it's pretty bad. That's one of my worst. You look at him over there. He looks real upset because he farted. Cody, you tooted. Cody, you tooted. And his ears go down. Cody, you farted. You farted, didn't you? Ooh, you farted. Oh, my eyes are still watering. God, it lingers too. Like normally a fart goes away real fast. Not his farts. They be lingering for like 5 minutes. They just be lingering in the air, just wafting around. Lingering farts. They're heavy. You got their farts are heavy. No dead possums. Don't say that about Applebee's and Little Hardee's. When did he get named Hardee's? And Cody does got the gas. Was that what you tell Cody? Cody, you got the gas? Cody. Cody, you got the gas? You got the gas, Cody? He's a farting. He's got the gas. You got the gas, Cody? You going tootin'? You tooty toots? They can't even kill me. My armor and like stuff is so sick right now. They couldn't even kill me if they wanted. Come here, fart boy. He said no, not a fart boy. It's not do that. You know, no. So that's me. Call me fart boy. Well, you is a fart boy. He said that don't mean you gotta say the word. You don't gotta call it out. Gonna bring attention to it. I'm pretty sure you brought attention to it when you farted. Oh, he sat down. He said, no. He said, I'm not coming over there then. He said, you's mean to me. So I fart if I want to. Cody said, I'm gonna sing you a song. You ready for a song? He's like, fart if I want to. Can't tell me not. I'm a fart all day long, and you can't tell me that I can't. Cause I'm a fart if I want to. I'm a fart all day long. Don't tell me I can't fart, cause I will fart right on your arm. It's a nice throne you got here, Dario. It's really pretty. It's too bad you suck and you couldn't kill me even if you wanted to. It's a pretty throne. I see you got some apple tassels. Got them apple tassels chained up. Your hair's kind of fiery there. You know, anybody tell you might need to get maybe go to a salon, get that jank styled up. It's the Porkum twist. The Porkum twist give him a gas. The gas.
This maiden shall inflict no more anguish.
Coulda got the gas. Coulda got the gas coming out of his ass. Can I the Paul, Mr. Gassy Boy? That's the good Paul. He said, don't make fun of me, you got the gas. I said, not my fault, I got the gas.
How's it there? The cat.
And
Good day.
Darkonian said, I'm on your side, Cody. GGM did it.
Good day.
It was me. I dutied the floor. I dutied the floor.
I know.
I've heard.
What's the matter, Cody? You gotta go do DOS? I mean, it certainly seems like you got a turd whistling for clearance, but I took you out earlier when you farted like that, too. You farted. Cody, did you farted? Do you gotta go peppa-doo? I think he does gotta go peppa-doo. I'm gonna take him out, because he might have to go do DOS. I think he's gotta go do DOS, guys. I don't know, with a fart like that, he's gotta have some doodos coming out. We'll see if we can. I'll take him out and let him go doodos.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Got beat up a doggo. Okay. Hopefully he's evacuated his bowels. He went around the corner because he's a shy pooper. But poor little shy poopers. Pooper of shinies. A shy pooper poop. Die. Super die. Yep, everything die. Oh wait, I think I can use a new weapon now. Let me go back. I think I got a better weapon in stash. Yeah, it's that ethereal. That ethereal one. I don't want to break it. But we can use it until it's about to break, because I can always throw it on a barbarian to recharge it.
I don't.
He needs the colon cleanse, doctor. We should get him some more fibums. You know, he just needs some more fibums. He just needs some more fibums. I need a couple points of energy. Energy sucks early on. Like I have so little energy that literally my mana is just running out instantaneously. Like one ability, and my mana's gone. I need like 2 or 3 casts since the goal. What's up, Silva? Yeah, happy Black Friday. Oh yeah, that's something else I wanted to do. I wanted to look at back Black Friday deals. I know there's a website I used to use back in the day. It was just like, it was like a deal finder. That's all it was. And it went like through the process of like categorizing all the deals and which ones were like the best deals. I can't remember the name of it though. That could be something fun we could do too. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Man, what was the name of that website? It's a specific website. Was it Slick Deals? I think it was Slick Deals. This is it. I think it was Slick Deals. Put my night smoke on. Yeah. A Razer Black Friday sale. $79.99. It is Black Friday. I wanted to go over some of this stuff. Just for me. Why is this just for me? Like, do you know me? Like, I've been to this website maybe like twice my whole life. Usually on Black Friday. Hey, look, there's some healthy treats for Cody to clean out his colon cleanse. Front page slick deals. Sam's members, $199 for a robot vacuum cleaner. Sorry, I didn't mean to like breathe into the microphone there. A Chromebook tablet. They call them laptops. They're not laptops. Chromebook tablet, $275. Still seems kind of expensive. What is that, Lenovo? I mean, I've been wanting a tablet, but every time I get tablets, I'm always disappointed. I hate to say it. They're disappointing. You would think tablets would be faster than cell phones, but they're not. Because they're usually made with like substandard parts and stuff. I don't know. ASUC VivoBook. Another tablet device. 40% off. FHD IPS, 32 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte. That's not a tablet book. That's actually a laptop. But it doesn't have a discrete video card. So, without a discrete video card, it's not going to be very good. Apparently it's at Micro Center. What's that, Canada? Micro Center is Canada, right? Apple AirTags. Anker 737 2400 milliamp hour. That's big. 140 watt output power bank. That's kind of amazing. Anker 737. It's normally $79.99 on sale for 56. Yeah, Micro Centers in Michigan. That's kind of nice. I mean, that's not bad at all. 140 watt output is really good too. 2400 milliamp hour, I believe, is the largest battery that you can have, like, legally, without having to, like, declare it when you go to an airplane. So, like, if you're getting on an airplane, if it's anything higher than 2400 milliamps, I remember researching this, you're not allowed to get on the airplane with it. It has to be declared, and they gotta, like, put it in the hold or something like that. I can't remember. So, like, this 27650 wouldn't be allowed on the plane, but this one, this 2400 would. That's not a bad price. $56 for that. Where did I leave off? I skipped something. Oh, there we go. Mini ceramic space heater. Meh. Eufy security home base. What the hell? Basus 65 watt. See, these, like, generic ones, I can't really recommend these generic ones. Anker is a good quality brand. I don't know about these. Alienware 32 inch. That's pretty big. 4K QLED QD OLED 0.3 millisecond 240 hertz curved monitor. Wow. Deal at retailer. What retailer is this? Dell Technologies. So this is directly from Dell. Now, I do know for a fact that you can do things like this, which is where you do a search and you type in, like, price history. And there are some websites that keep the price history of these particular devices to let you know whether or not it's actually a sale. So the lowest that it's ever been, according to this, was $8.99 from Dell itself. So this at $8.99 is the lowest that it's ever been. It won't go any lower than this unless they decide to do a new sale, and obviously this is the Black Friday sale. So they won't be making that any slower. Mr. T's picks for his front bench so far? What? What are you talking about, Mr. T's picks? I mean, I think that is a good one. Okay, I can't really do that because I don't have an account. That's not a bad deal. Lenovo IdeaPad, Ryzen, what is that? $280 for what? 256 SSD, that's like bare minimum. 16 gigabyte DDR5. Doesn't look like it has... I think that's onboard graphics. AMD Radeon 610M. What the hell is that? pretty basic integrated graphics chip. So that's integrated. So $280 for an integrated laptop. I mean, it's a cheap price, but if it doesn't have a discrete graphics card in it, it's not going to play very many games. At which point, it's pretty much just like an office computer at that point. Asus VivoBook, 8 gigabytes of RAM. That is really low. That is super low for this day and age. Looks like it also does not have a discrete graphics card. Apparently it's on Staples. Wow, like everything is crossed out. 32 gigs, 16's crossed out, 1 terabyte's crossed out. Like all the CPU options are crossed out, all the screen sizes are crossed out. So the only thing that they have is the 17.3 inch Core i5 8 gigabyte with 512. Now the RAM can be upgraded and the hard drive can be upgraded, so that's not a big deal. But it doesn't look like this particular unit has a discrete graphics card, so it's not really much better than that 281 that we saw earlier. Asus Vivo. I wanted to check this stuff out. I'm sorry to derail the entire stream into Black Friday searches, but you know, we're gonna get back to Diablo in a minute. Like it'll still be here. It will still be here. We'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think this one's got a discrete card either. Otherwise, it would have said that it had a discrete card. So that's no good either, really. $849 for a $1,700. Intel Arc graphics. Ooh. $849 for Intel Arc graphics? What the hell? Intel Arc is the new it's the new graphics card from Intel. I don't even know if that's discrete because technically it does have a Intel chip in it, right? So it is running where's the chip? Intel Ultra 7155H. What the hell is that? I have no clue what the hell that is. DDR5. Huh. Sounds like the GPU is halfway decent. I don't know if I'd go with an Intel Arc GPU though. Like that doesn't sound appealing to me. They haven't been in the market long enough to really be trustworthy yet, so I don't think I would go that direction either. Ugh, could have just farted again. Great. This is terrible. I'm living in danger zone here. Cody, I took you outside so you could go duty. You didn't have to duty in here. Cody got the gas. Cody got the gas. Cody got the gas. It's freaking awful too. God, it's like he keeps like hitting me with the what am I, a world boss, and you're trying to kill me with damage over time? It's terrible. Okay, it's terrible. Can't breathe. $170 laptop. That is dirt cheap. What do you get for $170? Call of the Duty. I see. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Soldered RAM, no extra slots available, no upgrades for your information. Wow. Okay. So you get what you get. 8 gigabytes is not enough RAM. It's not. You can't You can't run hardly anything off that these days. You need 16 minimum these days, if not even higher than 16 minimum. 256 gigabyte hard drive is like meh. You're not going to install very many things on that. It's a dirt cheap laptop, which would let you like do some Word or some internet browsing, but other than that, it's probably not going to be very good for just about anything. You might be able to watch Netflix on it. Touchscreen, a Core 7, 16 gigabytes. Office Depot. Integrated graphics, so no, that's pretty much off the table as well. A lot of garbage systems up here. That's quite a deal. 850 down to 329.99. 8 gigabytes of RAM. That's awful. Intel Iris Xe graphics, 250 nits. What the hell is that? I'm scared of some of these like integrated chips. These integrated chips are terrible. This guy says he did like ultimate optimizations, made sure no background things were running, like locked the FPS at 30, like put Elden Ring to the minimum essential graphics, and was able to get a solid 30 FPS out of that Intel Iris Xe graphics chip. So that's pretty much garbage. If you guys want solid 30 FPS, you guys are in luck. What's the minimum requirements for playing D2R? It's actually not bad at all. I played D2R on like a really crappy system a while back, and let me pull that up real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, here it is. Will it run?
Your father knows about.
Will it run? This was 3 years ago when Diablo 2 Resurrected was first launching. I tested this on a laptop which is exceedingly old. It was a. So these are the specs of it right here. This was a laptop from like 2014. Yeah, there it is right there. January 5th, 2014. It's a very old laptop. I wanted to see if I could get it to run on this like old but gaming laptop, and I mean with a 2 gigahertz dual core and a graphics card that barely even registers on discrete graphics card settings. Like it was an AMD Radeon R9 M275X with only 2 gigabytes of VRAM. It only had 12 gigabytes of 1600 DDR3, and it was running a Samsung 850 EVO. Just honestly, just was able to get it at like bare minimum graphics. But I mean, it doesn't really take much to play D2R, to be perfectly honest. Any of those systems that I talked about earlier would probably play Diablo 2 Resurrected. They wouldn't play a lot of other stuff, but they'd probably play D2R. Of course, I don't normally base, things on that, so. What is this? 27-inch Deco Gear 1440p, 144 hertz, HDR VA curved gaming monitor for 105. That seems like a pretty good deal. 144 hertz with a response time of 4 milliseconds. That's not bad at all. That is definitely not bad. What is where's that deal at? Deco Gear. Ugh. They got like a share button so I can share this with you guys. Will you stop popping up in like 18 million things? Holy Jesus. I'm pretty sure that all I need is like... God, look at this giant reference data. I'm pretty sure I don't need the reference data. Does it still work? Yes, it does. Okay, so if you guys want to check that out, that's a pretty good monitor. I don't know what brand Deco gear is, but looking at the stats of it, 144 hertz refresh rate with 1440p. If you're looking for a really good 1440p monitor, that seems like a pretty decent one to me. I'll do that link in the chat for you guys if you want to check it out. I usually like to go with the name brand monitors, but $105 for a 1440p 144 hertz isn't exactly terrible. 169 Asus Chromebook, so that's basically a tablet. What is this beastie looking thing? This looks like it might actually have some oomph to it. Acer Nitro 5, 15.6 inch screen. FHD means 1920 by 1080, so it's not going to go any higher than 1080p. It's got an RTX 4050, so anything with the 50 on the end is generally a old card that has been like re-engineered for a newer system or a newer generation. So this is most likely something like the 3060. I would gather, probably like beefed up just a tiny bit, and it's a laptop version. So you're talking about like a 3060, or maybe even a little bit worse than a 3060. Not the greatest, but it's still way better than integrated graphics. So there's that. 8 gigabytes of RAM has to be upgraded, so that's terrible. 512 gigabytes is okay. I mean, this is an okay laptop, but $600 is kind of expensive for an okay laptop. It looks like it was posted at $649 on Amazon at one point. So it's not even that big of a discount. It's only about $150 off. Only 8 gigabytes of RAM, exclamation point. Same price at BJ's online for 16 gigs of RAM. Nice. No bueno. There it is right there. Let's check that out. Sold out. So it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not a bad unit. It's not. Especially with a 4050. AAFES has the IPS 167 Hz 30 GB with the RTX 4060 for $799. That's a way better system. I'd be willing to pay the extra money for that. Asus Vivo book. The hell is that? Synology 2-bay disk station? Diskless? What the hell does that mean? It's a disk station. It's a hard drive caddy. So you put hard drives in it, and you use it for storing data. It's basically, I bought a couple of these one time, and they would just fry. Like the internal circuitry would fry on them. I think you'd probably better off just setting up your own like third-party style system where you could replace the parts. Not a system that's using third-party parts. There's a Dell laptop. I'm not even going to look at it. I don't like Dell laptops. They got too many security features and bunko stuff in them. I don't like the way they do business. I don't like them at all. I don't recommend them. I recommend avoiding Dell at all costs. AMD RDNA 850M graphics. What the hell even is that? Integrated. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Moving on. Ryzen 3. Woot. Logitech G Pro wireless mouse for League of Legends for $48. I don't like wireless. I hate to say it. I just don't like wireless. I saw a wire on the front of it. That's the only reason I even looked at it, because it had a wire on it. Look, right there. There's a wire in the picture. There was a wire in some of the other pictures too. Like, can't get it straight. I don't prefer wireless like mice and stuff like that. That does seem like a good deal for a wireless mouse, but I don't prefer wireless mice. There's too many unknowns. They disconnect, the battery dies. I don't like having to recharge the battery. It's a pain in my butt. Ace Magician Mini Desktop PC. Intel N100, 12 gigabytes of RAM, and a 256 gigabyte SSD. Huh. These mini PCs are actually pretty neat. Like, they're cheap, and they get the job done for what they're made for. Like, if they're made for a specific purpose, you know, they get the job done for that specific purpose. It's not like, you know, it's not like they're meant to be gaming PCs or anything, but like if I was just trying to buy like an office PC or something, and I just wanted something to get the job done, I'd probably go with one of these. These little mini PCs seem to be well worth it for just like an office PC. $35 DualSense controller for a PlayStation? Anybody looking for with skins? New QVC customers. Sony PC at PS5 DualSense wireless controller with skins. Voucher with free shipping and handling. Sleeve is junk, but a good price. $38 with taxes. Got the version with the charger. Great deal. I wonder if they're sold out already. $64.99. Says it's $35. $30. $35. Oh, it's you have to be a new QVC customer. Okay. So it's like a whole little deal where you get like a discount for signing up with QVC. I mean, that does seem like a pretty good deal, though. I don't know if anybody just really wants another DualSense controller. Maybe you already have a QVC account or something. I don't know. That does seem like a pretty good deal for a controller, though. Closing that, though. I don't have a PlayStation, so it doesn't do me any good. $200 Amazon gift card instantly upon approval of a Prime Visa. Oh, there's Zelda Tears of the Kingdom for $30. Was that Walmart? If anybody's trying to get Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, that's not bad. Is there any PS4 controllers? I don't know. I'm still looking through the list. Dang it, I lost my place. Dagnabbit. Yiggity biggity. Oh, what's this? A gaming PC? Ryzen 5 7600, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte hard drive. RX 7600. I'm assuming that's the graphics card. Yeah, about a $250 graphics card. Seems like an entry-level PC. I mean, the price seems okay for an entry-level PC. That's fine. Comes with a 1 terabyte hard drive. I mean, that's pretty decent. B&H photo. I don't know what the power supply is, but $769 might be a little expensive for this. I don't know. It's an entry-level PC. That's what I would call it. Not like top of the line or anything, but I mean, if you're just looking for a PC to play some games on, that'll probably play Diablo 2. It'll probably play Diablo 4. Like, you might have to lower the settings a little bit to get things running, but it'd be okay. $34-inch Xiaomi. It's a pretty big monitor. Doesn't seem like much of a discount. That's a pretty big discount. 27-inch Cooler Master, 1440p, 165 hertz IPS. Huh. 27's pretty big. 1440p is not bad either. Yay for the Grinch. Oh, it's an eBay. Okay. That's on eBay. What is this? $210 at BJ's for the Xbox Series S. That seems like a good deal. Allows the use of 2230M2 NVMe SSD for Xbox. No extra power needed. I'll bookmark that. It's kind of neat. What is that, BJ's Wholesale? I mean, I don't think I would go for this system at this point in time. I feel like we're getting pretty close to a revision in Xboxes, so it might be prudent if you don't have one already to just wait a little while for them to come out with the new system, which is probably coming sooner than we know. When was the Xbox Series X released? November 10th, 2020, so it's already been out for 4 years, close to 5 years. Like, moving on to 5 years, basically. Consoles usually last about 6, so we got about like 1 more year before we're looking at a revision. NZXT H Series H7 Elite ATX Mid-Tower Chassis. I love PC cases. Looks like a pretty solid PC case. Yeah. Big old fans in the front. No slots for CD-ROM drives, because who needs CD-ROM drives these days? Nobody runs CD-ROM drives in computers anymore. So it's $80. And you get $10 credit for Amazon gift card? What? That's on Amazon? Yeah, that's on Amazon. I'll shoot you guys a link to that if you're looking to build some cases. Sorry, I don't know if any of my personal information is going to pop up, so I'm trying not to have any of that pull on the screen. Not that it hasn't happened before. Yeah, they got a box set of The Office. You want some Office box set? That's on Amazon, apparently. Samsung 27-inch Essential. What is this? $109. Essential monitor. What does that mean? 1080p? 100 hertz? What the hell weird hertz no mode is that? It's a 1080p 100 hertz monitor. I'm pretty sure those ones we saw earlier were better, although this is a Samsung model. Although something about the Essential tag on this makes me think that this is like a bottom dollar Samsung model or something. TikTok shop, $44 PlayStation DualSense wireless controller on the TikTok shop. 1 terabyte 990 Evo for $60. That seems pretty darn good. What is that, BJ's? Is that what it's called? BJ's? I think I have an account with BJ's. I have a card. It's BJ's Wholesale Club. Black Friday deals. There we go. Let's take a look at their Black Friday deals. Soundbar, TVs, 58-inch 4K Ultra Roku TV for $199. They're Westinghouse. Westinghouse is a very bad brand. Sansui, LG, C Price in cart. Apple iPad Pro 256 gigabytes standard. With standard glass. What the hell? Acer Nitro 144 hertz gaming laptop. We were literally just looking at that earlier, weren't we? Yeah, this is the 450. Yep. With the RTX 450. That's not a bad system. Like, it's not bad. I mean, I'm not really like a big super fan of laptops, but it does seem like a pretty decent laptop. That's the camera resolution is only 720p. That's kind of crappy. I will be when PoE2 comes out. We were like doing a whole live stream earlier where we were going over all the stuff. We've been talking about PoE for like 4 hours. I finally just started hopping over to see what sales they got running. I forgot it was Black Friday, and then somebody was like, hey, I can't believe it's Black Friday. They got any deals? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to look for deals. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot. Forgot about the deals. There's deals. I forgot the deals. There's deals. What about deals? I got deals. Do you guys want some deals? Deals. I got some cheap little jacks in here now. Vizio 40-inch for $129. That's a pretty decent little price right there. If you're just looking for a TV for like a, a bedroom, like a bedroom TV. Something you can put close to your face, your ugly face. $899 for an Acer Nitro. Stats look good. MSI Katana, $899. RTX 4060 also looks pretty decent. That's a decent gaming laptop. That's a decent gaming laptop. Good price too. This one's even better. This one's way better. The Acer Predator Helios for $1399. It's got a 4070, which is way better than a 4060 anyway. Looks like it's running a much better CPU, and it's got a better video. It's got a better actual like monitor on top of that. I don't know. I'm not even sure I really want to buy anything. I'm just looking. You never know, you might see something like really good in there. Samsung Galaxy 10.9 tablets, watches, monitors. I got safes. $99 for a Fortress Medium. I want a Fortress Medium. Can I get a Fortress Medium? Wow, there's a lot of pages in this ad sheet. I just realized I'm only at page 19 out of 20, or 19 out of 60. Little retro mini fridge. Mattresses. Berkeley Jensen Warwick mattress. Queen $249. Full $199. I think Woogie needs a new mattress. Might have to swing by there and take a look. What was that? Alright, meh. Meh. Deals you may have missed. Microsoft Xbox Wireless Controller Ghost Cipher Special Edition. That looks cool. Why does it look so cool? Okay, I'm just you know, just get out of my face. I'm trying to look at the picture. What the hell? It's a see-through Xbox controller. Ghost Cipher. It's freaking cool looking. It's got like gold D-pad on it. 45 bucks. That one's on what, Lenovo? Why does Lenovo have a Xbox controller? Seems a little weird. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Dash cam, a 2 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe solid state for 85 bucks. I don't know if that's really very cheap. Solid states have been getting cheaper and cheaper, it feels like. Anker USB-C 100 watt wall charger. Ooh. $29.99. I love the Anker chargers. These things are great. They charge multiple devices. They not only do they charge multiple devices, but they also put out a lot of power. They can charge your cell phone in like no time flat. Like this beats any of those little cheapy like 7-Eleven chargers that you've purchased, hands down. Like it's not even a competition. It puts out way more power. It's got three slots. It's got what, 2 USB-C and 1 IQ power. And if you run USB-C to USB-C, like it can even charge your laptop. Like that's how powerful this is. It can charge your laptop for 30 bucks. And Anker is a good brand. I think I'm gonna have to add that to my wish list for later. I'll put that over here. That might be something that I pick up just so I can get another really good charger in the house. It's good to have my phone charge quickly. I'm tired of sitting there waiting for it. I remember I brought it to work one time and somebody told me they were going to steal it, and I'm like, why are you going to steal my charger? And they said, well, it charged my phone in like 10 minutes. I was like, they're like, you don't understand. It was at like 1%, and it went from like 1% to 100 in like 10 minutes. And I'm like, well, that's crazy. That's really cool looking. A docking station? Anker 10-in-1 aluminum docking station and monitor stand. What does it got on it? Audio jack, micro USB slot, USB-A 2.0, USB-A, I guess that's a 3.0, a USB-C, and a 100-watt power delivery USB-C that can charge a laptop. Okay. That's kind of crazy. And how much is that for? $100? I mean, you basically just put that underneath your monitor. And, you know, you can have all your little connections there, your audio jack. I'm assuming it plugs into the actual desktop itself or your laptop, for instance. Just gives you a bunch of connections right there at your monitor. That's kind of cool. I do kind of like that. What else do we got on here? NVMe enclosure. Does it come with an NVMe? It's a whole, like, what is that? $50? Yeah, a whole $50 off of a Radeon RX 7900 GRE. Yeah, hit the dude, Jake. What Tomac said. What's up, Tomac? So there you go. There's a comparison for you. So that Anker that I just showed you earlier has 3 ports, one USB-A and 2 USB-C, and it was capable of 100 watts. This is a little crappy Amazon Basics. It's $13, $13, and it only has 1 port, and it's not even 100 watts. So for a tiny bit more, you can get one that's actually decent. $375 for a PlayStation 5 Slim. That's at Best Buy. Just taking a look at Black Friday sales. Bad GGM bad. You're supposed to be pushing your merchant subscription on Black Friday, not QVC and Amazon. I'll learn you something good. I mean, I'm not pushing other people's stuff. I'm actually just trying to help you guys out, like looking through here, pointing out bad deals. Like, I don't want you guys to get ripped off. Black Friday is like a bunch of landmines a lot of the times. You gotta know which deals are crap and which deals are good. Boom, 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 boom. Samsung Odyssey G5 2K monitor for $200. What's the size on that thing? I don't know what the size is on that. .32 inch? Well, 32 inch sounds good. You could always Google it though if you're interested to see whether you got a good deal. So if you guys are curious, like he said, he got a Samsung Odyssey. What is it? G5 32-inch. Alright, so then we just do this, right? And then you just type in price history after it. And you can get a price history of like the last sales for it. So here it is right here. And looks like it's stayed pretty high at 560. So 550, 550, 404, 379, 514, 349. So it's been pretty steady at a high price for quite some time. Let's take a look at another website. Let's check this one. Camel. You guys getting overloaded? 249. You said you got it for 200. Oh, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. Checking to see if you are human. Yo mom's a hoe. I hate when it does this. Sometimes it just gets stuck in a loop and it just never stops. Okay, alright, just do stupid stuff then. Who needs to talk to you? Anyway, judging by what I saw, it looks like $200 is a really good deal for that. You want to share where you got it from, Noir, and I can share it with the group? I'll make you a temporary moderator to the channel so you can share your link. There you go. You are now a temporary moderator so you can share your link with the group. That's a pretty good deal. It's a nice monitor. 32 inches is pretty big. And Samsung Odyssey series is a pretty nice series. Samsung Odyssey for $229, 34-inch. You got the 32? This is the 34. Interesting. Apparently it's a deal at Walmart. So this is a slightly larger version of the same one that you got. This is 4K. It's actually really nice. 165 hertz. That is beautiful. I kind of want to get me one of those. I could use another monitor. 34 inches is pretty big, too. I wonder if that even fit on my desk. The deal is at Walmart. It says $548. It doesn't say $229. So what's the deal? I don't get it. There you go. Here's Noir's link. Let me copy that. This is Noir said he got one that's 200 for the 32-inch model, so that's a pretty good deal. I'm gonna copy and paste that one here real quick. Let's take a look at the 32-inch model. Yeah, $199. Wow, that's really good. So now that we got the exact model number, let's search the exact model number real quick. And we'll go price history. So yeah, this one's not gone lower than 349, like in the past, according to what a lot of these websites are saying. I think this is the cheapest it's been. It's usually around 389. It's not curved, right? This is not a curved model, because a lot of the Samsungs are curved. I think this one, the one that I just pulled up, the Odyssey, yeah, this one's a curved model. It's funny, because I actually have two Samsung monitors, one here and one here. Two Samsung monitors, and I think they're both Odysseys, but they're not, like, 4K models. It is the curved model. It doesn't show the curve on it in the pictures. It doesn't really matter anyway. I think I prefer the non-curved models. Looks like it's a pretty good unit. 200 is really cheap too. I mean, it is. It's super cheap. I'm gonna bookmark this, even though it's probably gonna be gone by the time I come back to it. I'm interested also in this 229 one at Walmart, but when I click on the link, it doesn't show up the 229 one at Walmart. Like, it shows $548. Why is it showing $548? Only 5 left? Don't be me and buy 4K monitors. I think I like 4K monitors, but also at the same time, I also don't like them as well. It's kind of like a mix for me. Some people are saying this monitor doesn't really give true HDR. Something about, like, most HDR content is mastered for 1000 nits. I don't know what that means. Apparently this monitor is only around 350 nits, so it's not, like, even half of what you would need for, like, HDR. But that doesn't really matter. That only matters if you want to play, like, HDR content. High dynamic range. Alright, I'm gonna hang on to this one too. And I think we're gonna close this one. I don't really care. 32 inches is really big though. I'm so curious if I can even fit that on my freaking desk here. Acer. A 10 terabyte hard drive for $448. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's refresh this, because a lot of the times with this stuff, people will add more deals. So this is actually like interactable. Like, you can go on here and you can add a deal, and then people will, like, vote and comment on the deals that you've added. So I'm gonna refresh this, and we'll see what else has been added. AYN Odin Retro Emulation Handheld? What? I wonder if they've got any deals on those little handhelds. 34-inch LG ultra wide, 160 hertz. Multimonitorcalculator.com is great. 3 1440p OLEDs. I think 1440p is really nice. AMD FreeSync. This one's not bad either. Like, it's not terrible. It's a 34-inch. It's a little bit bigger. It's curved. I mean, this is a Staples deal, apparently. I'll link this one for you guys, too. God, that's all this extra crap. Like, I know this stuff is not necessary. Like, it's not... This stuff is not necessary. I can't find the reference ID part of it, though. Where is the reference ID part so I can delete this? Ugh. I'm pretty sure all I gotta do is grab that, I think. I think that's all I need to grab. The stupid reference IDs. Yes, that was all I needed to grab. Okay. If you guys want to take a look at that one. I think 1440p is better than 4K, you're right. But at the same time, any monitor that has 4K can go down to 1440p, so it's not like it's that big of a hassle. Native monitor resolutions are sometimes a big deal, but it's not necessarily that bad. I wonder if they got any of those like handhelds on sale. And they got monitors on sale all over the place. I love it. It's a good day for getting yourself some new monitors. It is a good day. You gotta get rid of bees. You better be nice to them bees. We're gonna be dead without them. Don't be mean to the bees, my friend, 'cause the bees keep us alive. Don't be mean to the bees, my friend, 'cause the bees keep us alive. They pollinate the flowers and buzz, 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 and they fly around with the huff, huff, huff. And them little bees give us a bunch of food. Corn and peas and everything. Strawberries that you sing. Come on down for potatoes. We got lots of things with toes. Bees, 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 bees. Be nice to the bees. 'Cause the bees give us everything. They even feed the cows. Bees, bees, all them bees. Be nice to the bees. Bees, 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 bees. Be nice to the bees. I need a new mouse. I do need a new mouse. I was actually thinking about grabbing a mouse. What's this G502? A G502 at Herman Miller for $40. I mean, I wouldn't say you wasted money on 4K monitors. They're still very good monitors. You can sell them off to other people, too. I liken 4K versus 1440p to be a very similar argument that was made a while back with supply lines. So in the army, in the military, if you are at war with your enemy, if you attack your enemy, your supply lines get longer. Okay? And if you defend your territory, your supply lines get shorter. This means that there's an advantage to pulling back, because pulling back means that you obviously shorten your supply lines. You make sure that you can keep everything running easier. 4K is like overextending. 4K is like attacking your enemy. Your supply lines get longer and all of your resources get stretched. Whereas 1440p is more like defending your own territory, where your supply lines get shorter and your resources are more concentrated, which means that your computer can do a better job rendering and creating stuff for 1440p than it can for 4K. So in general, like if you're looking at just simply that part of things, 1440p is always going to be better. Then there's like the visual like difference, like how good is 4K versus 1440p visually, right? Well, 1440p is pretty darn crisp. And yes, 4K is good too, but like, is the difference between 1440p and 4K that big of a difference to you know, like indicate that you would go in that direction? And the answer is actually a lot of the times no. 1440p and 4K are pretty close together visually. And so you're usually just like wasting resources. And if you have like a beast of a computer that can handle 4K no problem anyway, then it doesn't really matter. But you also have to remember that if your beast of a computer can handle 4K fine, then it's going to handle 1440p even better. So when he says wasting on 4K monitors, it's not really... I mean, anybody can go into the settings and reduce your settings to 1440p. So that's also very important. So if you wanted to at any point, you could of course go into your settings, and as an example, you could go to your display settings and you could change the resolution of your monitor down to 1440p or whatever it is that you want. So like for instance, this is my monitor I'm using right now. And as you can see, it's currently set to 1380 by 2160. I could always bring this down to 1440p, which is 2560 by 1440. That's where the 1440p comes from. So I can always reduce the resolution of my monitor, and that's not an issue. The main issue comes into play the other way around, which is you're never going to be able to upgrade the resolution of a monitor that's not capable of 4K, which is one of the reasons why I like to still go with 4K monitors if possible. Because that way I have the option of changing between the resolutions, whereas if you go with a 1440p monitor, you no longer have the option to change. You are now stuck at 1440p or lower, whereas the 4K monitor is stuck at 4K or lower. And you know, eventually when they come out with 8K monitors or whatever, eventually we'll be stuck at 8K monitors. This is wireless. I don't want wireless. FU, big old FU to the wireless mices. I preferred wired mices all day long. Wired mices. Always the wired mice, never the wireless. See, another wired mice. Poopies. That's how I feel about wireless mouse. I'm streaming on 1440p. How does the stream look? Does it look crisp? I always thought my 1440p streams looked pretty good. I don't stream 4K. It's a waste of resources. And 1080p 60 just doesn't have that same crisp feeling that 1440p does. It just doesn't feel as good. Gotta have a mouse with a tail. That's right. No tail, no mouse. There's another wireless mouse. Poopies. Another wireless mouse. You know why all the wireless mice are on sale? Because the wireless mice are the ones that nobody wants. That's why. Nobody wants the stupid wireless mouse. Anybody who's a serious gamer doesn't use a wireless mouse. They die too much. They're harder to use. They frickin' fall off your table and get lost. So it's a whole thing. Nobody likes them stupid things. Oh, hello, Turdinator. My Turdinator. My Turdinator has a first name, it's Turdinator. My Turdinator has a second name, it's Turdinator. My Turdinator has a third name, it's Turdinator. My Turdinator has a seventh name, it's definitely still Turdinator. Gotta empty out his dustbin. He's struggling to get back to his charging port. See, his light's orange because he's dying, and he's trying to find his charging port. Your phone is trash. Well, that's terrible. What am I bothering to stream in 1440p if your phone's trash? Oh, Wind Fury, thanks for this resub, man. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. You see what Logitech is up to? They want us to get subscriptions for a mouse? What? Oh, Logitech. Why you do this, me? Why you do this, me? Why you do this me? Let me try typing in. Let's try typing in handheld. Oh, handheld vacuum? No, that's not what I was looking for. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see if they had any discounts on like the ROG Ally, the Lenovo Legion, etc. It'd be kind of neat if they had some of that stuff on sale. I don't know if any of those are on sale though. Lenovo Legion, $473. What's the other one? The ROG Ally? ROG Ally, $700. Oof. MSI handheld claw, $441. Steam Deck, $336.75. Huh. Let's sort by newest. $473 on Amazon. That seems to be the lowest. What about let's try mouse. Razer Viper V2 Pro lightweight wireless optical gaming mouse. 80 hours of battery life. Of course it's wireless. It never, it's like the only ones that are on sale are wireless, wired. NZXT Lift 2. $19. That's probably like the cheapest mouse ever. Razer Mamba Elite wired gaming mouse. Not really a big fan of the Razers. I mean, to be fair, I haven't tried out like every single Razer, and sometimes I probably get the cheaper ones, but it's a $60 mouse that's normally that's $29.99. Deal at Woot. What the hell is Woot? Woot, an Amazon company. If it's an Amazon company, why isn't it on Amazon? Hmm. 50 million clicks, huh? What does it got for buttons? It's got 2 side buttons. I like 2 side buttons. It's got scroll wheel. It's got 2 top buttons. Those are nice. I like the 2 top buttons. I mean, it's not bad. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's the same mouse I currently have. Not a bad mouse. Yeah, maybe I'll pick it up then. Seems like a good deal. I have no idea what this freaking thing is. Cannot find your account with that email address. What the frickin' hell? What the hell is Woot anyway? I don't even understand. If it's an Amazon gaming company, like why is it not just on Amazon? Why do I have to go to a separate website for it? That seems weird. It's on Amazon for $49.99. It's on this website for $29.99. That doesn't make any sense. It's on Black Friday deal here too. 46% off, $49. Is this not the same mouse? It might not even be the same mouse. Looks like the same mouse. Shaking your head? What are you shaking your head? Don't shake your head. Shake, 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 shake your booty. Shake your booty hard. Shake, shake, shake your booty. Shake your booty hard. I have no idea what woot.com is. Okay, well, I guess it is real. I guess there's that. It's real. I guess I have to sign up for an account, though, because it's not technically Amazon? It doesn't make any sense. I don't have a Woot account. Wooter? What the frickin' hell is this craziness? This website is crazy looking. I don't even understand. They gave me an automated username and I was like Wooter number 08774463211185. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, is that, what, can I buy it? I'm so scared. I'm so scared. This is the weirdest website I've ever been on. Did I order it? Did I do it? I did it. Okay. That is weird. Alrighty then. $29.99 for a mouse. I did it. I did it, guys. I did it. Here, I'll shoot you guys the link in case you want to pick up the mouse too. That seems like a pretty good mouse. $29 is a pretty good price for like a gaming quality mouse. It's this. I looked it up. Apparently, this Woot whatever it is actually affiliated with Amazon. So I don't understand what the hell is going on with them. But that's a good deal. That's a good deal. I grabbed it. I need a new mouse anyway. My mouse is currently just like completely busted. I don't even know how to explain it. Let me explain this in a way that makes sense. Okay, you see the mouse? See, I'm not touching anything. All right, watch this. Just the slightest tap on my mouse causes my mouse to like click the screen. That's how bad my mouse is right now. It's so stupid. And this is like not the only bad thing that it's doing right now. I mean, it still technically works, like in the technicalist term of things, but like I desperately needed a new mouse, so that was definitely something I needed to take care of. And that's a pretty good deal. That's $29 for a pretty decent gaming mouse. Hopefully it'll be better than mine. I'll wear that thing out too. God, man, my freaking mice. I wear mice out like crazy. Alright, let's get back to playing some Diablo 2. I think I looked at enough deals. I might have to pick up that monitor. I don't know. Maybe. That's a pretty good monitor. Unless anybody sees some, like, really sexy 1440p ones. Do they got, like, some OLED? You know what? See, now I want to look. Now I want to look. I want to look and see if they got any, like really nice 1440p OLED. Like 1440p OLEDs. I bet you there's probably, like, a really good 1440p OLED. OLEDs are beautiful. They're such beautiful monitors. Newest. That one's expired. L's 45 inches. What the frickin' 45 inches? It's an $854 145 inch monitor. What the heck? It's OLED too. I bet you that thing's glorious. I'd have to mount that on the wall. I'd be looking up like this. I'd be like, alright guys. $854 is a lot of dollars though. That's a lot of doll hairs. Apparently it's normally $16.99.99. Sometimes goes on sale for $1,000. That is an OLED though. That is a beautiful OLED. Uh, 34-inch, 27-inch Asus ROG Strix, 240 hertz. Wow, that's really nice. OLED gaming monitor, $549 plus free shipping. 1440p, 240 hertz OLED. That looks beautiful. An Asus ROG Strix. What are the comments on this thing? No HDMI 2.0, huh? I'm reading an article on this monitor right now. It looks like a 9.5 to me. Why doesn't this have 2.1? 500 plus and no HDMI 2.1? Extremely bright. I had to turn down the contrast, that brightness a little. Where they sell X display models? I don't know. Display models you usually don't want because they get burn-in really bad. They start getting really bad burn-in. It's usually not something that you want to approach. 34-inch Odyssey OLED. What is this one? This one's only $4.99. It's not as bad. Dynamic contrast, DisplayPort 1.4A. This is the one I've been waiting for. The 240 hertz OLED 2K under 500. No way we see anything this quality that's 4K under $600 on BF, right? 271 QPX is very similar to the 271 QRX in the review, except the 271 QPX lacks the USB-A ports and only delivers 15 watts of power over USB-C. The 271 QPX response time is slower, but still a very great 240 hertz monitor. Scratch and dent sores. Scratch and dent. Dent and scratch. Is this a Newegg? Oh, it's a Newegg deal. I haven't bought anything from Newegg in ages. Oh man, I used to be like a... Wow, they got a freaking 360 hertz on here. It's not even that much more. It's like the same freaking monitor with like just a little bit... The hell? 360 hertz is a lot of hertz. That hurts. 360. I don't even think I could push 360 hertz. It's beautiful though. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that as a YouTuber I pick up for, you know, because I like upgrades for my systems, so I can get some good quality doojinks. I currently have 3 monitors though. I've got 1, a 2, and 3. This one's only a 1920 by 1080, but I like the 1920 by 1080 for reading stuff. I might have to get some mounts or something. A 4th monitor actually might not be like a bad idea. I hate to say it. It's like a real big one up here or something. It's like a monster chongus monitor. I don't know. This is not really a monster monitor though. It's only a 27-incher. Pretty sure it's the same size as the one I'm using right now. That's a pretty good deal though, $4.99. That's not bad at all. For an OLED. The OLEDs just are so beautiful. If you guys haven't seen an OLED, I can't explain it to you. There's no really way to like get that across. Let me go ahead and copy paste this one if you guys are interested in that. If you're looking for a 1440p OLED. I really doubt that like you're gonna find a 4K OLED under like $600. It's not even gonna be close. Uh-oh, I got Tomac interested. I got him! Done. Yeah. I could shop Black Friday deals all day. EXP shrines for days, boys. Give me that mana pop. Haha, die. Die. Everybody die. Super die. Cody farted again. I'm gaining poison immunity from Cody's farts. Keeps poisoning me. It's rude. I was thinking about Monk. That was my first initial knee-jerk reaction. But I also am really interested in trying out the Mercenary. I think the Mercenary is going to be amazing. Not a big Sorceress person, but even the Sorceress kind of looks good. Sorceress looks enticing. Refresh your soul. Deep within the bowels of the earth. Deep within the dawn of time. Small charm. The smallest of charm. A charm so small. I want my 2-bit skill point. I want my skill point. Rather man, you better get here. I'm gonna take my points from your beard and then I'll cut your body up without fear. Yeah, die. Gimme. Skill point. Oh, touch it. Charge, charge. Charge, 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 charge. How much I do per charge track? 144? Charge, 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 charge. Charge, charge. Charge, 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 charge. Charge, 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 charge. Gimme, Kim.
I can't carry anymore.
You can't carry anymore. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Do you get Mercenaries only if you have the DLC? Yeah, the Mercenaries are DLC content. There's a lot of stuff that's DLC. It's, well, not DLC. It's expansion. It's an expansion. Let's not use those silly baby terms. Expansions are full-featured bonuses to the game that encompass a large variety of changes within the game. And yes, the Diablo 4 expansion is including things like Mercenaries, runes, some of the new areas and some of the new zones and new things. I mean, it's no different than Diablo 2. When Diablo 2 had its first expansion, Diablo 2 also similarly had a large amount of content which was locked behind the DLC, or the expansion, rather. I just said let's not use the expansion term, or the DLC term. The expansion is required to get access to the majority of that content. Yes, Salah Adin.
Good day.
1 point into Plague Javelin you see, so I can get closer to Lightning Fury. Alright, time to go. Let's go. Stabbing everything in the wilderness. Sand between my toes as I take a piss. Demons everywhere. Undead in my hair. But I still gotta stop and take a poo. It's just too much. Evil cats are throwing spears. Vulture demons without fears. Lots of monsters with my beers. Dead corpses in the sand. Spear cats going down with my hand. That's right. Suck it. Dead end. I recognize the tile set. Why are you guys in my way? Do you not know? Do you not know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man who lives on Mulberry Lane? Do you not know the Muffin? Punks. Punk, 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 punk. I hate the vultures. I used to absolutely hate the vultures back in like the classic version of the game. I'd be chasing them around on my Zealer trying to kill them and they'd always be flying away. It made me so angry. Sounds better than Llama's call to arms. Sinfester the Dead. The Aussie Navy will take me back home? What are you guys talking about? Oh, I don't even got a cube yet. I gotta go find my cube. I need a cube. Not a boob. I need a cube. Another point into charge strike. Unlimited charge strike. Yeah, the instruments and the drums going in your head. Nice, nice. This is the way. Stomp, stomp, stab, 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 stabbing everything. Stab, 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 stab. Yes, Cody. I see you sniffing everything. Is there something that you want? Do you need snackums or something? What is it that you desire, my son? What is it that you desire, my Kubus? Because I'll make you a deal if you stop farting. He said, I can't promise that I won't stop farting. That is not a promise that I can make. You got the mud butt? You got the mud butt today? You got the mud butt? The mud butt. He said, yeah, I got the mud butt. You're coming out both ends. Cody, what's the matter? I've taken you out like 18 times today. Because you got Dudus in your Pootus. I don't know what you want from me. You got too much Dudus in your Pootus, and no. That's too much. Too much Dudus and too much Pootus. Don't look at me like that with your little side eye. Give me the bombastic side eye. Don't give me the bombastic side eye. You said, what the butt I good at the bombastic? The bombastic side eye, don't give bombastic. I still got some of my mint chocolate orange. Comes in like orange slices. What's up, Ice Grill? That's right. Mr. Bombastic, semi-fantastic. Gonna kick you in your Mr. Roll. Goku's hair has always been wild. A skull cap. There you go. Don't ever say I didn't give you nothing. Never say I ain't give you nothing, cause I ain't give you something. Okay? Or never say I never give you nothing. Demons. Demons. Demons and buttholes. Demons. Demons. Demons, 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 demons. Bus farted last night, it was so stanky. Can't believe how bad it was janky. Gonna hit him in the toe, let him fracking know. But it's stanky so bad, making tears run down. I don't even know what is going on. Tears in my eyes, it's up my toe. Goobus monster dog be farting all night long and be a tartin'. I don't know what to say, cause he's just doing it anyway. He said I'm gonna fart I'm gonna fart all day. You cannot tell me, and I won't take no pay. And you gonna cry all day with tears running down your face, and that is gonna be the end. It's gonna be the one, my friend. I'll take your life with a fart, and it's gonna be a lot. Cause we're gonna take you down to the devil in town, and he's gonna say, my lord, damn farts is atrocious. Oh, you thought that I was done? Kuba's coming round for run number 2. We're farting again. Gonna take him down and ran. Hit him in the face with farts every single. Oh, man. Kuba's the monster dog, gonna fart again a log. Everywhere you see a log, he's a got a monster dog. Get off me, suckers. Thank you, Novo. I'm just going with the beat. I actually want to turn down the game a little bit so I can hear the music better. Black Friday deals going off left and right. Don't know which ones are wrong or right, cause there's the fake ones everywhere where they put their prices high and they be coming down and telling you a lie. And then there's good ones too that everyone sees and they sold out in minutes just like fleas. And then when you going around to the internet to get one of those fancy deals on the tit, and you can't find nothing cause they all gone. And the good deals, they just like singing a song, and when it's over you wish there was more, but you ain't gonna get nothing that's out the door. Told my wife that I got a slick deal, and she said, honey, that's not even a steal. It was $5.99 yesterday, my friend, and you picked it up for $100 more, and you got ripped off at the door cause you stupid. Didn't look on the web for the history of prices coming down every day. And yeah, looking at the prices without fear. So you got ripped off on Black Friday. They sold you a bill of goods, it's so way. You better go back to that store and get your money back, honey, cause it ain't no good. It's not my fault that they changed the price, and they said it was 1,000, but it wasn't that high. They fooled me with their tricks and their lies, and I went on to the website with the tries, and I bought what I thought was a really good deal, but they told me a lie, and that doesn't feel very good, my friend. It's a pretty sucky, huh? Don't wanna fall for the fake deals, hun. Black Friday blues coming down in twos. Don't take a look at the prices in the suits. Take a look at the slickdeals.com and you can get yourself something really quite fun. Cody just grumbled at me. Now it's Cody's turn. Cody said, I don't like it when you singing them songs. I think that you doing me dirty and wrong. Why don't you pay attention to me, son? I just wanna play with the huns, and we gonna go downtown and play with the ball. Give me some treats, and that's not all. We gonna go for a ride in the car. Down to the Taco Bell, it's not far. He's listening to every word I'm saying. He's looking at me. He's like, I heard some words in there. Alligator swimming in the pond you see, and he bited everybody with his big old teeth. And I don't know what to tell you, 'cause the alligator's mean. I wish I could show you guys his face. He's looking at me like, wait a minute, I know these words. I know these words that he's saying. He's saying some words I know. All the gems and keystones discovered so far. It'll be interesting to go over those. Oh, he knows some Taco Bell. He knows all about stuff. You guys want to see him react to words? It's funny. Cody. Come here. Come here, Boogus. I give you some peanut butter pretzels. You're going to get paid for your time, okay? You're going to be paid for your time. Come on. Come on. Come on, you're going to be paid for your time. Come on. Okay, we got some of them there. And there's another one there. Okay, there's another one there. Okay, you got 3 peanut butter things, okay? And we're gonna show them how you like words. Okay, you ready? Cody, do you know Taco Bell? Cody, do you know go? Cody, do you Hold on. We's not done. Get your little booty cheeks back up here. Come on. We's not done. You gotta do the words. Okay, Cody, do you like snacks? Do you like snacks? Cody, do you like to eat? Cody, do you like peanut butter pretzels? Do you like peanut butter pretzels? Do you like those? Cody, do you like going for a ride? Cody, do you like Taco Bell? Cody, do you like Wendy's? Goldfish. You can have some of these peanut butter doojags. So go ahead and reach your hand in and grab some, Tomac. All right, just reach it in there. Just get some. There's some good ones with a lot of salt on them. Just get what you need. Just go ahead and grab. Just grab what you need. Just get a grab. Go ahead and get in there. Get in there and grab. There's some good ones in there. Look. There's some good doojanks in there. Look, I see that one's open. That's got the peanut butter sticking out. Those are real good too. Don't get that one with no salt though. That one's not good. I give the ones with no salt to Cody. There's a good salt one in the back. Grab that one. Let's grab that one right there in the back. Okay, you got some? I hope you got some. I got some too. They're delicious. Oh, there's a freaking maggot layer back there. I gotta go back there. All these weird emails I get. What the hell is this? MILX Solution. Creators Financial Hub. What the hell is that? Looks fake. Oh, I know. Look up. They usually are phishing attempts, Novo. They usually are. 99 times out of 100. I play with them sometimes. I have many ways to check if they're real as well. It's a whole process. I think I already vetted that guy and determined that it was fake. The email address was wrong. The domain for the email address was wrong. One of the simplest ways that I can check is to just simply verify that the domain on the email address is actually correct. And 9 times out of 10, it's, or 99 times out of 100, it's not right. The domain is usually the first failure point. How was the Black Friday rush? Oh, it was all right. I mean, I wasn't there during the rush. I was out before the store opened. I just came in, did my work, and left. Oh, you're asking me how I can tell? Well, first off, usually just check and make sure that they're actually on the right domain, which 9 times out of 10 they're not. Also check to make sure they're not redirecting from the domain. So a lot of the times, like when you get an email from somebody, it'll say like reply to, so they can set up a reply to, which is really weird. So like they'll send you an email from what seems like an official email address, but then when you reply to the email address, you're not replying to that official email address. So that's also a big like red flag, is if they have a reply to address and the reply to address is wrong. There's also a couple other ways that you can potentially like check, and I mean, I go over them. Sometimes I even go through the process of like letting them send me their promo material, and I always look at the promo material and I can clearly see that it's like freaking virused up like to freaking high hilt. One of the easiest ways to check is if they send you exe files or src files, which are screensaver files. Those are like dead giveaways. There's just so many different ways you can tell. Not a single one of them has ever gotten by me. I laugh at them a lot of the times. I'm like, you didn't actually expect me to install your virus, did you? It's funny too because they'll use a lot of keywords, which is another big red flag, which is they'll say things like, they'll send you files, like, you know, like the video files that you need to do like the promo work. They'll be like, oh, sending you the promo video now, you know, be sure to open it on PC because it works best on PC, right? Red flag right there. Because, you know why? Because most phones, for the most part, are relatively safe from viruses because of the way that they're structured. Because you can't really edit much without permissions, and the permissions are basically locked behind the bootloader, and unless you unlock the bootloader, there's pretty much no way for them to get access to your phone. There are some, like, very sophisticated ways, but for the most part, like, nobody's getting access to your phone just by installing an app. Because you don't even have full access to your phone. That's the way that the phones are designed. So when they send you a virus, they don't want you to open it up on your phone because your phone isn't hackable. They want you to open it up on your PC because that's what's hackable. And so that's another big red flag right away, is that if they mention anything about like making sure to open it up on your computer, you know, make sure you open it up on your PC. You know, that's like a really big red flag too. It's one of the reasons why I like to open up their stuff on my phone, because I know that my phone just generally doesn't get affected by a lot of the crap that they're sending. There's more to it than that, but like ever since I started a YouTube channel, man, I get more freaking like phishing attempts. They just want to steal my YouTube channel, basically. That's what they want. And if I mess up, guess what? I lose my YouTube channel. What's up, Silveraku? Yes, Cody. What is the madams? Did you want another peanut butter pretzel? Would you like another peanut butter pretzel? I got lots of peanut butter pretzels. There's another peanut butter pretzel, and there's another peanut butter pretzel. He said, oh no, you drop it. I just get it, don't worry. Peanut butter pretzels all day long. Peanut butter pretzels and we're singing a song. They got a good crunch and a gooey inside. Peanut butter pretzels, they are the ride. Gonna take them down to the beach and eat my pedal bar peanut butter pretzels in the sand. Gonna take them over down to the laundry stand and eat my peanut butter pretzels on that land. Peanut butter pretzels, peanut butter, yeah. Peanut butter pretzels, they taste really good. Got a big barrel of peanut butter pretzels. 52 peanut butter pretzel pick 'em ups. Poopies. Listen to my pretzels, listen to them sing. Listen to my pretzels, they singing in the rain. Peanut butter pretzels, everywhere you go. A peanut butter pretzels in the show. Gotta pick new ones with real nice salt, cause the ones without the salt suck really bad. Get the ones with no salt and Cody. What's up, Matthias? Let's check out his website real quick. Harleytron said on PoE2 DB. PoE2 DB. Every PoE2 keystone on the passive skill tree, location and mechanic breakdown. So much to go over. Alright, alright, hold on. Oh yeah, Xbox pre-download was on 11/27. I already did all the support gems. I looked at those earlier. I could just browse through. That'd be nice. Where is that at? Mechanism, axe, gems. Gems? Let's look at the gems. Oh, Lord. So many gem-a-lambs. Got the gem, so many gem-a-lambs. All the gem-a-lambs. So many freaking gem-a-lambs. This is not what I'm looking for at all. Like, where's the list of just like what the gems do? This is so basic. I'm so confused. I already looked at all the skill gems. Well, no, I looked at all the support gems. Never mind, not the skill gems. Cody's being a butt face. Butt face, Cody, butt face, Cody. Cody's on butt face, Cody. These are support gems. So this isn't really what I was looking for. I already did all the support gems earlier. Skill gems. Yes. Yeah, we can go over all these. That sounds like fun. Let's do it. Ancestral Warrior Totem. One-handed mace, two-handed mace. Totem duration 8 seconds. Limit 1 totem. Totem base attack time is 1 second. Totem uses its own weapon. Actually, I did go over these. Or did I go over some of them? I went over some of them. Arc. An arc of lightning stretches from the caster to the target enemy and chains to other nearby enemies. Cody, what's the matter, buddy? You got an upset tumbly or something? You want a Tums? I don't know if I got any Tums. You want a Tums? Make your tummy feel better? What's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that? What's the matter? I already taken you out so many times, buddy. I'm not taking you out again. Every time we go out there, you just try and hunt possums. Yeah, look at you. You know the word possum, don't you? You better leave Applebee's and Hardee's alone. Apparently, my girlfriend has taken to naming the possums after restaurants. Applebee's and Hardee's. Apparently, the next one's going to be McDonald's. Alright. So, Arc sounds kind of interesting. Deals 14 to 81 lightning damage. Base chaining range, 3.5 meters. Chains 2 times. 15% chance to shock enemies. 50% more damage for each chain. He needs to see the octopus? Who needs to see the octopus? I already showed it on stream earlier. I already showed the octopus on stream earlier. Boom, 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 boom. Where's the octopus at? Oh, it wasn't finished then? Oh, okay. Rainbow octopuses everywhere. 8 arms gonna hit you without fear. God, the sucker's gonna stick on everything. Look at all my colors as I frickin' sing. I go black, light, reactive in the darkness, ho. Look at all my colors, they shining, yo. Got this octopus singing, go. I'm gonna get you with an octopus 8 slap, yeah. Stare into my eyes and I'm gonna kill you dead. Hypnosis suckers, terror of the dead. Look at me, octopi. Not gonna let you go, my friend. Gonna get you in the end. Archmage. While active, uses your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your maximum mana. Spells gain 5% of damage as lightning for each 100 maximum mana you have. Spells cost an additional 5.35% of your mana. Armor Breaker. Knocks enemies back on hit, +2 melee strike range. Hits break 1562 armor. Very specific amount. Attack with a forceful blow, knocking enemies back and weakening their armor. Armor-piercing rounds. Load your crossbow with a clip of bolts that can be fired rapidly and break enemy armor. Using this skill, again, reloads this clip. Attack speed, 425% of base. Attack damage, 28%. Hit breaks 7 armor. Knocks back enemies. Can fire 14 bolts before reloading. Ball Lightning. Fires a slow-moving projectile that can repeatedly shoot bolts of lightning at nearby enemies. Deals 1 to 19 lightning damage. Hits enemies in range every 0.2 seconds. 750% more chance to shock. Fires beams at targets within 1.8 meters. Barrage. Buff empowers your next bow attack to repeat an additional time, plus an additional time per frenzy charge consumed. For 1,440% repeated skills attack time is added to this skill's cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds. Maximum buff duration is 5 seconds. Bind Spectre. Captures the spirit of a defeated monster, allowing you to summon it as a minion. Ooh. I like it. Blazing Lance. Projectiles pierce all targets. Deals 158 base fire damage per second. Converts 50% of physical damage to fire damage. Base radius is a 0.8 meters. Base secondary radius is 2.4 meters. Bone Cage. Raises a ring of bone spikes around you. The spikes explode when an enemy touches them, damaging and pinning beer-by enemies. Beer-by enemies. Beer-by enemies. Binning beer-by enemies, guys. We're binning beer-by enemies. Don't you talk to me about beer-by enemies. I'm sorry. I had to. Causes 15 to 22 physical damage. Hits are pinning. Pins enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Is P and B is not even near each other, is it? No, it's not. N and B are near each other. There you go. Cage radius 1.8 meters. Explosion radius 1 meter. Cage duration 1.6 seconds. Okay. Bone Offering. Impales a skeleton on a bone spike to shield your minions while the spike remains. The shield absorbs all damage from the next hit each minion takes and explodes. The Bone Spike itself a minion and shields itself if it dies. Shields on your other minions disappear. What? Impales a skeleton on a bone spike to shield your minions while the spike remains. The shield absorbs all damage from the next hit each minion takes, then explodes. The bone spike itself, a minion, and shields itself if it dies. Shields on your other minions disappear. Bone Shatter. Attacks enemies within a melee strike. The strike will cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Upon causing a heavy stun, it will also create a shockwave, dealing a large amount of damage in an area. +2 melee strike range, and does not cause stun buildup. This one was also limit one bone offering spike. Spike duration 5 seconds. Beer vibe enemies. Haha, beer vibe enemies. Watch out for the beer vibe enemies, guys. Bone Storm. Tier 5 Witch. 10.8 mana per second. Cast time 0.75 seconds. Critical strike chance 15%. Channel to conjure a swarm of bone spikes in the air, and then release to fire them at enemies. Shrapnel lodges in enemies' hit, causing attacks against them to deal additional damage. Consume your power charges to cause the spikes to cause much larger explosions. Deal 16 to 25 physical damage. Debuff enemies take an additional 16 to 25 additional damage from the next attack. Debuff duration is 10 seconds. Ghoulie book nonsense? What? Bow shot. Fire an arrow with your bow. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay, alright. Ha you. Yeah. Beers by enemies. Beers by enemies? What? Bears by enemies? Bears by beers. Beers by bears enemies. Borboo? Beers by beer by beer by beer by. You guys are. I did. Yeah. Bow beers by Benz. Okay, bow beers by Benz. Cast on melee kill. Trigger. It's a trigger ability. Meta spell. Level 1 max. Preservation 50 spirit. Cooldown time 1 second. Cast time instant. While active, gains energy while you kill enemies with melee attacks and triggers socketed spells on reaching maximum energy. Gains 30 energy when you kill an enemy with a melee hit. Triggers all socketed spells and loses all energy on reaching maximum energy. Has 10 maximum energy per 0.1 seconds of base cast time of socketed spells. Socketed skills deal 50% more damage. Cast on melee stun. Gains same. That's literally the same thing. So cast on melee stun gains energy when you stun enemies with melee attacks. On reaching maximum energy, trigger all socketed spells. Interesting. Cast while channeling. Cast while channeling gains energy while you channel. On reaching maximum energy, trigger all socketed spells. Charge staff. Consume all power charges to infuse your quarterstaff with electricity for a duration. Adding lightning damage and lightning shockwave to your quarterstaff attacks. Reusing the skill while the buff is up. Grants additional duration and damage up to a cap. Oh, I missed it. What did Novo say? Babbity bobbity beer? What? I saw that. I see it. I seen it on the stream. Babbity bobbity beer. Think you can hide. You can't be hiding stuff with the bees. Cluster grenade. Fire a bouncing grenade that explodes when its fuse expires, throwing out a nova of smaller grenades that also explode after a further duration. Converts 20% of physical damage to fire. Explosion radius 2.5 meters. Fuse duration 2 seconds. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Cold Snap. Tier 5 Sorceress. Shatters a frozen enemy, dealing a large amount of cold damage in a small area. Can be used on Frostbolt to detonate it, causing a cold snap to trigger on all frozen enemies near it. Deals 84 to 126 cold damage. Base explosion radius is 0.7 meters. Bibbidi bobbidi boobidi bibbidi what? Tribbity trabbity tribbity trabbity. Comet. Pull a massive icy chunk from the air, dealing high damage at the target. I like that one. That one was cool looking. I liked it a lot. I like that one a lot. I liked it a lot. I think I might want to use that on Not the Sorceress. Deals 127 to 191 cold damage. 1 second total casting time. Hits are freezing. Base radius is 2.8 meters. Contagion. Afflicts a single enemy with a debuff that deals chaos damage over time. If the enemy dies while affected by contagion, it and all of the chaos damage over time debuffs spread to nearby enemies and refresh their durations. Reanimating or detonating a corpse affected by contagion will cause the minion or explosion to spread contagion on hit. Sounds like Shadow imbuement from Diablo 4. Sounds like Shadow imbuement. Deals 1.8 chaos damage per second. Spell damage modifiers also apply debuff damage over time, increasing damage by 100% for each debuff transmitted, up to a maximum of 300%. Debuff lasts for 5 seconds. The infection radius is 1.7 meters. I mean, y'all just going off of my bibbity bobbity boobity bibbity beerbity beer by bear enemies. I don't really care. Dark Effigy, AoE Totem, Chaos Duration Projectile. Raises a totem that bombards enemies afflicted by chaos damage over time debuffs. Despair. AoE Duration Chaos Curse. Tier 9, Witch. Curses all targets in an area for a short delay, lowering their chaos resistance. Cursed enemies have a negative 32% to chaos resistance. Curse radius is 1.8 meters. Curse duration is 6.6 seconds. I mean, lowering chaos resistance is always nice. Cody, stop sounding like a monster back there, please. You sound like a monster. Calm down the monster noises. Thank you. Thank you for calming down the monster noises. Are you okay? You sound like a monster. Why are you making so many monster noises back there? There was a lot of monster noises, sir. Detonating Dead. Causes corpses to violently explode, damaging surrounding enemies. Oh, look. Corpse explosion. Deals physical damage equal to 20% of the corpse's maximum life. And it also deals fire damage. Hey, look. Corpse explosion. Explosion radius is 2.6 meters. That's really small. Detonating arrow. So exploding arrow. Channel to build up power before firing off a burning arrow. The arrow will detonate on impact at maximum charge, causing an explosion in the area around it. Gain 120% damage as extra fire damage per stage, maximum 4 stages. Have a good night, Novo. Discipline. A persistent aura. Requires level 19. Emits an aura that grants allies in your presence energy shield based on your mana. The aura does not affect you. Allies add 38% of your maximum mana to their total maximum energy shield. Earthquake. AoE duration slam a melee. Smashes the ground, dealing damage in an area and leaving behind jagged ground that slows enemies. The jagged ground erupts in a powerful aftershock after a short duration. Attacking again before the eruption will not create another area of jagged ground. Jagged ground you create has a 100% increased effect. Jagged ground duration is 3 seconds. Impact radius 1.8 meters. Jagged ground radius 2.2 meters. Earth Shatter. Slam the ground, sending out a fissure that deals area damage to enemies it passes under and thrusts a spike from the ground when it ends. Warcry or other slam attacks performed near the spike will cause it to shatter, damaging surrounding enemies. Maximum spike's 5. Spike duration is 6 seconds. Deals damage along the fissure's path and in a 1 meter radius around the emerging spike. Electrocuting Arrow, Ranger. Leap forward into the air and fire downward. Hitting an enemy will attach an electrocuting rod to them, causing all incoming lightning damage to apply electrocution. This rod is removed when the enemy is next electrocuted. Ember Fuselage, or Fusillade. Conjures a blazing ember that hovers above you. After a short duration, the ember launches at an enemy, dealing fire damage in an area on impact. Recasting this spell resets the duration for all active embers. Multiple embers fired in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. Deals 18 to 27 fire damage. Embers deal 4% more damage for each previous ember fired in a sequence. Hover duration 1.3 seconds. Can accumulate up to 10 embers. That's kind of neat. Enfeeble. Curse all enemies in an area after a short duration, causing them to deal less damage. Cursed duration 8.4 seconds. Cursed radius is 2 meters. Cursed normal, magic, and rare enemies deal 21% less damage. And unique enemies deal 16% less damage. Interesting. Escape Shot. Leap backwards and fire an arrow which can chill or freeze enemies around the location. Converts 100% of physical damage to cold. 0.7 seconds to attack time. Base impact radius 1.8 meters. 700% more freeze buildup. Essence Strain. Fires a projectile that applies chaos damage over time debuff when it hits. Just 9 to 16 chaos damage. Explosive Granada. You don't like explosive grenades? Oh, I'm thirsty. I need some waters. Can't be reading all these skills without some waters. Oh man, so thirsty. No, it's not. Explosive Shot. Load your crossbow with flaming bolts that explode on impact. The explosions will detonate any grenades in its area of effect. Converts 30% of physical damage to fire and knocks enemies back. The Eye of Winter. So cold. Fires a single eye projectile which does not hit enemies. The eye constantly releases damaging shard projectiles in a spiral as it flies. Frozen Orb. It sounds like they're explaining Frozen Orb. Yes, it's Frozen Orb. It's literally Frozen Orb. I'm reading it and I'm going over it in my head and I'm looking at what it says. It's Frozen Orb. So it's a orb of ice, a single eye, which flies forward and does not hit enemies. As the eye flies forward, it shoots out ice shards in projectiles in a spiral as it flies, plus an extra burst of shards at the end of its flight. If the eye passes over an elemental ground effect, it will take on that effect, applying it to nearby enemies and causing shards to deal more damage to the corresponding type. It fires 8 shards of projectiles in a spiral when it ends. It's literally Frozen Orb. It sounds to me like it's exactly like Frozen Orb, and it also has some interesting elemental like bonuses where you can get like maybe like a fire elemental ground and you make like a fire doojank. Did I buy the $30 early access supporter? I anticipated needing taps, so I bought the $100 pack. I'm not gonna play that like I don't have enough stat space game. Like this is my job. I can write off $100 on taxes, so I'm fine. I can write it off. Falling Thunder. Infuse a staff with electrical energies. Then slam the ground to deal damage in a large area in front of you. Consume any power charges you have to fire lightning projectiles forward from the impact. Convert 60% of physical damage to lightning. 25% more damage per power charge consumed. Cone length is 4 meters. 100% more damage if the power charge was consumed. Projectiles. Projectiles pierce all targets, convert 100% physical damage to lightning, 10% chance to shock enemies, 100% more damage if power charge was consumed, fires 3 projectiles per power charge. The Merc grenades seem strong? Yeah, they do. Or is Diablo PoE like? No, Diablo was first. Diablo was definitely first. 100%. PoE was second. PoE copied a lot of Diablo stuff. Some of it not in the best way. Ferocious Roar. Shapeshift into a burr. This is not a druid ability? 0.6 second total use time, if not already a bear, triggers socketed Warcry skills. Socketed skills deal 63% increased damage. Socketed skills have 50% increased area of effect. Attacks exerted by socketed skills deal 64% increased damage. Ugh, I'm getting a headache. Fireball. Launches a large ball of fire, which explodes, firing a nova of smaller fireballs outward on impact. 35 to 55 fire damage. Firestorm. Rains flaming bolts over the targeted area. 26 to 39 fire damage, impact radius 1 meter, storm radius 2.8 meters, storm duration is 6 seconds, 1 impact every 0.1 seconds, limit 1 firestorm. Divine Divinity. What's Divine Divinity? I don't think they made an ARPG, did they? They made a bunch of like CRPGs and other kind of games. Flame Wall. Firewall. Create a wall of fire for a duration which deals burning damage to everything in its area. Each enemy that enters the wall also receives a secondary burning debuff, which persists for a short duration after leaving the wall. Any projectiles fired through the wall by you and allies deal added fire damage and apply wall's secondary debuff on hit. Deals 1.2 base fire damage per second. Secondary debuff deal 4.1 base fire damage per second. Base duration 4.5 seconds. Projectiles which pass through the wall deal 3 to 5 added fire damage. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I might have to end up including that in my build for my Mercenary. Because if I can cast Firewall and then fire my projectiles through the firewall, I can add the fire damage to my crossbow attacks. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, as far as I know, it went D1, D2, D2 LOD, and then as far as I know, the next game in the was Hellgate London. That was also made by the same developers, and I've noticed that they've taken some inspiration from Hellgate London as well. Flame Blast. Channels to build destructive energy around you or a targeted solar orb, releasing the energy causing a devastating explosion that is larger and more intense the longer you channel it for. The longer you candled it for. Oh man, the typos. Don't forget to candled. Don't forget to candle your stuff, guys. Don't forget to do your candling. Make sure you do your candles. Deals 11 to 17 fire damage, 200% more damage per stage, 10 maximum stages. Base radius is 0.4 meters per stage. Yes, Silveraku, candled. That's right there. See it? Flammability. Curse all targets in the area for a short delay, lowering their fire resistance, which is very nice, of course. Negative fire resistance doesn't really need to be explained. That's good. If you were doing fire builds, you want negative fire resistance. Flash grenade. Fire a bouncing grenade that unleashes a blinding, stunning explosion when its fuse expires. This explosion can blind both allies and enemies. Oh, the trolling. Oh, the trolling. Oh, the trolling. Beardy Candled. That's right, Beardy Candled. Flicker Strike. Teleport to an enemy and strike them. Consumes power charges to perform additional teleporting strikes on nearby enemies. Teleports and strikes 3 additional times per power charge with 285% more attack speed. You cannot gain power charges while using this skill. I forgot to read the flash grenade stats. Blinds enemies, 1000% more stun buildup. Fuse duration, 0.85 seconds. Explosion radius, 2.6 meters. Fragmentation rounds. Load your crossbow with piercing bolts that fire in a burst. Bolts that hit frozen enemy or ice crystals consume the freeze or shatter the crystal and cause an explosion of shrapnel. Fragmentation rounds. Attacks 50% of your damage. Consumes freeze on enemies to deal 300% more damage. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target. Bolts pierce 2 targets. Fire 10 bolts per burst. Interesting. Freezing mark marks a target, making them more susceptible to being frozen. When the marked target dies, cold nova erupts from their corpse. There you go. Add that to the typos, boys. Add that to the typos. We got this. We got this. We got beardy candle this. Nova. That's how Tyson says it. This Nova does not use your weapon damage and instead uses its own base attack damage. Limit 1 marked target. Mark duration is 8 seconds. Hits against marked enemy causing 28% more freeze buildup. Okay. Frost Bomb. Bomba. Hey. Yes, Cody? What do you want? Do you want to come up here and sit in my lap? Will that make you happy if you come up here and sit in my lap? It looks like that's what you want. You want to sit in my lap? You want to take a nap with me? You want to go night? You ready to go night? Cody ready to go night? Cody ready to go night? Drunk on PoE. I'm just laughing at the typos. I don't know nothing about the dang game. That's why I'm learning. I'm sitting here doing my homework. I feel like I'm going to like a college class trying to learn everything I possibly can about a topic. Like, oh, let me get out my note, my pen and my pad, and let me take my notes. And hold on, don't talk too fast, teacher. I'm writing it down. Hold on, that's right. Okay, Frost Bomb creates a crystal that pulses with cold for a duration. Each pulse applies a debuff to nearby enemies for a secondary duration, which reduces life and energy shield regeneration rate. Also inflicts cold exposure. Note, look up cold exposure. When the crystal's duration ends, it explodes, dealing heavy cold damage to enemies around it. Deals 33 to 50 cold damage. 4% more damage with hits per 0.1 second duration. Cody, what do you want? I can't even do nothing without your nose being all up in my doojanks. You want to come up here? Come on up here. Come on. Come on. Why you always do that? Come on. Why you sniffing my armpit? That's weird. That's weird. Will I stream gameplay on PoE2? No, there's nobody can play the game right now. Unless there's people out there playing PoE2 that have like early beta access. I'm definitely not one of them. Cody, I don't know what to tell you. You about to get the daddy voice. 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. That worked. Frost Wall. Anyway, I didn't finish reading this one yet. Alright, so Frost Bomb deals 33 to 50 cold damage, 4% more damage with hits per 0.1 second duration. Base duration 3 seconds. Base secondary duration 5 seconds. 5% chance for hits to be freezing. Base radius is 2 meters. Debuff applies 75% reduced life regeneration rate. Cold exposure applies negative 15% cold resistance. That's nice. Debuff applies 75% reduced energy shield regeneration rate. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Lay down. Lay down right there. Lay down all the way. Lay down all the way. Lay the butt down. Lay down all the way. All the way. Lay your butt. There you go. Okay. Hold on. There you go. Look, see, now I can rub your butt like this. I can give you butt rubs with my foot. Give you foot butt rubs. Okay. Frost Wall. Creates a wall of ice crystals that holds back enemies. The crystals explode if sufficiently damaged or if pushed hard enough, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Deals 21 to 30 cold damage. Base duration is 8 seconds. Ice crystal length is 3.5 meters. Ice crystals have 333 maximum life. I like Frost Wall. Frost Bolt. Sorceress. Fires a slow-moving, piercing projectile that leaves a wake of chilled ground. Deals cold damage and explodes on colliding with terrain. That sounds kind of cool. Frozen Locust. Leap backward and strike the ground with your staff and call forth an ice crystal, which creates chilled ground around it and can be damaged by you and enemies. If crystal is destroyed, it's an icy explosion that deals attack damage but does not use your weapon damage. Ice crystal duration is 6 seconds. Ice crystal has a maximum of 43 life. Chilled ground radius is 3 meters. Alright, come on, move, buddy. Come on. Yep. He's too big. You're too big. You're a fatty. You're like 120 pounds. I don't even know how big he is no more. He's ginormous. You gigantus. You want to come up here, gigantus? Here, I even lowered the thing for you. Come on. Come on. Come on, gigantus. Alright, there's my gigantus. There's the gigantus. There's the gigantus boy. Furious Slam. Shapeshift into a bear and slam the ground with great force, causing a stunning shockwave that deals damage in a large area around you. 50 to 75 attack, added attack physical damage. 0.6 seconds to total attack time, if not already a bear. Base damage is 3.5 meters. Hit stuns enemies as though dealing 300% more damage. Galvanic Shards. Load your crossbow with a clip of charged bolts that fire in bursts, releasing chain lightning beams when they hit enemies. Using this skill, again, reloads the clips. Gas Arrow. Fire a noxious arrow at the ground, creating a cloud of flammable poisonous gas at the end of its flight. The cloud will detonate if hit by a detonator skill, or if an ignited enemy touches it, creating a fiery explosive. Glacial Bolt. Mercenary. Load your crossbow with icy bolts that create 2 walls of ice crystals on impact. Converts 60% of physical damage to cold. Knocks enemies back. 100% more freeze buildup. Blech. You just had to lick me in the face, didn't you? Glacial Cascade. Monk. Sweep the quarterstaff upwards, releasing a thin wave of frost, which deals damage in a series of small bursts. The final burst of the wave then surges out. Futher. Out futher. We got another typo, boys. We got more typos. There you go. Futher. We got futher now. Add that to the list. With a large spike of ice, any frozen enemies hit by the final burst also take another more powerful hit. Converts 60% of physical damage to cold. Burst radius is 0.5 meters. Wavelength is 4.8 meters. Causes 8 bursts. Why you always gotta interfere? Why can't you just be goodest boy and lay down? Huh? Why
can't you just be this boy? What are we gonna do? You gonna bite me? Are you gonna bite me? Oh no, you're gonna bite me. Oh no, you can't do it because you're the goodest boy. Now stop being weird. Blech. Quit licking me in the mouth. I don't stop it. You're not a puppy, okay? You're not a puppy. Stop it with the mouth licking stuff. That's what puppies do. He's not a puppy. You're not a puppy. Stop it. It's grody. Hammer of the gods. It treats the ancestors to crush your enemies, manifesting a massive hammer that falls from the sky on your target. The base duration is 2.5 seconds. Base radius is 2.4 meters and cannot be evaded. Interesting. Where are you going? Ow! Why are you stepping on my winter? Get on in. Winter boy. Butter. Hand of Chinchilla. Dash to an enemy and strike them with an unarmed attack, applying socketed curses and marks with increased effect. This skill always strikes with your bare fist, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. 29 to 55 added chaos damage cannot be evaded. 9% critical strike chance, 24% increased effect of socketed curse, and 24% of effect of socketed marks. Hex Blast, Witch. Detonates curses on all enemies in an area, causing explosions of chaos damage, but removing the curse. Deals 108 to 188 chaos damage, maximum 9 explosions. Base explosion radius is 1.6 meters. Base wave blast radius is 2.8 meters. I don't like that maximum explosions thing. Sounds kind of cool, but at the same time, I might have a lot more than 9 enemies cursed. Does that mean it's going to remove curses from all the enemies, but I only get 9 explosions? High velocity rounds. That's another mercenary ability. Hold your crossbow with piercing bolts that can consume fully broken armor on enemies to deal extra damage. Attack 249%, knocks back enemies. Consumes fully broken armor on enemies to deal 150% more damage. Bolts pierce 6 targets. Ice Nova. A nova of ice expands from you, knocking back enemies based on how close they are to you. Casting Ice Nova targeting near a Frostbolt projectile will cause it to originate from the Frostbolt instead of you, and cause more freeze buildup. Deals 4 to 6 cold damage, knocks enemies back on hit, 100% more effect on chill, a base radius 3.2 meters. Sounds like it. Ice Shards. Load your crossbow with a clip of icy bolts that rapidly fire at the ground. Leaving a shard of ice at impact location unless the bolt hits an enemy. The ice shards shatter when enemies step on them, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Using this skill again, it reloads the clip. Attack speed 550% of base. What? Attack damage 7%? Why is it so fast? Converts 60% of physical damage to cold damage, knocks enemies back, can fire 12 bolts before reloading, cannot freeze. What does that mean? I can't freeze the targets with this ability? I don't know what that means. That sounds weird. Ice Shot. Fire an icy arrow that sprays a cone of ice when it hits a target. Hitting a frozen enemy will consume the freeze to deal significantly more damage, and break off larger shards that fly further. Converts 40% of physical damage to cold damage, 200% more effect on chill, consumes freeze on enemies that deal 350% more damage, cannot inflict freeze. Now this is a different wording entirely. Have I played PoE1? I tried it 4 times and I hated it all 4 times. Really. That's the answer I give everybody. Hoping PoE2 is a good departure from the from PoE1. I'm not really sure why this says cannot inflict freeze and this one says cannot freeze. What's the difference? Ice Spear. Throw an icy copy of your spear that deals cold damage after a short distance. It arms, massively boosting its damage. When the spear breaks against an enemy, it deals damage in a cone-shaped area behind them. Was it too hard? No, I just didn't like it. I tried it 4 separate times because I wanted to like it. I just didn't like it. Converts 70% of physical damage to cold damage. Base radius is 2.5 meters. When armed, deals 80% more damage. Converts 70% of physical damage to cold damage. 20% chance for hits to be freezing. Base radius of 2.5 meters. Ice Strike. Perform a fast icy strike using this attack 3 times in quick succession. It causes a final strike that is slower and more powerful. Converts 80% of physical damage to cold damage. Impale. Jump back from a target, dealing melee damage and attempting to immobilize them. It cannot be performed without targeting an enemy. 100% chance for hits to be immobilizing, plus 5 melee strike range. Immobilizes enemies as though dealing 200% more damage. Incendiary Shot. Load your crossbow with flaming bolts that fire in a burst, and damaging and igniting enemies on hit, and in a small cone behind the target. Attack damage 19%. Hits always ignite. Converts 80% of physical damage to fire damage. Knocks enemies back. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target. Bolts shatter on impact, dealing damage in a 1.4 meter cone. Fires 10 bolts per burst. A lot of knockback on the Mercenary, and I don't necessarily like that as much. I mean, granted, ranged characters do generally tend to have knockback, but I don't like spamming knockback abilities. I wonder if there's a support gem that takes knockback away. Disables knockback. Infernal Cry, War Cry. Performs a War Cry taunting nearby enemies to attack and use empower subsequent attacks. Consumes all endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Enemies in the War Cry's area are destabilized. Oh, uh-oh. Here we go. See, they done it now.
Inhibitor shells, my equilibrium destabilized, 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 destabilized. Zero inhibitor shells, my equilibrium destabilized.
That clip lives rent-free in my head. It just lives rent-free in my head forever. Now it lives rent-free in your heads forever. Congratulations. Destabilized and will combust on death. 4% increased Warcry speed empowers the next melee attack you perform, plus an additional attack per endurance charge consumed. Warcry radius is 4 meters. Empowered attacks on 25% of the damage as fire per 5 power of enemies in range. Up to 100%. Okay. Killing Palm. Dash to the enemy and strike them with an unarmed attack, culling enemies if their life is low enough. Each enemy killed by this strike grants a power charge. Enemies around you that can be culled will be highlighted. This skill is always performed unarmed, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. 24 to 36 added physical damage. Culling strike, which is basically execute. Cannot be evaded, plus 7% critical strike chance. Leap Slam. Jump into the air, damaging and knocking back enemies with your mace, where you lang. Where you lang. Guys, make sure that you lang in the right place, okay? We don't want you guys langing in the wrong place. Alright, so when you're doing your skydiving, alright, there's gonna be a target that you guys are gonna lang on. All right, make sure you guys lang on the target. Don't lang off the target, all right, because then you might die. All right, make sure you lang on the target. There's lots of nice stuff and fluff in there for you guys, and some pad, you know, so that you can lang in the right place and lang safely. All right. Enemies you would land on are pushed out of the way. 6.65 seconds on attack time, 0.35 seconds on based on distance traveled. Base impact radius 2.5 meters, 25% more stun buildup, 500% more stun buildup against enemies with fully broken armor. Ends fully broken armor on enemies after hitting. Lightning arrow. Fires a charged arrow at the target. On hitting an enemy or wall, the arrow will fire beams at nearby enemies, chaining from them. Converts 40% of physical damage to lightning damage. Hits up to 2 additional enemies near the target. Lightning bolt. Call down a shocking bolt of lightning to strike an enemy. 50% shock chance. Radius 0.5 meters. 9 to 172 lightning. That's pretty high. I've seen a lot of damage on a lot of abilities. And 172 I think is the highest number I've seen so far. I will lang on whatever I want to. You're not my dad. Maybe I am your dad. You don't know. Could be your dad. Turns out Ginger is Jen's dad. Oh, Lord. You're in for it now. You're going to get spankings. Lightning conduit. Calls down lightning to strike all enemies in a cone in front of you. Deals significantly more damage to shocked enemies, but removes shock from them. Lightning rod. Definitely don't stick that where the sun don't shine. Fires an arrow that drops from above, creating a lightning burst. The arrow remains in the ground, and any chaining lightning beams can chain to it. When chained to, and the arrows release another lightning burst. Arrows remain for 12 seconds. Converts 100% of physical damage to lightning. Base burst radius is 2 meters. Metres. Everything's got to be in metres. I like yards. No metres. Yards. No metres. Lightning storm. Creates a lightning storm for duration. Can I get a yard conversion for the game? Can we convert metres to yards? I would like to convert my metres to yards. Creates a lightning storm for a duration which repeatedly strikes enemies in its area with shocking bolts. Deals 1 to 19 lightning damage. Base duration is 10 seconds. 25% shock enemies. Base radius 1.8 meters. Shocks enemies as though dealing 400% more damage. Hits one target every 0.5 seconds. Hits one target. Can hit each enemy only once every 0.4 seconds. Maximum 1 lightning storm at a time. Lightning warp. Target an enemy and teleport to them after a duration if they can be culled. Enemies around you that can be culled will be highlighted. When the teleport occurs, the target is culled and explodes, dealing lightning damage and creating a shocked ground. Casting chain will queue up multiple teleportations to occur in sequence. Deals 4 to 75 lightning damage. Base explosion radius is 4 meters. Shock ground lasts 10 seconds. Malice. Emit an aura that continuously inflicts critical weakness on your enemies in your presence. Critical weakness duration is 4 seconds. Applies critical weakness to enemies every 0.66 seconds. What is critical weakness? What does that do? It's a persistent aura. Mana Tempest. Create an arcane storm around you. The storm empowers your spells with lightning damage, while making the lightning spell projectiles and beams able to hit more targets. The storm will drain your mana while you remain in it, and any spells you cast add to the mana drain. Leaving the storm will cause it to dissipate shortly after. The base radius of the storm is 2.6 meters. Skill's cooldown does not recover during its effect. The skill's area of effect cannot be modified. Buff. Causes beams from lightning spell that cost mana to also chain to 2+ targets when chaining, but not chain further. From those targets, buff causes projectiles from lightning spells that cost mana to fork. 30% mana spent on lightning spells while in the storm is added to the skill's mana cost per second. Buff causes spells to gain 58% damage as extra lightning damage. Sounds like they got a lot of restrictions on this one. I don't know about this one. Can't make it bigger. You can't, like recover the cooldown while you're inside of it. Persistent moron. Oh yeah, persistent moron. That's pretty good. Maul. Shapeshift into a bear and swipe with your claws. 8 to 11 attack physical damage. 0.6 second total attack time if not already a bear. Plus 9 to melee strike range. 7 critical strike chance on 25% chance to cause bleeding. Oil grenade. Mercenary. Fire a bouncing grenade that releases a pool of oil and covers nearby enemies in oil after a delay. The oil can be ignited by burning or fire areas. Base duration is 1.6 seconds. Secondary duration is 5 seconds. Base radius is 2.4 meters. That sounds like a lot of fun. Splash them with oil and light them on fire. Orb of Storms. Deal 5 to 15 lightning damage. Chains 3 times. Fire a bolt every 3.3 seconds. And when you use a lightning skill near the orb, one orb disappears after 14 bolts. Orb radius is 2.8 meters. Orb duration at 10 seconds. Limit 1 Orb of Storms. They said anything with limits can be increased. So if it says limit 1, there is some ways you can increase the limits. Pain Offering. Impale a skeleton on a bone spike to empower nearby minions into a frenzy as long as the spike remains, causing them to use the skills more quickly. The bone spike itself is a minion. If it dies, the effect ends immediately. Limit 1 Pain Offering spike. Aura radius 6 meters. Spike duration is 5 seconds. Aura grants minions 30% increased attack speed and cast speed. Aura grants minions 30% more damage. Perfect Strike. Warrior. Charge up your weapon while channeling. Releasing the moment you fully charge will release a wave of fire. Converts 40% of physical damage to fire damage while dual wielding. Both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Permafrost Bolts. Mercenary ammunition. Load your crossbow with icy bolts that fire in a burst, damaging enemies on hit in a small cone behind the target. They icy coating. God, the typos in here, man. They icy coating, boys. They icy coating on the bolts makes them extremely potent at freezing enemies. Attack damage 17%, converts 80% of physical damage to cold, knocks back enemies 300% more freeze buildup. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target. Bolts shatter on impact, dealing damage in 1.6 meter cone. Fires 10 bolts per burst. Poison Burst Arrow. Ranger. Fires an arrow that poisons enemies. When it lands, it creates a burst of poison affecting all enemies around the arrow. Icy Wiener. What? They Icy Wiener. Power Offering. Impales a skeleton on a bone spike, extracting a power charge over a short duration. The bone spike is itself a minion. If it dies, the extraction is interrupted, and it will not gain a power charge. Limit 10 power offering spikes. Profane Ritual. Marks a corpse with a profane rune, dealing chaos damage over time to nearby enemies. When the ritual is complete, the corpse is consumed, and you gain a power charge. Deals 59.2 base chaos damage per second. Limit 5 active rituals. Ritual radius 1.8 meters, and ritual duration at 2 seconds. Puncture. Lunge toward a target, dealing melee damage. This attack is more powerful when used at a distance. Knocks enemies back on hit, deals 200% more damage based on the distance traveled, causes bleeding, hits stun enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Rain of Arrows. Fire arrows into the air, causing them to rain from above. Consumes your frenzy charges to fire more arrows. Fires 53 arrows. Base radius is 3.6 meters. Base secondary radius is 0.7 meters. Fires 100% more arrows if frenzy charge was consumed. Fires 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. So you can get a whole bunch of crazy arrows coming from that thing. Raise Shield. Raise your shield to block all incoming blockable hits. Blocking too much damage with your shield raised may stagger you. Raise a Zombie. Consume a corpse or a power charge to create a zombie. Zombies created from power charges are empowered. Limit 10 raised zombies. Zombie duration is 20 seconds. Empowered zombies take 30% less damage. Empowered zombies deal 100% more damage with hits. Empowered zombies have 25% more movement speed. Rampage. Shapeshift into a bear. Rampage forward, slamming the ground as you run. The initial roar generates rage. This consumes rage until you run out. Then consumes rage until you run out. 40% more stun threshold while using the skill. Radius is 2.2 meters. Minimum channeling time is 1.3 seconds. 183 to 286 physical damage. That's the highest damage I've seen yet. Rapid Assault performs a series of fast stabs, +6 to melee strike range. Rapid Shot. Mercenary. Load your crossbow with a large clip of heavily modified bolts that cause heat to build up on your crossbow, before unleashing a stream of flaming bolts that gain fire damage based on your heat. Heat also grants bonus damage to grenades you fire, but dissipates rapidly when not building up. Using this skill reloads the clip. Attack speed 550% of base. Attack damage 14%. Converts 60% of physical damage to fire. Knocks back enemies. Can fire 70 bolts before reloading. Maximum heat 11. 1 to 2 fire damage added per heat. So what is that? 22 heat? 11 heat would be 22 damage. So 11 to 22 fire damage. Requires 7 heat to fire bolts. Grenades consume all heat to deal 2 to 2 added fire damage per heat. Okay. Resonating Shield. Repeatedly strike your shield with your weapon, causing damaging shockwaves in an area around you. Enemies hit by the shockwave lose armor for a duration. While using Resonating Shield, your shield is raised and you will block all incoming blockable hits. Hits break 59 armor, 19 to 29 base offhand physical damage, 2 to 4 physical damage per 15 armor on shield. Shockwave radius 1.8 meters. Rolling Magma. Lob a fiery orb that deals area damage as it hits the ground. The skill's chain bouncing forward to deal damage multiple times. The number of bounces is refreshed when passing through a flame wall. That's cool. Rolling Slam. Slam the ground to stun enemies and knock them away, and then continue forward and perform a devastating second slam. 1.5 seconds to attack time, base radius 1.4 meters, base secondary radius 1.8 meters. First slam, 20% increased stun duration on enemies. Hits stun enemies as though dealing 100% more damage. Second slam, attack damage 276%. Sandstorm Swipe. Bladestorm with spears. It just says Bladestorm with spears. Base duration 3 seconds. And it's got a face. We got a face, guys. I know you guys are jealous of the face. I'm going to put the face in here for y'all so you have a face. There you go. We got the face. Oh, look, it's got an emote on. That particular face has an emote on Twitch. Seismic Cry. What's the matter, Cody? What the matter? What the matter? Why are you so weird? That's the only question I got. Why are you so weird? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. What do you want? Did you want lovin's? You want kisses? There. Get your kisses. You want poking the eyes? You want nuggums? How about nuggums? You like those? You don't know that wants nuggums. How about finger 'em in the nostrum hole? How about that? How about that? You want some fingers in the nostrum holes? Put right in there. Get it in there real good. Is that what? Cody, stop being mean to me. Cody, why don't you go get some of your food or your watums? I know you's hungums. Seismic Cry, War Cry. performs a war cry, taunting and knocking back nearby enemies. If a heavy stun enemy is hit, your next slam does an additional aftershock. 23 to 35 physical damage, knocks enemies back on hit, 22% increased war cry speed. Base radius 4 meters, 200% increased knockback distance, 400% more stun buildup. Hits ignore enemy monsters' physical damage reduction, exerts the next one melee slam attack you perform, exerts additional attack per endurance charge. Shattering Palm, dash to an enemy and strike them with an unarmed attack, attaching a chunk of ice to their body. When that enemy takes enough damage from hits or dies, the ice explodes, dealing high cold damage in an area around them. This skill is always performed unarmed, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. 45 to 68 added cold damage, can't be evaded. Plus 9 critical hit chance, attaches shards to the enemy within a 3.8 meter radius. Shield charge. Channel to charge in the target direction. You crash into enemies on your path, stopping your charge and dealing damage to enemies in the area, and extra damage to the enemies you collide with. While charging, your shield is raised and you will block all incoming blockable hits. 10 to 15 base offhand physical damage, 2 to 3 added physical damage per 15 armor on shield. Base impact radius 2.4 meters. Shield wall. Ram your shield into the ground, throwing up a wall of earth on either side and losing your shield for the duration of the skill. Enemies can attack the walls and your slams will instantly destroy them. Each wall segment explodes when destroyed, damaging enemies around it. 29 to 43 base offhand physical damage. Base duration is 6 seconds. 2 to 4 added physical damage per 15 armor on the shield. Base radius 2.5 meters, and wall sections have 832 maximum life. Shockwave Totem. Raises a totem that slams the ground around it, repeatedly damaging nearby enemies. Earthquake's jagged ground erupts when in this slam. Totem lasts for 12 seconds. Limit 1 totem. Totem base attack time is 3 seconds. Totem deals 5 to 8 base physical damage. Sigil of Power. Places a sigil on the ground, providing a powerful spell damage buff to you and allies while standing in it. The buff becomes more powerful the more mana you spend while standing in the sigil. Gains a stage when you spend a total of 50% of your maximum mana while in the area. Maximum 4 stage. Buff grants 14% more spell damage per stage. Minimum 1 second between gaining stages. Sigil radius is 3 meters. Sigil duration is 11.9 seconds. It's kind of interesting. Dash to a target, siphoning strike. Dash to a target and strike them with your quarterstaff. If the target is shocked, consumes shock damage to release a lightning shockwave around the target and grant you a power charge. Skeleton Arsonist. Summons bomb-throwing, reviving skeletal arsonists that can detonate other minions on command. Detonates an ally's minion whose current life is below a threshold, dealing heavy damage to nearby enemies. Cooldown 3 seconds, cast time 0.6 seconds, and critical strike chance 8%. Deals 20 to 30 fire damage, deals additional fire damage equal to 15% of the minion's maximum life. Explosion radius is 2 meters. Interesting. There was like a whole thing, it was like one of the support gems that made it so that you could take your minions and reduce their damage but increase their life by like a massive amount. Seems to me like you would use that in combination with this, getting your minions' life as high as you possibly could, and then in the process also basically building up this skeleton arsonist so that when they explode your minions would do massive amounts of explosion damage. Could be an interesting build. Skeletal Brute summons a hard-hitting reviving skeletal brute that can stun primed enemies. Skeletal Cleric summons reviving skeletal clerics that heal other minions and revive fallen skeletons. Minions from this skill have a 12% to all elemental resistances. Skeletal Frost Mage summons reviving skeletal frost mages that can freeze themselves on command to slow nearby enemies. Cooldown 6 seconds, 1.25 cast time, critical strike chance 12%. Crystallizes the air into icy shards that explode outward when they hit the ground. Deals 28 to 43 cold damage, 100% more effective chill. Explosion radius 2.6 meters. Skeletal Reaver. Summons aggressive, reviving Skeletal Reavers that can enrage on command. Cooldown 4 seconds. Enrage all Skeleton Reavers, causing them to lose life over time and gain rage on hit. Lose 1% of their life per second, 20% more life lost each second, and gain 2 rage every time they hit a target. Skeletal Sniper. Summon long-range, reviving Skeletal Snipers that can fire gas arrows on command. 8-second cooldown, 120% attack speed of base, so they're kind of slow. Attack damage 70. Rains an arrow down from above, creating a cloud of flammable poisonous gas where it lands. The cloud will detonate if hit by a detonator skill or if an ignited enemy touches it, creating a fiery explosion. Impact radius 1.4 meters. Skeletal Storm Mage. Summoning reviving skeleton storm mages that can call down lightning storm on the dead skeletons on command. 5 seconds, 2-second cast time, 10% critical strike chance. Lightning bolts strike all fallen skeletons in the area, creating shocked ground around them. Deals 74 to 418 lightning damage. Bolt explosion radius is 1.8 meters. Shocked ground radius 1.8 meters. Shocked ground duration 6 seconds. It's rather interesting. Especially this whole, like, on dead skeletons part. I don't know. I mean, not many dead skeletons are going to be all over the ground. I guess if you're sacrificing them, that's a whole other thing. Skeletal Warrior summons reviving Skeletal Warriors, plus 7% resistance to all elements. Snipe. Ranger. Channel to charge up your bow before releasing a powerful shot. Releasing the moment you fully charge causes the arrow to explode on impact for a guaranteed critical strike. 200% increased critical strike bonus. Sniper's Mark. Marks a target on the next critical hit. The target consumes the mark to deal extra damage and grant you a frenzy charge. Maximum mark duration is 8 seconds. Next critical hit against marked enemy has a 38% critical strike damage bonus. Oh, nice. Nice, Irene. Solar Orb. Creates a stationary fiery orb that periodically releases an explosion, dealing fire damage. Casting this skill again will replace the previous orb. Enemies that are very close to the orb will take burning damage. Deals 4 to 5 fire damage. 4.5 fire damage per second. Pulses every 1.4 seconds. Base duration is 10 seconds. Base explosion radius is 2.5 meters. Sorcery Ward creates a protective barrier which takes elemental damage from hits for you until depleted. The barrier will be destroyed to its full value after a short delay if you stop taking elemental damage from hits or if depleted. Buff recharges after 9.4 seconds. You cannot cast this spell directly. Elemental damage from hits is taken from the buff before your life or energy shield. Buff can take elemental damage up to 30% of your armor and evasion rating. This spell is triggered when gained. This skill costs nothing. Spark. Projectile. Launches a spray of sparking projectiles that travel erratically along the ground until they hit an enemy or expire. Deals 1 to 8 lightning damage. Fires 5 projectiles. Projectile duration 2 seconds. Spear Field. Stab the ground, causing multiple spears to burst out of the ground in front of you in a large area. The spears remain for a duration or explode when an enemy touches them. Base duration is 5 seconds. Creates 1 spear per 0.1 meters of radius. Base radius is 5.5 meters. Base explosion radius is 0.5 meters. Maim on hit. 35% increased effective maim. Maximum of 70 spears at a time. Staggering Palm. Dash to an enemy and strike them with an unarmed attack. Heavy stunning an enemy grants you a buff that causes your quarterstaff and unarmed attacks to also fire projectiles for a short duration. This skill is always performed unarmed, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. 12 to 18 added physical damage. Cannot be evaded. 7% crit. Buff duration is 6 seconds. Stampede Warrior. Charges forward, cracking the earth and leaving a patch of jagged ground with every footstep. At the end of your charge, a massive leaping slam damages enemies and causes all patches of jagged ground to erupt in aftershocks. Base impact radius 3.2 meters. War cries can empower this attack as though it was not channeled. Storm Spear. Throw a single copy of your spear. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies within a large area around it. Converts 60% of physical damage to lightning damage, fires 6 projectiles, base radius is 5 meters, spear cannot split, pierce, fork, chain, or return. Modifiers to the numbers of projectiles fired instead apply to the maximum number of lightning bolts fired. Storm blast bolts. Load your crossbow with charge bolts that land around the target location and explode if hit by a detonator skill. Using this skill again reloads the clip. Attack 36%, converts 60% of physical damage to lightning damage. You can fire 3 bolts before reloading. Impact radius 0.8 meters. Charge bolt duration 8 seconds. Fires 3 bolts. Stormcaller arrow. Fire an arrow that embeds where it lands. After a delay, the arrow will call down a lightning strike with a high shock chance. Converts 20% of physical damage to lightning. Summon Roha Mount. Like a horse, but a bird, apparently. You mean a chocobo. Summon Wolf. Summons a wolf minion. Wolves howl when they first emerge, making critical hits more likely against nearby enemies. Sunder. Slams the ground, creating a wave, churning terrain that damages enemies in a sequence of areas in front of you. A number of enemies hit by the wave will release a shockwave, damaging other enemies. 1.4 seconds to attack, 2 meters to wave length for each wave in the sequence. 100% increased critical damage bonus. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Consumes fully broken armor enemies to guarantee a critical strike. Wave length is 0.9 meters. Wave causes shockwaves from up to 5 enemies in each area. Shockwave itself, attack 164.4 damage. Base secondary radius is 1.2 meters. Supercharged Slam. Channel to charge up a heavy swing, drawing earth from the ground to enlarge your mace, releasing to slam the ground, dealing damage in an area around the impact. Followed by aftershocks, dealing damage in large area. Base impact radius is 1.6 meters. War Cries can empower this attack as though it was not channeled. 100% more damage with hits for each stage, maximum of 3 stages. Channeling ends 1 second after reaching maximum stages. Releases at 1 aftershock per stage. The aftershock's base radius is 2.8 meters, plus 5 radius per stage per aftershock. 100% more damage with hits for each stage. Tempest Bell. We saw this one in the videos, like in the reveal videos. Ooh, throat's always so dry. Build combo by successfully striking enemies with any skill. After building 5 stacks of combo, create a bell that can be hit by your skills. Creating a damaging shockwave, elemental elements applied to the bell cause its shockwave to deal extra damage to the corresponding type. Requires 4 combo to use, limit 1 bell. Lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. Base duration 6 seconds. Bell is destroyed after 12 hits. Tempest Flurry. Perform a series of aggressive strikes ending with a powerful shocking blow. Converts 60% of physical damage to lightning and plus 4 melee strike range. Temporal Chains. Curses all enemies in the area, lowering their action speed and making other effects on them expire more slowly. Curse radius is 1.9 meters. Curse duration is 6.8 seconds. Effects on cursed enemies expire 25% slower, and cursed enemies are slowed by 34%. Tornado Shot. Ranger. Fires a skyward shot that whips up a tornado where it lands, dealing physical attack damage over time and hindering enemies standing in it. Attack projectiles you fire at the tornado are sucked into, causing the tornado to spit out a nova of matching projectiles. Tornado. Creates a tornado that chases enemies for a duration while hindering and repeatedly damaging enemies around it. Duration is 7.20 seconds. Enemies in range are hinderer, guys. We got hinderer now. Enemies are hinderer. That's right, hinderer. Maximum 1 tornado, radius 3 meters. Toxic Growth. Leap into the air and fire a volley of arrows which cause toxic pustules to sprout from the ground on impact. The pustules explode after a delay and can be poisoned, causing them to explode faster and more violently. Pustules explode after 6 seconds, 0.7 seconds to attack time, fires 8 projectiles. Base explosion radius is 0.8 meters. Stored poison adds up to 1 meter to base explosion radius. Stored poison grants up to 100% more explosion damage. Unearth. Raise spikes of bone from the earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in the area are ripped out and reassembled into short-lived bone construct minions that fight for you. Deals 4 to 6 physical damage, limits 8 bones constructs. Bone construct duration is 12 seconds, cone length 6 meters. Vaulting impact. Leap forward and slam the ground, sending out stunning shockwaves that especially potent against dazed enemies. 1 second attack time, 30% more stun buildup, consume daze on enemies to cause 300% more stun buildup. Impact radius is 2.4 meters. Vine arrow. Fire an arrow into the air that lands after a short delay, causing a plant to spring up at the impact location. The plant sprouts vines that latch onto nearby enemies, slowing their movement speed and dealing chaos damage over time. Base impact radius is 0.8 meters. Volcanic fissure. Slam the ground, creating winding fissures that deal area damage while traveling outwards, then persists fro a duration. That's right, fro a duration, guys. I'm keeping track of all the typos. I think it's hilarious. Slamming a fissure with a different slam skill will cause it and all connected fissures to trigger aftershocks. Volcano. Create a volcano that fires projectiles around it. Channeling the skill causes it to fire more projectiles to deal damage when it first erupts. Any slam near the volcano causes it to erupt, firing projectiles. What's up, Baraka Play? Welcome back, man. Penetrates 20% fire resistance, fire projectiles every 0.5 seconds, 87 to 132 fire damage. Duration is 12 seconds. Channeling ends when reaching 4 stages. Fires 1 projectile. Secondary radius is 3 meters. Radius is 1.2 meters. 25% chance to ignite enemies. 1 maximum volcano. Minimum channeling time 0.5 seconds. I like volcanoes. Voltaic mark. Marks a target, making them more susceptible to being shocked. W the... What? What's W the... The win? Is that supposed to be win? We just have a W, guys. We won the game, guys. We won. That's it. We got a W. We got the W now, boys. When the marked target dies, a lightning nove? A lightning nove? What is going on here? We're just missing whole words now. A lightning nove erupts from their corpse. Nova does not use your weapon damage and instead uses its own attack damage. Mark duration is 8 seconds. Hits against marked enemy have 50% increased shock. Shock inflicted on marked enemies has 30% increased effect. Vulnerability. Curses all targets in the area after a short delay, reducing their armor. Curse radius 1.7, duration 6.4 seconds. Cursed enemies lose 191 armor. Wave of Frost. Flip backwards while sending a freezing wave of ice to damage an area in front of you. Converts 80% of physical damage to cold. Hits are freezing. Hits freeze as though dealing 350% more damage. Base radius is 6 meters. Whirling Assault. Advance while hitting enemies around you with a series of spinning strikes. 1.4 seconds to total attack time. Whirling Slash. Perform a circular slash that kicks up a spinning storm of dust and wind and dust around you, slowing enemies and blinding them in its area of effect. Leaving the area unleashes the swirling storm, causing it to deal damage. Using this attack again in the storm adds 1 stage to the storm. Base radius is 2.2 meters, 80% reduced blind effects. Using this attack again in the storm adds 1 stage to the storm itself, maximum stage 3. Damage from releading. Releading? What the hell is releading? Damage from releading the storm. 4+4 radius per stage. It deals 30% less damage when released. Deals 150% more damage per stage when released. Enemies inside the storm have 30% reduced movement speed. Storm gains +3 to radius per stage. That sounds kind of cool. Wind Blast. Strike enemies at range by generating a gust of wind as you swing. Enemies will be knocked back based on how close they are to you. Knocked enemies back on hit, +42 melee strike range. 150% more stun buildup. I think that's it. It's a lot. What are spirit gems? $23 out of 36 spirit gems. I'm just making fun of all the typos. Baraka. Conjures an icy barrier that gains stages over time. While the barrier has stages, melee attacks that hit you will remove a stage to cause a burst of ice that deals cold spell damage to the attacker. 18 to 28 cold damage per stage. Gains a stage every 1.42 seconds, up to a maximum of 3 stages. Grim Feast feeds on corpses to bolster your energy shield, while active enemies and minions that die in your presence will drop Grim Remnants. Picking up a Grim Remnant grants you energy shield and can overflow your energy shield up to double its normal maximum. Grim Remnants recover 24 energy shield. Herald of Ash. Yes, this is PoE2 gems. Herald of Ash. While active, enemies you sufficiently overkill with attacks will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies based on the overkill damage dealt. Base duration is 4 seconds. Base radius is 1 metre. Base burning damage is 30.5% of overkill damage. Burn surrounding enemies if overkill damage is at least 20% of enemies' maximum life. Buff causes attacks to gain 15% of damage as extra fire damage. Herald of Ice. While active, shattering an enemy will cause an icy explosion that deals attack damage to surrounding enemies. It's kind of nice. Herald of Thunder. While active, killing shocked enemies with attack damage will cause subsequent attacks hits to release lightning bolts, which deals attack damage to all surrounding enemies. Cannot inflict shock, converts 100% physical damage to lightning damage. Base radius is 3.2 meters. Lightning bolt strikes the target on your next 5 attacks after hits after killing a shocked enemy with attack damage. Buff grants 1 to 10 added lightning damage to the ability. Am I theory crafting for a game that hasn't come out yet? No, I'm just learning about the abilities. You know, putting in my due diligence. You know, I gotta study for college. We gotta study for our college exams. Okay. Look, if I don't pass the college entry exams, I mean, I don't know what you want out of me, AJ. Like, am I just supposed to fail? Am I just supposed to get a 0? You know, my parents saved up all this money to send me to college. All right. Least I could do is study. Mana Remnants conjures surging lightning that cause shocked enemies you or your minions kill to leave behind a Mana Remnant. Picking up Mana Remnants grants you mana and can overcharge your mana up to double its normal maximum. Each Remnant grants 9 mana. That's kind of cool. Magma. Liquid magma. Say it with me, guys. Magma. It's a very fun word. Magma. Liquid magma. Magma. It's a buff, persistent AoE. When you raise your shield, it is infused with magma for a short time. Blocking during this time will spray magma at the attacker and grant you an endurance charge. Raising your shield infuses it with magma for 0.5 seconds. Cannot perform a magma-infused block for 0.75 seconds after magma dissipates. Magma. Plague Bearer. Stores all poison damage you deal using the Plague Nova skill. Unleashes the stored poison. That stores 6% of expected poison damage. Stores up to 240 poison damage. That's kind of neat. So something you would want to spam on a regular basis as a poison character. Raging Spirits. Minion, fire, duration, persistent. Reserves Spirit while active. Your fire spells will also summon Raging Spirits. We saw this in the reveal. They were like little skulls, like little fiery skulls that were like running around like, and they're like flying everywhere, but they're just ahead, and they got like the flame. They're on fire. It was pretty cool. Which are short-lived flaming skulls that rush at nearby enemies and rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage these minions and can pass through them. Minions from the skill convert 70% of physical damage to fire. Base damage is 4 seconds. Limit 10 summoned Raging Spirits. Fire area spells summon a spirit per 1.5 meters of radius. Projectiles from fire spells summon a spirit on hit, and maximum 5 spirits summoned per spell cast. Scavenged Plating. Sounds like an armor buff. Use fragments of armor scavenged from enemies to bolster your own fully breaking an armor. Grants you a stack of scavenged plating for duration, and you gain armor and thorns per stack. Scavenged plating duration is 8 seconds, 3% more armor per scavenged plating. Maximum of 10 scavenged plating, 4 to 6 thorns per scavenged plating. Withering Presence. While active, periodically withers enemies in your presence. Wither duration is 4 seconds. Withers enemies in your presence every 2.55 seconds. I totally saw that message from Bob like super late. It's funny. I think he messaged me like an hour ago or 2 hours ago. He's probably asleep by now. Blasphemy. Combines all socketed curse skills into a vile aura, applying their effects to all nearby enemies. That sounds really cool. Socketed curse skills apply in an aura around you. Reserves 30 spirit per socketed curse. Barrier Invocation. Casting the skill once activates it, causing it to gain energy when your energy shield is damaged by hits. Casting again once sufficient energy is gathered will consume the energy to trigger socketed spells. When hit, gain 1 energy for each 5 energy shield lost. Damage taken, maximum energy is 500. Cast on Shock. Grants a buff that causes you to gain energy when you shock enemies, and trigger socketed spells on reaching maximum energy. Gain 20 energy when you shock an enemy with a hit from a skill, once per skill use. 10 maximum energy per 1% of base cast time of socketed spells. Trigger all socketed spells and lose all energy on reaching maximum energy. Cast on Freeze. So these are all basically the same, right? So this is cast on Shock. This is cast on Freeze. This one is cast on Ignite, cast on Minion Death. These are rather interesting. So they're basically ways that you can trigger free uses of abilities. Those are all pretty cool. I guess those would be situational depending on what you're doing, right? So like if you're a shock build, then that obviously makes a lot of sense. If you're a minion build, then that one makes a lot of sense. You know, and so forth and so on. Combat Frenzy buff. While active, grants you a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. Gain a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy no more than once every 6.3 seconds. Defiance Banner. While active, killing enemies with attacks or standing near a unique enemy generates Valor. Using this skill consumes its Valor to place an inspiring banner with an aura that grants you and nearby allies armor. Evasion and movement speed while the banner lasts. The banner cannot gain Valor while placed, and you cannot place a banner while you already have a banner active. Active attack skills generate Valor equal to the enemy's power. Gains 1 Valor per second while a unique enemy is in your presence. 5% more aura effect per Valor. Banner aura radius is 3 meters. Banner duration is 6.35 seconds. Or until you leave the aura. Aura grants 12% more armor and evasion. Aura grants 8% increased movement speed. Elemental Invocation. While active, this invocation gains energy when you freeze, shock, or ignite an enemy. Using the invocation once, sufficient energy is gathered, will consume the energy to trigger socketed spells and can trigger them multiple times if it has enough energy. Gain 12% energy generated, 125 energy when you freeze an enemy, 25 energy when you ignite an enemy, 25 energy when you shock an enemy, maximum energy 500. Socketed spells consume 10 energy per 1.11 seconds of base cast time been triggered. Herald of Plague. While active, killing a poisoned enemy spreads its poison to other nearby enemies and has a chance to also hinder them. Spreads the most damaging poison on enemies you kill in 1.6 meter radius. 17% chance to hinder enemies on spreading poison to them. Lingering Illusion. Creates a short-lived illusion copy of yourself whenever you dodge roll. The copy can distract enemies, and copies are destroyed by an enemy will grant you a power charge. Base duration is 0.6 seconds. Illusions have 20% of your maximum life. Cast on Critical. While active, gains energy when you critically hit enemies and triggers socketed spells upon reaching the maximum energy. Gains 10 energy when you deal a critical strike with a skill and triggers all socketed spells and loses all energy upon reaching maximum energy. It seems like these here are interesting. A lot of these have to do with either buffing your character or triggering an ability at a certain time, which is probably going to come in really handy later on once you're trying to like build or like min-max a character. I could definitely see this. Because like if you're setting up a lightning character, well, cast on shock just sounds absolutely amazing. So you're going to be using that probably to cast some abilities for you that you might not necessarily want to cast on a regular basis, but you're going to want to get for free. And that's beautiful, right? And if you're a critical strike build, cast on critical also is obviously really good. Cast on ignite, cast on freeze, cast on minion death, so forth and so on. Those are all going to be pretty crazy. Crossbow. Bombard crossbow. Grenade, skills, fire, an additional projectile. So that's the special effect of that. Daedalian crossbow, grant skill, power shot. Light crossbow, rapid shot. Makeshift crossbow, grant skill, burst shot. I'm going to design this Snickers bar right into my face.
Good, and a crossbow can solve it. I'll take them all down, one bolt at a time.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the Mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we experienced that, we realized that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, and so we fully embraced them. In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles. But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement. You can now walk around in any direction independent of aiming. In fact, if this is your preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using. You can change between click to move or WASD at any time. You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in. This is a burst shot crossbow, and right now I have armor piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
Bloody horrors!
But there are other ammos too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to Incendiary. The more projectiles hit the target, the stronger the ignite, so you'll want to get up nice, close and personal with this one. If you have a bunch of targets running at you, you might want to slow them down. In this case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot. Shooting a bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, and potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to Armor Piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with Armor Piercing Burst Shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies. Another feature crossbows have is attachments. This is a grenade launcher. As you can see, when I equip it, it appears on the underside of the crossbow. These attachments are just like skill gems, so you effectively get extra skill slots, and you can augment these with support gems, just like regular skills.
Fire in the hole!
These grenades take a while to explode, so it's a good idea to pair them with some kind of crowd control, like Permafrost Burst Shot. We have other grenades too though. This attachment is a flash grenade. It does barely any damage, but it does a huge amount of stun. It can be a great opener before you run into combat.
Surprise!
Now here's another attachment, an oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil. Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic. Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy or explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage. One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage. But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon. This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really increase the pace of combat. The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more damage.
Spirit won't get nerfed next season anyway. Who should?
Being able to run while shooting with Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting retreat.
Reload!
Using permafrost ammo with Rapid Shot is also useful if you need to retreat. When you shoot the ground, it creates ice crystals. If you draw monsters back over these crystals, they explode, chilling the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack.
I am eating the chips. They're good too. Sour cream and onion.
Slowing enemies down can come in handy if you want to use the incendiary version of Rapid Shot. Using this skill requires that you charge up a little bit before it fires, but as it continues to heat up, it will do more and more damage. It has a really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it. But the other really useful feature is that when the crossbow is heated up, it adds extra fire damage to any grenade that you launch. Now I've been using explosive grenades here, but it will work equally as well with flash or oil grenades too. If you use it with oil grenades, the oil will catch fire immediately. Another crossbow type that you can find is Power Shot. This one works just like a classic sniper rifle. Use it with armor-piercing ammo and it will penetrate armor on targets. So it's a good idea to use when something's really tough.
Back down or die!
Now this skill has another interesting interaction with armor break. If an enemy has its armor broken, then your Power Shot hits a weak spot and does a huge amount of single target damage, with a bunch of extra stun for good measure.
Bullseye!
Now, the incendiary version of Power Shot is more like a rocket launcher. It does a big explosive blast at a distance.
So now I was just crunching over here while it was going on, but I was listening. Let me see if I can explain this. So the class is designed in a way where it depends on what weapon you use. There's essentially 4 different crossbows, according to this panel. I was looking at it earlier under the crossbow section right here. So there's 4 different crossbows. The 4 different crossbows have a completely different way of applying damage to the target. They're just like, it's like using a completely different weapon. But on top of that, there's also attachments that you can use on the weapons, and how you use the skills with each weapon changes. So essentially, like, even though the Mercenary doesn't really have like the largest number of skills, I mean, take for instance something like fragmentation rounds or whatever, right? Fragmentation rounds literally changes depending on which one you use it with. So if you're using it with, you know, like any of these crossbows, whichever one you're using with is going to completely change the way that it works. So there's a lot of very interesting ways that you can convert the abilities like into different abilities. So you're constantly like changing the way it works. And since you can have 2 crossbows equipped, you can go back and forth, obviously, and you can play around with the different methods of firing the attacks, which is pretty cool. Sounds really, really customizable, and I like it.
One of the really useful features of this version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground. This combo also works really well with Incendiary Rapid Shot. I'm going to charge up the heat on my crossbow.
This is an old version, by the way. I was looking at this. See how they have all the potions down here? They already stated that they weren't going to have all these potions. There's only 2. There's a couple different changes I noticed. Like when he opened up his inventory, he had his gold in his inventory instead of in the little counter down at the bottom. This is definitely an old version of the client.
Shoot out a bunch of grenades and then start the fireworks with a Power Shot. The ice version of Power Shot creates frost walls at a distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters in tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. If they get destroyed by monsters, then they will explode, doing a small amount of damage.
Block him in!
Now, remember that burst shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice walls too. Let's put burst shot back on. Now I can fill up this area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor-piercing burst shot for a huge amount of damage. Alright, it's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
Sorceress shall take pleasure in your castration!
I'm not letting you anywhere near
Stay still, the mother!
Oh, she's got scissors.
Your time has
By the gods!
She just pooped out a baby and the baby's chasing him. That's disgusting.
Rapid fire!
The unwanted. Ugh, now she summoned a whole bunch of little babies. That was disgusting. Oh no, we killed your malformed baby that you didn't want. Is that a stagger bar on the boss? Seems a lot more like Diablo 4 than they want to admit.
What is going on in this godforsaken city?
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
Alright, that's the Mercenary. Let's take a look at some of the other ones, shall we? Character class. Let's take a look at they got a Sorceress one on here. Let's take a look at the Sorceress. Oh yeah, they showed some unique items, didn't they? Act 3 gameplay walkthrough. What?
Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of our 6 new character classes, called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had 1 character class for each of the combinations of Strength, Dexterity, and Intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for Strength Int, but it doesn't really sound like something that a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design new character classes to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength Int has the Templar or the Druid, on Dexterity you have the Ranger or the more spare-focused Huntress, and on Dex Int you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize.
I was thinking about Firewall would be kind of fun, Kirta. If you do like Firewall, because apparently you can shoot through the firewall and you can add fire imbuement to all your attacks. I thought that would be kind of neat. Slap down some firewalls, have them things burning on their own, and then shooting through the firewalls. That'd be kind of neat.
The class in the way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location in the passive tree. The quest rewards you're offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content. Looks like we've come across the boss for this area. In PoE2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics to learn. As you've seen from watching Mark fighting, the melee combat in PoE2 has a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE2 has some kind of movement built into it. The monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength. So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies. Mark has a skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill at the right point when you need it. We've done a lot of work in PoE2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock on to the cullable target, and will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way.
I mean, that's one of the things I didn't like about PoE1, and I'm glad to see that this has changed, because the combat just didn't really feel the best in PoE1. And he's talking about it right now. He's talking about how, like, there's more movement, and like the melee combat feels a little bit better. Like, it'll move you to the target for that specific ability, which honestly, like, sometimes getting to the target that you need to kill to trigger the effect is kind of a pain in the butt in some of these games. And having some sort of dash or like movement involved is helpful. I don't want everything to be a dash or a movement ability, don't get me wrong, but like, some of the games were just completely missing any kind of movement abilities whatsoever, which it's nice to see that as a departure from PoE1 as well.
Once you have some power charges, you need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But do it with some power charges and it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing you'll notice here is that, like almost every melee skill in PoE2, Falling Thunder has a bit of extra movement built in just in case you need it. Using the skill within range and you'll do a flip in place, but use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE2 you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? In order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options. If you want to charge right in, Whirling Assault is a good option. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits in on the monsters, getting them into range of your cull. Follow up with a Killing Palm, then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder. We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs they relied on to power their civilization.
Now this is a find! A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
One useful feature that we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are, to give you more information, help you with quest objectives, and so that you don't have to always go back to town. In this case, we'll call in Alva to find out what to do.
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alpha said, we need to find a soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a good option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps the enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back, so it's a great option for keeping smaller but high damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back, so trying to push back some giants isn't going to be effective. And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
Is sealed.
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
If you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you probably want to freeze monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage on the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with that freeze, then roll back and finish the job with a Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade had that extra damaging spike at the end? If you've hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage. Oh yeah, I just casually mentioned rolling back before. Did I forget to mention that in PoE2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown, no limitations. It even has a bit of built-in pathfinding so you don't get stuck on things. When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things will not hit you. That's because while rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE,
iframes.
but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another really important function of the dodge roll is that it lets you cancel out of almost any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck doing a long animation when something is about to hit you. It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and it makes dodge roll feel like a very reliable way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that he would have a few more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. The great thing about this is it puts you at a good distance to follow up with Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage. Hey look, another soul core. Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is another palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on your target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off, but you really want to get that Glacial Cascade damage bonus.
Get back! Face your demise.
Rotted rats.
The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill now, and another skill that consumes power charge.
I saw a boo-boo, I saw a boo-boo. A boo-boo, a boo-boo, I saw a boo-boo. A boo-boo, I saw a boo-boo. Not a boo-bee. Boo-boo. Run. Hey, what's up, Chunks? What's up, Bob?
What's going on, Ginger?
Run animation speed 293. What the hell? Animations firing grenades _01 flinch. Animation speed, global animation speed. What the hell is that?
Face your demise.
The The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill now, and another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE1,
like
you know what to expect.
Run, walk, and faster hit recovery.
It's a great finisher for tough boss fights.
Yeah, I noticed that they renamed a bunch of stuff from D2. They were like, oh, okay, that's yeah, we're just gonna rename that. But it's the same thing.
And
run,
it looks
walk,
pretty
animation
impressive too.
speed. It just sounds right.
Face your demise.
And here we won. Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses, because freeze just trivialized them. And a sorceress. Mark's friend Octavian is going to send a friend invite, which we're going to accept, and then they can play together. The sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE2. While the witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the sorceress is themed around pure.
And I've been looking at PoE stuff, 2 stuff all day.
I thought you were making a video for sure. I was like, he's making a video. I don't want to go and interrupt it.
No, I'm not making a video. It's a live stream. I don't know enough about this stuff to make videos. I
Down here, Bob.
I don't think hardly anybody knows enough stuff to make videos on this stuff. I saw another content creator. He was making a video, and he's like, really? He's like, nobody knows anything like right now. He's like, we don't know enough to make builds. Like, what are you talking about? You guys are silly.
Yeah, they don't have access to the files yet. They can't really do anything with builds mathematically.
Well, Xbox preloaded, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Apparently Xbox has already preloaded some weird thing. It was on like the 27th. It started preloading for PoE2, and
I'll have to go check that out because I'm going to be playing on my Xbox.
And apparently there are people who are already trying to like hack into it and get information. You know how it be. You know
yeah,
how it be.
Of course.
They be hacking
People can't wait. People are impatient.
They gonna hack. They hacking. They doing hacking. They hacking right now. They're doing a hacking hack.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out for sure because if I can just preload it right now, I will.
What am I starting for the new D2R ladder? I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be playing. Like, I don't know. Like, PoE2 launch trumps D2R Season 9, I hate to say it. We're going to find out, though. Like, the current plan is basically this. PoE2 launches at, like, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. And D2R doesn't launch until, like, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So we got, like, a solid 6 hours to hop into PoE2. See if it's like a legit dumpster fire and whether or not we actually want to put any time into it on launch. And then, like, if it is a dumpster fire and it's not worth playing, we're probably just going to fall back and play some D2.
Yeah, I was just telling Chunks the same thing. I was like, if the servers are trash, bro, and I can't play, I'm not going to sit there and wait.
Yeah, I'm not.
Gonna go
I'll have
else.
D2R open on Alt Tab and I'll be playing that while I'm waiting. I just do both. I'm not sure what I want to play on D2R though. I don't know. Still undecided. I've done so many builds and so many characters. Do I actually do like a serious character for once? I mean, if I did a serious character, people would be surprised. They'd be like, "Oh my god, he's actually killing stuff. He's doing
just
so
make a
well."
Javazon. Just make a Javazon, bro. Carry the whole game.
Just carry everybody. It's too bad Javazon has such a high synergy requirement. Although, because it would be fun to try and set up like some sort of melee lightning hybrid.
So close.
Yep. Should have been a stereo.
It's funny, I'm making a Javazon right now. On single
That's
player.
what I'm playing right now is a Javazon. Me and Chunk are running some Worldstone.
Yeah, you gotta have a Javazon on your account for cow level rounds. Come on. Actually make a real Javazon. She's just gonna demolish cow levels. It's not even gonna be funny. I'm always surprised that, like, honestly, when people don't do well on their Javazons. Like, we'll be in a run and it's like too early or something in the season and they just like suck royally and I'm like, well, how do you suck so bad like on a Javazon? Like, how is that even possible? I'm like, Javazons are like one of the easiest characters in the game to do well on. They like throw a javelin into the cows and nothing dies. They throw like 7 javelins into the cows and nothing dies. They're just like chucking like every javelin they got. They run out of javelins and like maybe like 1 cow dies and I'm like, how are you got so bad damage? What? Like, it's not that serious. Better? I mean, I've literally run characters that have had no
18.
points in synergies and can still kill cows on the cow level. Like, just throwing base level, like, with plus to skills, like a level 19 no synergy Lightning Fury still manages to kill cows. I don't even get it. I wonder sometimes if they just put their points in all wrong or something.
Yeah, they only put points into Lightning Fury and none of the synergies.
I don't even know. Like, I don't know how you could be so bad. Like, I don't get it. Like, a fully decked out, fully synergized Lightning Fury Azan should have absolutely no problem just murdering cows. Just absolutely just slaughter. Like literally PETA should be called because of like how powerful you should be running. And that's no negative resistance, like no titans, no nothing. Like you should be able to go in there with just the skill points and a white javelin and you should be able to kill cows.
It can do it. I seen it. I've done it.
I've done it. You remember my Valkyries on that I set up?
Yeah.
She was literally using just T-Gods, and she had no points in any of the synergies at all. All she had was the 3 points from T-Gods and the plus the skills on her character. She had level 19 Lightning Fury, and that was it. And I took her into like P1 cows, and I was killing cows left and right.
Yeah, that's fat.
I just don't understand. Like, that's what makes me like very curious. Like when I have somebody who's with me who's on a Javazon and they're just like not able to kill anything, and I'm like, what did you do wrong in your what did you do wrong in your synergies? Like, where did you put your points? Are you throwing the javelin?
Are you sure it's Lightning Fury and not regular javelin?
Are you sure you're not throwing lightning bolts? Because those are trash.
Yes. Unless you're doing low-level PvP stuff, those things are trash.
Well, lightning bolts is 100% physical. I mean, a conversion, isn't it? So, like, is it not blockable?
Oh, I don't believe it is.
Because I was testing that out with
with
Magic Arrow. If you make Magic Arrow 100% conversion, it's no longer blockable. It can't be blocked. So I'm assuming that because Lightning Bolt is also 100% conversion, it must also be not blockable. Something about like when you take all the physical damage away from a ranged or melee attack, it ceases to be blockable or something. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it also has something to do with the fact that like spells like Tornado that have physical damage on them are blockable.
Jesus, Mother of God.
Throw some more javelins.
He didn't throw one.
I was poking Bale.
Oh.
Yeah, he poked him. I mean, right in the butt.
I like to throw javelins at Bale.
I hope I know what I'm doing.
I think it's funny.
He didn't
I
throw
line him up with a pillar and I throw the javelin so it bounces back. Early on, when you don't have high charge strike yet, it's good damage.
Oh yeah, this outside of like having F Titans, like a nice pair of F Titans, this character is pretty good.
I
only got 220s though. I don't have 320s.
I didn't want to have any mana issues on my Javazon while I was leveling up, so I put 2 mantled heals on. 2 7% mantle deals at that.
Hey, as long as they're perfect.
Which I have plenty of since I've been trying to farm a Soj for like the past several days and failing miserably. Plenty of mantles though, dear Lord Jesus. Several perfect ones as well. I love me some mantles on the front I'm leveling up, but
superior partisan.
You know, I don't need 70,000 of them. Chunk said he doesn't want to play PoE with us because he doesn't have the internet connection speed to download the game.
No, I just have to be careful with my data allotment. Only have 350 gigs a month I can use.
Balanced. Yeah, they're kind of talking me into it as I'm watching more of the stuff. Like I keep hearing like, unlike in PoE 1, like over and over again. Like they were like, unlike in PoE 1, you can dodge roll now. And like so PoE 2 has dodge roll. Like unlike in PoE 1, you can move around more in combat. Unlike in PoE 1. I'm liking everything that they're saying so far.
A lot of people are.
Like, unlike in PoE 1, we won't kick you right in the penis.
Well, they still might do that.
They still might kick you in the penis? Oh, man.
They still might do that.
They still might do the penis kick.
Yeah, a lot of like PoE 1 hardcore grinders are not going to be playing hardcore PoE 2.
Natas said you need to get Starlink internet, Chunks.
Well, you can just tell him that he can buy the equipment for me.
All right, Natas, you gonna foot the bill? Come on. Put your money where your mouth is, son. Groin shots, yes, many groin shots. Many shots to the groin. Stop resurrecting everything. I can't steal mana from skeletons. Charge Strike is so stupid. I've got this level 18 ethereal javelin that I found. It's actually kind of OP. It's got 23 to 51 one-handed damage. It's only level 18. 9 to 28 cold attack rating, main and max damage. It's freaking amazing.
Yes.
And it's but it's ethereal. It's a little low-level 18 ethereal javelin. It's a war javelin too. It's not even a regular javelin. It's a war javelin. Level 18 war javelin.
Can you believe that's first roll?
I will say
that
the gear in PoE is a little uninspired. I don't really know what to think about the gear. It's like there's nothing like too special on the equipment. I don't know. Looking at the equipment, there's no stats on it that jump out at me and go like, wow, I can't do without that. Like it's all
you're only
pretty
seeing
bland.
what rare and blue and yellow gear. You haven't.
Yeah, they showed some of the uniques. I wasn't really too impressed with all of them. I don't know. That one that gives you like random movement speed depending on like when you get hit, that one looks really stupid. I don't like random movement speed. I don't like my characters like speeding up and slowing down randomly like I'm some sort of crackhead that's having like weird fix issues. Man, he sold me some bad stuff, man. Everything starts speeding up and then it slows down real slow. Like I can see a snail fart. And then it just speeds back up again like I'm Sonic the Hedgehog and then it's real slow. I've actually played a couple of games that had buffs like that where like the movement speed buffs were random. and they kept like popping on you and then coming off and then popping on, you know, like a bad porno, and it just didn't feel good. Like it didn't feel good at all. It just felt bad. Like you couldn't gauge how fast your character was moving, and because you couldn't gauge how fast your character was moving, like I got an analogy. You know how like you get used to your mouse speed on your computer, like your mouse acceleration speed. Imagine if your mouse acceleration speed was just changing randomly. Like it would go up and down and up and down, and like sometimes it'd be really fast and sometimes it'd be really slow, and you couldn't do anything about it. You just have to deal with it every time it changes. It'd be really annoying, wouldn't it? It's just like you're moving your mouse, and it's like, oh, okay, I got used to that. And then it's like, oh, now your mouse is going really slow. Like, all right, let's try it again. Like, oh, now it's going like way too fast, and it's going off the screen. And it's like, I just didn't really enjoy it. Of course, that's just one unique. I saw a couple of them. They had a couple on the list. Speaking of mouse speeds, I just screwed my mouse speed up. I don't remember which one it was on. Sonic snail farts in a bad porno? What? Wah, wah, wah. I got L runes, boys. Dude, somebody cracked me up the other day. Who was it that told me that the D2R reimagined? Somebody was asking about it, and I was commenting. And, he said that somebody was playing a game, and they went to go kill, like, Countess. Watch the streamer, Sathis. He said, watch the streamer where he dropped like multiple jaws and burrs and a griffins, etc. from the Countess runs alone. Was not even terrorized. I'm like, holy Jesus! The Countess dropped multiple jaws, burrs, and a griffin's eye.
Yeah, that. No, thank you.
What? You don't want super cheat mode? That's why I keep telling people. I'm like, it's pretty much just like cheating. And they're like, and they get mad at me. And I'm like, dude, the Countess is dropping like multiple burrs, jaws, and griffin's eyes. Like, what do you want? What do you want from me? Do you want me to say that it's not cheating to get multiple burrs, jaws, and griffin eyes from friggin' the Countess? I swear, whoever made that mod, and I hate to say this because I'm sure there's people out there that love that mod. Whoever made that mod just wanted to cheat. That's what they wanted. Like, they wanted to just make the game really easy and cheat. They're like, how do I make the game as easy as I can possibly make it and take away any challenge that I can possibly give myself? Let's see. Let me take away immunities. Okay, done. Alright, let me make it so that jaws and burr runes drop everywhere. Alright, done.
They fall from the heavens.
Let me make it so my griffins that I finally want, I actually have a chance of getting now. Alright, done. Alright, let me, I don't like that charms take up inventory space in my inventory. Let's just make a whole new charm inventory so I don't have to, like, worry about that anymore. Done. My stashes are too small. Let me just give myself massive amounts of stash space. Okay, done. Like, I don't know, it seems like going through, like, their brain somewhere along there, like, looking at the changes that they made. They just decided to just do a bunch of stuff just to make the game easy. And somebody even commented, I was reading some comments by some guy, and he said that he doesn't understand why the guy even removed immunities in the first place. Because apparently he added a whole bunch of items into the game that remove immunities. Huh. So not only did he remove immunities from the game entirely, but he also had modded in a whole bunch of items that would just strip immunities from monsters. So even if he hadn't removed immunities, he made it so easy to remove immunities that it is basically a moot point. I don't think he liked immunities. He played his Firebolt Sorceress and found the first fire immune monster, and he took offense to that.
He wasn't having none of it.
How dare that monster be immune to fire? How dare they? I don't know. Some people are working off like bad information too. Makes me upset because they don't give the game a try like based on like the current stuff. Like one guy who made a comment. He's like yeah, but he goes, but you can't use that skill unless you have an infinity. And I'm like, you don't need infinity anymore. Like this is Diablo 2 Resurrected. We got Sunder Charms now. Like infinities are not required. I mean they're good. Don't get me wrong. But negative enemy lightning, negative enemy fire, negative enemy cold, negative enemy poison is way stronger than infinity at this point. About the only thing infinity is good for is if you self-wield it, because guess what? It's got a huge amount of negative enemy lightning resistance on it, which makes it amazing for lightning builds. But putting it on a mercenary is really not necessary for the majority of the builds out there. As long as you have a good amount of negative resistance, you're fine.
Alright, it's my turn again.
Okay.
I gotta hit him now.
And all those Countess drops were P1 Sathis. So P1 Countess was dropping Burrs, Jaws, and Griffin's Eye diadems. Well, I need to make a video making fun of this mod. I could farm 1 million views off of just making fun of this thing. Probably a bunch of people get really mad at me too. Hate views are the best views. You get to harvest the tears. Speaking of hate views, man, people who play PoE are really salty. They don't like it when you point anything out that's wrong. Like they could be missing a foot. They could just be straight up missing a foot, and you're like, "Hey, you know you're missing a foot," and they'd be like, "Shut up! I don't need that foot anyway."
What do I need that foot for?
Yeah, why would I need that foot? The devs think I need a foot. They would have given me a foot. You should bow down to the altar of GGG. And I'm like, they ain't gonna like me because I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, and they're gonna hate my guts for it. Because if the game's effed up, I'm gonna tell you it's effed up. I ain't gonna pull my punches. I'm gonna be as critical as I was with Diablo 4. I did the same thing. I was always talking smack about Diablo 4. I'm gonna talk smack about PoE2 when they do stupid stuff. I already get it, and I ain't even playing the game yet. People come in here and they're like, "You're just spoiled." I'm like, spoiled? What the hell?
He's a Diablo 2 Resurrected streamer, but we're spoiled, I guess.
Yeah. Several other people came in and they're like, "Oh, you didn't play PoE 1? Was it too hard for you?"
No, actually.
No, it wasn't too hard. No, sure. 2,000 plus videos into Diablo 2 land. Diving into mechanics more complicated than anything I'd ever seen in my life. It's too hard for me. No, it's just boring. PoE 1's boring. PoE 2 looks much more fun. PoE 2 does look way more fun. There's so many like mechanics that they changed from PoE 1 that just the departure from it is just very nice. It also looks like PoE lovers are probably going to smack me in the back of the head for this one. It looks like PoE 2 copied a lot of Diablo 4 mechanics. I watched the video. I watched some of the earlier videos. I was there when Diablo 4 launched, during the beta and all that stuff, and I saw these abilities and how they did things, like the dodge roll and all the other stuff. And it does seem like PoE 2 was paying attention to Diablo 4. Now, I'm not saying they pulled everything, and I'm not saying everything is a direct copy, but it seems apparent that they were paying attention to Diablo 4's launch and took note of the mistakes that Diablo 4 made, which, you know, you probably should do. That's smart. You know, why make a mistake when you can watch somebody else make the mistake and then and then fix the problem after they make the mistake? See, that's just smart. That's what you get when you're the baby of the family. I'm the baby of the family, by the way. I got to watch all my siblings make mistakes, and I avoided those mistakes like the plague. I remember my sister and my brother were smoking, and I watched what smoking did to them, and I was like, you know what, I'm never going to smoke. And I remember my sister and my other brother, and my other sister and my brother were always drinking, and my brother was like vomiting all over the place, and he never looked like he felt very well, and I decided I didn't want to drink. I was like, you know what, I was not going to do that. I'm just going to learn from that mistake, and I'm just not going to do that. It's just smart. I mean, why wouldn't you? See how the community reacts, see how everybody talks about it. Like, look at how how everything like pans out in the end, like what final solutions they make, and then you get the benefit off of, you know, all of that information for free 99. For free 99. I swear this game is so big though that you could have characters or streamers like going off on a tangent in one direction while another streamer goes off in another direction and not even like overlap. Like you could have a streamer just completely dedicated to the Mercenary and then like not know anything about any of the other classes.
Yeah, I played one season of PoE1. I know about the Righteous Fire Chieftain, and that's it. Because that's the build I played.
The Righteous Fire Chieftain? What's up, all out stuff?
Like my toy, Bob?
What toy?
I just linked it.
No, it's terrible. It's the worst thing I've ever seen ever.
Ah,
that's nice.
Is there any word on what the player count for teams is for the PoE? Is it 4 like Diablo 2?
Probably not.
I thought it was 6.
I mean, Diablo 4, sorry. It's 6, so it's in between 4.
I thought I saw something that said it was 6.
It's everyone's silver fern. What are we talking about?
My turn.
Is that
I'll heal you.
It's not a fern.
No, I said my turn. Don't run from me.
Oh, definitely run.
Just hit him with a little stick, that's all.
Just a little stick. I know about your little sticks. They are not little.
It only does like 300 damage.
Still whooped him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I knew that was gonna happen, but just a little old. No, it doesn't even do 300 damage. It's just 229 to 297. It's a tiny little ethereal heaven's light with a Zod and lowering in it.
I would have put a burr in it.
It's already got crushing blow.
I would have put more. The damage is a little low. I would have just put more crushing blow.
Well, I mean, for dueling though, like Deadly Strike is.
Oh, I know.
A little bit more important.
Yeah, but you can get Deadly Strike elsewhere.
Eh.
That's like the argument I make all the time with Demon Machine Crossbow on the Enchantress. People are like, put a shale in it. And I'm like, no, don't put a shale in it, you stupid dimwit. I like, you only got like 2 sockets on your whole character for fire facets. Put a freaking fire facet in it. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, but the thing with the Dealer though is, like, I have so many different weapons. I have the Death Cleaver, so like that's just max Deadly Strike right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you build your character
Breath
around
of the
stuff
Dying,
like that.
or the Eth Heaven's Light, or the Eth Death. But I don't really ever use the Eth Death for dueling because it's considered bad manners.
I'm just saying that Deadly Strike is one of the easier things to get comparatively to other things which may be more difficult to get on your weapon. That's all I'm saying. I never really understood why people like to put the low runes in there because I felt like you could get the Deadly Strike in other places.
Chunk, make a new character.
Make a new character?
Yeah.
Especially since High Lords and, like, you know, Gore Riders are pretty much like standard kit across all characters. So you get a pretty high amount of Deadly Strike just right there.
What am I making a new character for?
Because we're going to have some fun.
Ladder and non-ladder.
Oh, I don't care. What do you want to do?
Well, I would honestly like Ginger to make a new character with us on Classic.
Classic? I mean, I'm down.
Yes.
Yucky.
See? He's like, nope, not doing it.
Yuck. I mean, if I got 2 other people there with me, I suppose I could do that. I don't have any character slots for that, but
I don't know if I do have a character slot for it.
I think I need to buy.
I know I do.
I think I need to buy a new account.
If I don't, I can.
I'm at the point. I'm at like the breaking point. I got too much crap going on. I probably need 2 accounts.
And all they have to do is make character slots buyable. And stash tabs buyable.
What?
Well, now that I know what I know,
do?
I don't think I want stash tabs viable. Character slots.
Do you want to do a classic run?
I'm down. I'm gonna suck at it. I haven't done it in a long time.
I mean, I've already been streaming for like 9 hours, but I could maybe do a little bit.
What kind of character are you picking?
I mean, we all know what I'm making.
No, I don't. I assume it's Sorceress.
Okay, where's my ice blink? I need an ice blink. I want to make a 2-handed ice blink Zealer. Let's go.
Well, then I'm making a barbarian.
I'm gonna go foam, 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 foam. Stab, 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 stab. Everything. Stab, stab.
Alright, I made a classic barb. You got a game up?
It's gonna take me a lot longer than that. Let me kill Duriel real fast. I gotta at least kill Duriel.
You killed Duriel.
I'm going to kill him right
now. You didn't let me finish what I was saying. You kill him. I'm gonna go smoke. Then we'll begin our grand adventure.
Don't smoke.
Of friendship.
No death sticks.
This is gonna be the most ridiculous thing.
No, we're gonna have fun.
No death sticks. No death sticks.
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a good
I don't think it's gonna be fun.
time.
I don't think it's gonna be
I
fun.
think it is.
I think it's gonna be not fun.
I think you don't want to have fun.
I think it's gonna be so unfun. I think it's gonna be like Chunks level fun.
Chunks loves the pain, man.
Chunks does love the pain. Except
Hey,
for the
I just
internet
went
pain.
through
He
it.
doesn't like the internet pain, but he likes all the other
I
pain.
just went through a classic run on single player and beat hell. So the three of us together can do it too. If we've got Bob as a source.
I'm not a source, bro.
Oh, well, Bob is whatever the hell he is. Me is a barbarian.
Do I get level 20? Do I get 20 hits on my Zeal?
You get whatever you want.
Can I get 20 hits on my Zeal? I just want a Zeal forever.
No, you get 5.
I just want a Zeal forever. Don't you know? I just want a Zeal forever until the Iron Maiden shows.
No, no, I don't want no Iron Maiden.
Neither do I. Please, no.
That's a damn nightmare right
Iron
there.
Maiden, let's go. Zeal forever.
You want to talk about the hardest melee game I've ever played in my life? Act 4, Diablo 2, when Iron Maiden was a thing in the Chaos Sanctuary.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, you just had to be
like, oh, they hit me with the amp. Maybe I can get one quick whirlwind.
And they hit you with Iron Maiden while you're winding.
Yeah,
the sound effects. The sound effects. Instant sound effect
like,
nightmares.
And then you're dead, but you're still spinning until you stop spinning, and then you fall over.
You know, when I played Diablo 2 Resurrected, I didn't realize that they'd taken Iron Maiden out, and I was just going through Chaos Sanctuary real slow, and every time I saw something that looked like Iron Maiden, I would spaz out.
Oh, I was nervous too. I was very nervous too at first.
Most ridiculous curse ever.
That was honestly I have no dispute on them taking that out.
No.
They
No,
needed
either.
to get rid of that. That was absolutely
Yes, I know.
ridiculous.
No, put it back. What? No, put it back right now.
It was like,
Put it
what
back, put it
character
back.
Are you gonna pick?
Put it back.
It's like, well,
I
Iron
want to
Maiden's
watch
in the
people
game,
suffer. I want to watch them suffer.
So you can't go melee because if you do, you can't beat Act 4.
I want to watch them suffer. I want to watch them bleed. Okay, time to go murder Duriel. It's going to be so easy, it's not even going to be funny. I'm just going to walk in there and stab him a couple times and he'll be dead.
Yep.
I got full Arathas on. I've got Twitch Throw, 2-piece Sorceress, and 2 mantled heals on. I'm pretty much just that. I got it. I got this. Don't worry about it.
You got full of Raptors. That's the only thing you need.
Oh, I went full.
You could have
I went
absolute
full
trash
twink.
on.
I went full twink. I didn't care.
You could have absolute trash.
I love twink runs.
And
I mean, I collected all this equipment.
And go all the way
Why
to
not?
hell.
I think my favorite twink run is when I did the enchant sork. And I just took all of my low-level PvP gear and put it on my enchant sork, and I was like, good luck killing me, guys. I'm gonna one-hit everything.
Where in Nightmare am I? I'm in normal difficulty. This is a brand new character.
I was killing everything with basic attack on my sorceress. It was great.
I have to delete a character to do this. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to be effort. You guys are making me put effort into this. I need to off-dump some items onto a character or something.
Okay, I'll make a game. And you can just dump it at me onto the ground, and then you can go grab another character so you don't have to do Tetris stuff.
You got mules?
You
got
delete a
room?
ladder or non-ladder?
It's gonna be. Actually, you know what? You're right. I could delete a ladder character. I don't know.
Good day.
All right.
Just don't delete the one with that Grand Charm that I want so badly.
The Grand Charm that you want?
You know which one I'm talking about. The
You
one
get
me and
everything.
Bob have been fighting over. Like that N75 34 or whatever it is.
Yeah, the ridiculous Grand Charm that every melee character wants.
Yes,
Every
yes,
physical
that
damage
one.
character.
If you delete that one, we're not going to be friends.
Okay, deleting it right now.
He will write a letter.
I'm deleting it right now.
Don't you do it.
He's gonna throw a BF.
Don't you do it. I'll come to Virginia.
I'm coming. I'm gonna get you, boy. Oh, I got a mule. I have a mule on here. All right, GGM1 password is normal password.
Is this for the run or for you dropping stuff?
Just a mule for me to drop crap.
Ladder, non-ladder.
Oh.
It's not ladder. Most of the stuff might not be necessary to keep, actually. I don't know. I'm looking...
Well, I just tried to join it, and I'm stuck in a loading screen.
Because you're probably on ladder. This is non-ladder.
No, I'm not. I'm on non-ladder.
But this is not a classic character. I'm just
pre-expansion.
dumping. I'm just dumping
Oh.
stuff.
Well, then that would be why, because I'm on a
Start punching people.
pre-expansion character.
Okay, a lot of this stuff, I don't know. This is just little low rooms and stuff. What does he got all this crap on? Okay, it looks like he has my lightning charms from one of my lightning characters.
Oh yeah, I'm just here to help you mule easier, so I'm not gonna be picking none up.
I mean, I don't have any mules to mule things too. That was the problem.
Oh well, then I'll pick up the stuff that matters.
None of that stuff is worth anything. This is a fine small charm. It's a 310, nothing fancy. I mean, these are just like garbage. They're not even like high-end lightning charms. Isn't like 24 is like low end, right?
Yeah, it goes 1 to 99 or 2 to 99 or something like that.
These are all like low-end charms. Like none of these are particularly amazing. I mean,
Just
they're
delete
still.
the whole thing then.
I'm looking. That's why I'm looking through. I just want to make sure I don't delete anything good. I mean, there's a +2 pally with some faster casts, so I guess. I don't
Is
know.
it 20?
No. There's a Doom. I got a Doombringer in here for it. Goblin Toes, a Night Smoke. Bunch of garbage. Garbage. I don't know what this is. This looks like it's probably something, but my character's not high enough level to see what it is. Keystrokes. A Superior F Mythical Sword, but it's only a 7%er. A bunch of gems.
That's worth keeping.
Oh, there's an interesting head that I found. Yeah, that's worth probably keeping. It's a 3 Iron Golem, 3 Summon Resist head.
Okay.
That's not bad. That could be like a Splendor. That's a 4/4.
Yep, that's not bad at all.
What are you keeping people's nuggets for?
Nuggets? What nuggets? You got some nuggets?
You said their head. You said a head.
Dual Leech with AR ring. I mean, there's a bunch of like halfway decent pieces of equipment in here, but nothing like super fancy.
I'll take a look at all the crafted stuff.
Nothing like too amazing in here.
Lord, I'm still at 70% on the headset. That's ridiculous.
I'm gonna come over there and discharge your battery while you're sleeping. You know how many times a day Chunks brags about the battery on his headset? Since he's gotten it, I think every single time he's come in here, he's been like
only 70% left on my battery. He goes, this thing has been on for like 7 days and I ain't even charged it once. And also God came down and smacked it in the booty cheeks.
Well, you know, maybe you should do some kind of like promotion video on it and say like, hey, one of my captains or mods or whatever.
Maybe they should pay me some money. I want to pay me
and
some
then maybe you get some money.
Maybe they give me some money.
Maybe you get some money.
We're the classic pre-expansion. Okay.
Pre-expansion.
Are we doing ladder or are we doing non-ladder pre-expansion?
I made non-ladder.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I also made non-ladder.
I'm just waiting for the game, and I assume it's GGM2.
Okay. Here we go. I gotta get this right.
Just let me know when the game's up.
It's up.
GGM2.
It's up.
Yep.
Wow. You're the only one that didn't put tags on Chunks. Failure.
Well, it wouldn't fit, but fine. I'll fix it.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Oh, it's time for us to feel the pain.
Haha, made Chunk remake his character. And then he had to misspell his own name. Ha
Well, I didn't misspell it. I just had to make it fit.
I'm out here killing zombies.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
I'm gonna cleanse the wilderness. Die, Quill Rat.
Oh, I forgot.
That's my healing potion. Those are my crack gloves. That's my stamina potion.
That's my scroll of identify.
Die, evil monsters. Last scroll time for him. Oh, you thief! That was my scroll.
I took the gold too.
I drank the stamina potion. I got more stamina than y'all guys, and I got the Nikes. I got the Nikes. Y'all didn't get the Nikes.
I'm wearing flesh on my feet.
I got a ugly hat. It's got poo on it. There's poo on this hat.
Poo on you.
I don't like the poo that's on that hat. It's a very nasty hat. It's grody. I got a might aura. Poo on my hat. Poo on my hat. Everybody look, I got poo on my hat.
I mean, I really don't want to poo on your hat.
I said I got poo on my hat. I didn't ask you to poo on my hat, okay?
I found that to be a little disturbing.
I didn't ask you to poo on my hat. I said I have poo on my hat. Here's the difference, okay? Oh, there's no weapon swap in Classic? Ugh. I forgot about that. Ugh.
Nope.
Ugh. Ugh. There's an ugly hat for somebody. Anybody want that ugly hat?
I'm wearing an ugly hat.
I don't see no ugly hat in your head. Oh wow, I'm looking at Bob. Never mind. Oh, y'all didn't click on this dead road. Oh, he got a superior hand axe. Yeah, now I'm gonna be superiorly chopping things, and y'all's jealous of my superiorness. Come here, corpse fire. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, leather armor's mine. Ring mine. Steal everything. I have no identify scrolls though. can't even put it on. Stop rezzing stuff.
I got a short sword with some sockets, I think. 2 sockets. Anybody want it?
I ain't got no chippies.
Yeah, you can find chippies.
No chippies. Oh,
There's
a
a chippy right there. And it's the perfect one.
There's a chippy. There you go. Superior hand axe on the ground. Chippy. Chippy, chippy, chippy. Ooh, another ring. Haha, yoink. I need identify scrolls so I can actually see what's in them. Who needs stat points? Just don't put stat points in. Those are for fools. Oh, I do have an identify scroll. 1 to dexterity. You shouldn't have.
My duty here is done.
I always think that the paladin says duty instead of duty. He goes, my duty here is done.
He took a big dump on the floor.
He did. He took a big dump. He did a duty. He did a duty. Oh my god, why are identify scrolls so expensive?
80 gold.
Expensive. Ha, 1 maximum damage. Eat it, suckers. Come on, take you down on smuckers. Where you guys go? You guys are gone.
Oh, we crossed the bridge.
The Rainbow Bridge?
Yes.
Yep, that one.
It's terrible.
From Dragon Warrior original.
Ooh, there's a chest over here. Oh, a bunch of blue items popped out of it. Blue sash, a blue hand axe, a blue armor, blue dagger. Y'all guys left 1 gold piece on the ground back here, which I totally picked up.
You're rich.
Boys,
waypoints up.
That's 1/80th, 80th of an identify scroll. Okay, that's 1/80th. One whole 80th. Okay.
Hey, I'm just over here with my skeleton crew hanging out. Because if I'm gonna play classic, I'm gonna watch my stuff fight, and I'm gonna not die.
I need stamina potions. I can't keep up with you guys. You guys are too fast.
There is nothing fast about a summon necro.
You have found a book? Oh, I bought the identify tome and I don't have enough money to buy
One to clay golem, one
buy
to
the
skeleton
town portal
mastery, one
tome.
to teeth. I'm keeping that.
No.
Ow.
Yes. Unlimited power of tomes. Hey, where am I going? Oh, that was totally the wrong portal. No, wasted portal. Wait, if we're playing classic, I should just be in like old mode.
Let's do it.
Oh god, the ugly brown hat looks even more ugly when in this mode. It really looks like I have a turd for a head. Ooh, look at all this stuff over here on the ground. Keys? You guys have keys on the ground? What are you, like heathens?
Yes.
You're not an assassin. You know that, right? You need keys.
It's only because I couldn't be an assassin. That's why I'm not an assassin. Otherwise, I would have been an assassin. And I would have made a kick assassin.
Chippy Emerald, another Chippy. 2 Chippy. Now I have super green sword. Super green, super green, super greeny. Yow. Ain't got no stamina, I can't go far, but I hit you with my poopy sword. Hey, I got a poop sword. Chunks, did you miss out on me talking about my poop sword?
No, I heard you.
No. No, I mean before the other day when I was talking about my poop sword.
Oh, then yeah, probably.
Yeah, so I had an idea. Like I was like, if I was a medieval warrior, like I would just get a big bucket of poop and I'd carry it around with me everywhere. And then when I went into battle, I would dip my sword in the poop. That way, everybody would get like horrible diseases and like tetanus, and like I just have to cut them one time with the poop sword, and then they're done. Like that's it. They're not coming back from that.
It's grody.
I mean, yeah.
That's what I said.
I mean, it's grody, yeah, but it's totally gonna work though. It's totally working. 19 attack rating. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Rockin' Issues over here.
Chipped ruby, chipped emerald. Look at all these chippies everywhere. Chippy bippy dum bum 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 bum. Find any good Black Friday deals? Yeah, we were going over them earlier in the stream. I had fun looking through some of them. There's some really good monitor deals. I got a $30 new mouse, since my mouse is like horribly terrible.
Dang it.
A stamina potion! Is Rockinishu already dead?
Ow,
no, he's
no.
not.
Ow! No, he's not.
Is Rockinishu dead? No, he's not.
But I am.
Here you go. Here you go, Bob. You can sit in the back and plink stuff. You can plink.
Oh, at level 6, I get my clay golem for free, though.
Plink. Plink, 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 plinky,
Right,
plink.
we can leave
plink,
my town
plinky,
portal
plinky.
there, and we can keep going.
Poor Chunks.
That was funny.
Yeah, Rockinishu was not dead. Definitely not dead.
Are you sure? He looked pretty dead to me and Ginger.
He wasn't whenever me and him had to go.
Oh, where'd you guys go?
Oh,
I'm in town right now.
Yeah, I'm in town right now, too. I'm looking at my 3 pixels. I want
Trying to sell some stuff to make up for gold that was lost.
There's tons of stuff on the ground down here. You can always pick something up and chuck it in a doo-dank. Gamble for your soul? What? Chunks was first to die. Who had that on the docket list?
Bastards. I don't know where I want to put my points in master yet, because
You haven't found
don't
a
have
decent
a weapon
yet.
yet. Yeah. Like, I don't know if I want to go sword or.
Yeah, because as soon as you go sword, we're gonna drop a crush flange, and then you're gonna be like, oh, cool.
Yes, I'm gonna be like, wow, why didn't I go mace?
I mean, mace is the go-to, right? The flail does the 50% enhanced damage to demons.
Oh yes, and I would love to get like a what's the name of it? Bone crusher or whatever.
So what, your bone snap mall? You want a bone snap?
Yeah, bone snap. I would love to get a bone snap.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That would be like problem solved.
Yeah, Chunks, you'd get to carry.
Oh yeah, you give me a bone snap. I mean, it'd be like my single player run through.
Oh, a rare wand.
Ooh.
It is +1 to teeth, lifesteal, lightning res, and fire res, poison res. The stone bar.
Sounds not as good as the one I'm about to have at level 6, is what it sounds like.
Sounds not very good at all. Oh god, no! Amp damage, it's scary over there! They're archers and they've got amp! There's a 2,000 gold on the ground!
Laughing.
Steal his
gold! No, there is
2,000 gold! No! Somebody throw me a portal.
Chunks, you gotta do it.
I'll give you one after we steal your gold.
Okay, alright. You guys are gonna die.
I can't use your body.
My gold.
Yeah.
Poison them all. Run away. Poison them.
Ow! I need a belt. I need a belt so bad.
They hurt so bad. I probably should have put some points in HP.
Ow. I did, but I still need a belt so bad.
These ouchie people, they're not very nice.
Hey, you're welcome for chopping these guys down.
We did it. I mean, you guys did it. I mean, we did it.
Yeah, we didn't do nothing.
I walked up and folded. They amped me and I died. I was like, oh, hello guys.
I got hit by all 7 of you? Cool.
Okay. There's a large axe. You can smack stuff with that big axe.
Yeah, it's damaged. I don't want that crap.
Yeah, you can break it off. That means you can break it off in somebody's butt cheeks. That's the preferred method of breaking the butt cheeks off. Hydration time.
I didn't know that they broke off.
When they're damaged, yeah.
No, I meant butt cheeks.
No, you break the weapon off in the butt cheek. You don't break the butt cheek off.
I mean, you could chop the butt cheek off.
I mean, that also, yeah. That's a possibility. Also, superior spear. Oh, a skull cap. That's better than that poopy cap I'm wearing. A chipped ruby. Chipped ruby. Oh, chipped ruby. A glimmering ring. Why is it glimmer?
Because it's light radius, because it's awesome. You know?
It's worth 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I'm selling it. I dropped it and then I was like, wait, I can sell that. That's a ring.
Does the hand axe recipe work in Classic? We get
I gotta stop smacking stuff. Another XP shrine.
Damaged skull cap.
Waypoint.
Ow, they hurt. There's so many archers. They got high damage output. Why are they so mean?
Ow!
They're mean.
Ow!
They're very mean.
Oh my god, I had 10 health.
They're elites again. That's why they're so mean.
Mean. They're so mean. I'm just literally just running back and forth, trying not to die.
Alright, I'm going into Mace Mastery. It's
For the undead damage?
Well, I mean, and for the survivability.
Stop resing everything. Ooh, an amulet. Ah! They turn around to attack so easily.
I have no potions.
Yeah, I'm getting some potions. Chunks is already in town getting potions.
Yep. Because I don't have a belt. I'm going to go buy one. Where I can actually hold more than 4.
What? I need some potions for my face so I can drink them and get red lips.
I need to stop smacking stuff. I keep forgetting my wand needs to keep my golem.
Okay, I need a mace.
Boom, boom. I'm clearing out the area where these bad guys are. I can kill everything else just fine, but they're all nice and focused together. It's tough to kill them because they're all in the same spot. Ow, why are you guys so ouchy? Stop focus firing me.
Faster hit.
Oh, he's extra strong. No wonder. Extra strong is like a whole bunch of extra enhanced damage. Hey, a blue small shield. You know a blue small shield? I don't know what it is. Here, I'll identify for you. 10% faster hit recovery.
I am the tank in this scenario.
Why? Why use the tank?
Because I'm a barbarian.
You need the barbarian?
Yes. The barbarian needs a mace. We need to find one of those.
Yeah, we do.
Where you take the mana regen shrine? That from the necromancer. That's just.
Well, I didn't know that's what it was.
He's just clicking.
He didn't know. Superior hard leather armor. Ooh, 26 armor. I like that. More defense, better. I want to stop getting smacked in the face.
Oh, the tree's right over here, guys. This is gonna be a fun fight.
By fun fight, he means we're gonna die.
Probably.
What's up? Oh, he's extra strong, extra fast. Oh god! Block the attacks, block the attacks, block the attacks. Be the paladin, be the best paladin you can be. Ooh, rare leather armor.
This fight was easy.
I stood in there and tanked it. I said, let's go, suckers.
Portal somebody. Mine's by the stones.
Ooh, scepter. Nice.
Nice. That's like
Short
the
staff?
exact one you want right now.
Frozen armor +1.
I mean, it's 2 to thorns for a paladin, but still. It's...
Put that thorns on, bro. I got
I'm
minions.
a barbarian. I don't have thorns.
Put it on.
Can't do that.
Thorns, 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 thorny, thorns, thorns, thorny, thorny, thorns.
Oh, somebody want this chip topaz?
Where, which portal?
My portal.
Yours?
Sell the juvies to the shop, because they're worth lots of money.
Oh, Tristram is up.
On this Maya's way, this.
Impossible.
Griswold's gonna smack some cheeks, smack some booty cheeks. Griswold's gonna smack some cheeks all day long.
Oh, man.
Oh, God, holy fire.
Oh, wow. They are just bundled up all over the damn place.
Toggled my run key off. Working on Griswold. Hoping he doesn't curse us before he dies.
I think I got him.
Nice, okay. A short staff worth some money.
Those archers are just absolutely wrecking me, though.
Superior hard leather armor. That's probably worth selling. There's a club.
I can't ID it. Ow!
If you value your life, leave here immediately.
Yeah, if you value your life, get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of Dodge, my friend. 27 defense sturdy. I got chippies. Chippy bips. I got the chippy bipper whippers. Chippy bips. Low quality spiked club. I need like a rips off Lamberjay.
There's a club over there. You gonna be dual
Got a
wield?
blue one in my inventory.
Rips off.
Just don't have any
rips off.
ID scrolls.
Drop it.
I ain't giving you my ID scrolls, son.
I'll ID it.
I ain't giving you no single one of my ID scrolls. That's too much power for one man.
2 to 6. Your scepter 6 to 11.
Oh, I didn't know if you were gonna double swing or not.
The double swing is really nice. No mana cost. I do like me some no mana cost.
What I get? 7 mana? I'll take that.
And we rescued Cain from the clutches of the devil.
And he still wouldn't let us share his portal. He's evil.
Evil.
Like, bro, can we get a portal share? Like, can I just hop? I'm low on. Cain.
Oh, somebody's portal went away.
I'm in Darkwood.
Oh, it's okay. It's right here.
I'm in Darkwood.
Oh.
I put a portal up.
I'm on double swing.
Anybody want this flawed topaz?
I'm hanging on to gems for now. Like, I don't really know what to do.
I just
with
did a
them
gem
at the
shrine
moment.
and had a chippy, so I got a flawed out of it.
Salty stamina potions. Give it to me. Give it to
It's
me,
gotta be over
baby.
here, right?
I think that is it over there, yeah. I forgot I was in Darkwood. I thought that was the way back. It's right there where you were. I don't know why I thought that was the way back. Thought I was in Stony Field or something. I even said Darkwood.
But in my mind, in the eye of my mind.
Oh no, my sword is almost broken. I need a two-handed sword.
There's another mana shrine. One of y'all want it?
Okay, not using any mana until I get Zeal.
Ow!
God, there's so many monsters over here. Thankfully, they're all fallen and they just run away. But... oh, a rare Bardiche. A rare Bardiche. The Bardiche. I cannot use the Bardiche. I do not have the strength for the Bardiche.
What are you using for a sword, Gender? Oh, never mind.
Just the two sides
Just
you
ID the
gave
blue
me
one.
originally.
But
now I have the Bardiche.
It only has knockback on it.
Come here and suffer the bardiche. I bardiche your face. 1 bardiche, 2 bardiche. It's kind of a sucky bardiche, but that's okay. He's a bardiche. Come here and get bardiched. Chip Ruby. The hole.
Should we go down there? Is there a chest down there?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that. We need all the possibilities of getting gear we can get. We're not cool enough for rune words.
Rune word, boon words. No, we need other cool items. We need the other cool stuff. The stuff actually people like. Oh, Juvie? That's a lot of gold you guys left on the ground there. Richie riches. Those are 200 gold a pop, sir.
Somebody want this?
Amulet of craftsmanship. +1 maximum damage. I kinda like it. Anybody want a lightning res amulet?
Yeah.
Protect you against Rakanishu, who's already dead.
That's okay. Act 2's coming up.
A low quality scimitar. A rang.
I need some mana leech until I can get my double swing high enough level.
You want that rang?
There's a spike club with a socket in it, Chunk.
I don't have anything to put in it.
This flawed topaz. Here, 1 to 14 lightning damage with a spike club.
A superior skull cap with 2 sockets? Don't mind if
Nice.
I do.
Just wait to get some nice gemmies.
It's got 13% enhanced defense on it. Got 6 skill points just sitting there. I'm not using any of them.
I'll be the town portals hoe because I got a tome.
I haven't bought any tomes yet.
I bought 2 tomes. I got a bunch of keys too. I'm grabbing all the keys.
I've also been picking up the keys.
All keys. All your keys are belong to us.
How good's your Bardici?
Hmm?
This bronze Bardici has some attack rating on it.
It's that's it.
Oh, you got a nice one.
It's a rare Bardiche.
Nice. Lucky.
For me to smack things with.
I would like to get a rare Necro head with Summon Mastery and Summon Skeletons. That'd be nice. Not asking for too much, right?
Come here, Carver Shaman. Die, Carver Shaman. Your mama's a Carver Shaman, your daddy's a Carver Shaman. I can't believe it. You're ugly like your mama. Stop chasing my friends and die. Where's my Spire of Honor? I need a Spire of Honor. Wait, no,
your level 2.
Wait, no, what can I get here? I could get Tanner Gorod or Ripsaw.
Lenimo.
Yeah, you didn't live long.
This spike club 1 to strength.
Look at all these keys.
Chizonk.
So many hard leather armors. Another rare Bardiche. Is it better than my Bardiche? Oh, it's terrible. It's awful. It's like the worst Bardiche ever. I've never seen a Bardici more terrible than that Bardici.
Dang. Nothing good.
Got some money.
Hey.
Money in the
Alright,
bank.
I lied. Money's
Money.
good.
I'm gonna take all the superior hard lever armors back and sell them. Ring. And the ring is plus 10 maximum stamina. Oh boy. Oh.
That's very important now.
Oh boy. You want it, John?
No, I just mean for this low of a level.
I'd be chugging them salty potions. That's what I'd be doing.
Max stamina actually helps quite a bit right now.
Chug. Salty potions for days.
I'm at 50 on vitality.
40. I got 40 strength and 40 vitality and 31 dexterity.
Got another socketed spiked club. Just need something else to throw in it.
No resurrection.
You want a chippy?
I have a chipped emerald.
I got a chippy topaz.
I've got a flawed topaz in the other one. Thinking I put the poison in the other one.
I'll take a quick trip back and sell some stuff. I'm gonna sell some loots. I got loots. Oh yeah, we got Kane now. I don't gotta waste money on ID and crap. Come over here, Kane. Oh, that's not bad. Lizard's hard leather armor of the jackal. 4 life, 5 mana.
Nice.
You want that?
Yeah. Beats my attacker takes damage of 1. Hey, my skeletons are finally starting to do stuff.
I need like a good socketed two-handed sword. I want to go two-handed.
Yep. Gotta go to town myself.
Good to see ya.
Yeah, give me that ring. Taking stuff back. Let's go. Trusty, come back. I need to sell you some crap. It's not real good, but I know that you like it. Ooh, +1 max damage, 32 AR. Ooh, don't mind if I do. On a ring.
Alright.
I need a two-handed sword, Geed. Geed, a two-handed sword. Come on, broski. Two-handed sword. I just need a sword. I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but I need a sword. 1,693. Oof. 10% increased attack speed. Okay. 20% enhanced damage with 18 attack rating. Oh, a rare one. Nice. Good, I'm selling the Bardice. Unless you want the Bardice, Chunks.
No, I'm doing the Mace Mastery.
Okay.
Doing some wishful thinking.
Yeah. Look at my brimstone thirst. I got a brimstone thirst of thirstiness. It's so thirsty. I need a portal so I can quench the thirst. Quenching the thirst. Let me quench. Come hither, so I may quench. Chop. What do I got? 1 to 2 fire damage? Attack rating, damage. It's got pretty good. It's not bad. Now I just need to get Zeal. No, come here, Devilkin. Yeah. Yeah. Unlimited power.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
Oh, barrels. Gotta get the barrels. There could be a Soge in them there barrels. Actually, no, there couldn't, because we're too low level. There could be a Soge in them there barrels.
Waypoint's up, Bob.
He's right behind us.
Oh, okay.
Well, time for a salty potion.
Should be this
A
way,
superior longbow? We can't outfit mercs or anything. So. Oh, we're just killing stuff.
Same.
Ooh, a chip topaz. Put it in my helmet, get some magic find. We got another chip topaz, so I can get a double magic find helmet. We can have the 2 times MF. Ooh, a blue spiked club. You want a blue spiked club?
That.
You want a blue spiked club?
Yeah. Well, it's got life leech.
Nice.
Oh, that's good actually. Ooh, a light belt. It's got nothing good on it except for +9 mana. And I'm gonna put it on. Somebody can have my tangerine sash of the jackal.
I got hit recovery.
I need the mana for the zeal, eventually. Soon. Soon-ish.
Wow, 17 faster hit recovery on a belt? I'll take that.
Oh, they got books in there. They got books in there, Chunks.
Yeah, let's go get a bateau.
Oh, it was only a scroll. Just 1 scroll. Rip.
I bought a couple tomes already.
Here he is, Malice.
Choppy, chop, choppy.
If we find a white wand, let me know. I need it.
We got our Malice. Malice
Yeah,
Navidad.
I think I gotta wait till like 17 or 18.
Malice Navidad.
Nah, really, I want skeletons and skeleton mastery, so I could probably just do it whenever.
I mean, if you got a 3/3 skeleton mastery skeleton wand, that would be the best thing ever.
Yes.
Hey, another topaz. Yes. 18% magic find. Dive. Oh, a spike shield.
Ow! Help!
Help me, Tom Cruise. Oh, you found some archers over there?
Oh, there's so many of them.
Alright, I got the main guy.
Yeah, we got the sauce now. My skeletons is finally level 10, so I can put a point in amp damage.
Ooh. I'll burn some potions on him. He would have had me too.
I need some healing potions.
That's terrible.
That'll do.
A tear falls from my eye as I chug a potion.
This is no place for a warrior to die.
Such a good healing potion. Red amulets. +3 strength. Okay. You want a +1 max damage amulet, Jax?
Yeah, I'd say it's better than 2 strength.
It's funny, I just took that off for a +3 strength amulet. Another amulet. Dang, ghosts everywhere coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I got a champ pack over here. I'm fighting.
You want a +8 mana amulet?
Nah, I'll keep the res.
Res. Oh, heavy boots. Got some Tims. +1 dexterity Tims. That's better than +1 dexterity Nikes.
Ghosties.
Another chip topaz. +1 max damage, +1 light radius. You shouldn't have.
Chippy topaz.
Chippy chip.
Be glad whenever I get my double swing to where it doesn't cost any mana.
Yeah, you don't need mana pots no more. Free.
Right now it's still at 1 mana.
It's actually 2. Did you know that?
How's it 2? It says 1.
It's
well,
1.
Because it's double swing?
It's 1 per swing.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's actually a glitch in the way that it works. It's the same way for Frenzy. Frenzy also costs 1 per swing, or the amount it says per swing. So whenever you swing, it's going to cost the same amount for each swing.
I just got lucky and leveled up.
So until you get it down to 0, it will still cost like a butt ton. Even if it's like 0.5, it still costs 1 per for 2 swings. I never knew that was bugged like that, and then I played around with it. I was making the video on the skill, and I was like, oh, okay, this is stupid.
Yep, never paid that much attention to it.
Yeah.
He just knows it goes to 0 at some point.
Ooh. Yep. What is that, Hawaiians?
Sorceress?
Osiris? Hawaiians? Both? Doesn't matter.
Who wants my 17 faster hit recovery? That's a 17 faster hit recovery belt over here.
Over where?
Sturdy light belt of equilibrium.
Yeah, I put the Sorceress on.
I stole it.
He stole it.
I need faster hit recovery. I got a shield.
Wait.
Sorceress gives the AR bonus too, though, right?
Only if you have
life and cold res.
Only if you have the boots.
No, with the boots.
Yeah, but we don't got the boots.
Gives like a massive attack rating bonus.
Yep.
Yeah, if we find the boots, then I'm gonna put them on and start ponking stuff.
Yeah, he's not gonna give it to you. He's gonna keep it for
If we
himself.
find the boots, then you need to just toss that stuff my way. I'm the melee character.
No, I'm Zeal. No, you gotta toss it my way.
blue chippy.
Chippies. I'm all hanging on to all the chippies. Another chippy. Another chippy.
Two more chippies.
Chippy. Is this the weapon rack room right here? Oh, what the hell is this? It's weird. Stop being rude to me and die. KK. Bardiche, Cody farts. God, he's still gassing up a storm over there. Cody, we need to get you some gas X pills. Gas X pills. Oh yeah, leveled up. Well, I bind my Z key.
Those aren't elites, so I don't care about them.
I've got zeal, finally. Finally, I got zeal, finally. Lightning monsters in my face. Chunk's gonna hit you with the mace. Do you want a white? Do you want a white mace for imbuing, Chunks?
Not yet. I'll wait until we get a little bit higher level.
Oh, I found it.
Oh God. Ouchie, 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 ouchie,
Oh
ouchie,
wow.
ouchie, ouchie.
Yeah, they hurt.
I'm coming back.
I make it him dead. I do a good job. I get paid.
That's not the right way.
Oh.
Why do these skills cost so much mana? I'm missing like every other waypoint.
Go to town real
I'm missing
quick.
Stony, missing Black Marsh, missing Jail. Anyway, that white one's on the ground if you want it.
Good to see you.
And what I should I gamble for the gloves? Gamble for the gloves. I'm a gambling fool. What should I gamble for? Boots, gloves.
She gamble for a mace.
What, a bone snap? Wow.
You can't get a bone step until you're like 45 or something.
Try and gamble for a Twitch throw. Can't get that yet either. I could get a hand of Brock.
Some blood fists.
Hand of Brock would be absolutely exceptional. Especially for me.
+2 to dexterity, 6%
wand.
lightning res.
A wand. That's right.
Ew. They're ugly.
You want 17 attack rating leather gloves?
And it's better than the ones I got.
10% poison resist. God, some of these gambles are just like giving me back all the gold. Like I gamble it and then it's like it's worth the full value and I just sell it back for full value. It's kind of silly.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
All right. I'm dropping some gloves in town, Chunks.
No! It's bad up there. I thought I was going the right way. And I might have been. Hell, I don't know.
Wait, you guys already in the Duran? I mean, in the catacombs? The catacombs?
Yeah, portal's up.
The catacombs? In the catacombs. You can meet your fellow demon in the catacombs. Oh, there's a ring up here. You guys just left a ring on the ground? You fools. Haze Killer. What's up, Haze Killer? Ow. Got cold. It's freezing.
Jesus, that hurt.
It's coldy colds. I'm all chilly, dude, now. Can I stand in the fire to warm myself up?
Yeah, you just stay there as long as humanly possible.
Oh, okay. And then I'll be nice and toasty.
Yep, then you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely perfectly fine.
You know, the way you stated that, I doubt. Almost got him killed. A blue spike club.
Saw that.
He tried to run back through the door. He tried. He was trying so hard. I'm a melee character. We go forward, okay? We go forward. That was a 10% faster hit recovery skull cap. You might want that.
I'll take that.
A trident. Could be better than my weapon. I don't know. They're kind of slow though, aren't they? Meh. Oh, what am I doing? That's probably worth money. I take that back to town and I sell it for some scratch so I can go back to the gambling shop, get myself some doojanks, fill it up my bank. Need some more attack rating. It's a tank and spank. Champion tainted. Another ring.
I tried to pick up the ring and then the diamond fell.
Ooh,
oh, 20. Wow, there's a whole lot of champions.
That's
down
a nice
here.
ring. I like that ring. That's a good ring. It's a fancy ring. That's 24 attack rating and half freeze duration.
Oh. Oh, that hurts.
You want my old AR ring, Chunks?
I want to not die right now.
No. No, that's not. We don't do that. That's not. We don't take requests. Anyway, there's my ring if you want a 19 AR. Bronze ring.
Ooh. That was painful.
Spitums.
It was indeed painful.
My goodness.
Spitums everywhere. Spitums in your hair. I wonder if it would be better if I just ran Blessed Aim. That way we can actually hit stuff. Ooh, waypoint.
Yeah. Alright, so now we know we gotta go right.
Yeah, make sure you tell Bob. He doesn't know nothing about this. The whole, you know, like where you go and stuff.
Oh, yes. Yes,
He doesn't know. No, he doesn't. He know anything. Make sure you let him know. Send him, link him to videos and stuff. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Bob doesn't know.
Your chat likes to think I'm cheating sometimes.
Oh yeah, I think you're cheating sometimes.
No cheaties. I don't like cheaties.
Nope.
Dirty hoe.
Not that way.
What's up, banished? To die banished? That's right. We don't like you.
Oh, I thought that was an elite. I was like, yeah. It was not an elite.
Come on, stamina. Come back up. Come back up now.
Oh, there's a lead over here. Spirit Vex. And he's spicy.
I'm coming.
Ow, my face.
Oh, God.
Oh, he
Champion
teleports.
banished.
That's rude. Yay, a level. I can put another point in Zeal.
Oh, shit. Oh, I'm trying to hold the bad words in.
I forgot I need to level up Sacrifice as the synergy for Zeal.
I'm getting nuked up here.
He keeps teleporting away.
Oh, we're getting nuked by Spirit Vex down here.
I'm getting nuked by Champion banished.
He keeps running away farther and farther. Like, I can't stay still
Yeah,
and die.
he's running like a baby.
Stay still and die. I'll take some of that mana pots.
Still doing okay down there, Chunk?
Yep, I killed him.
A Jagged Spike Club of Might? You want a Jagged Spike Club of Might?
What is that?
A little bit of ED and some strength.
But I'll definitely take some ED on one. Because the two I've got are just...
Do it, please.
Elemental damage?
The two I've got are just socketed with poison and... Oh my god, no!
Chunks is dead. Oh, Chunk death sound.
About to be. There's a whole lot of tainted up there. Whole lot of...
You know, that's not what you want to hear when you're talking about a girlfriend, okay?
I didn't know I was talking about your girlfriend.
You're talking about your girlfriend. There's a club. It's a bunch of ED on it, basically. I mean, it's got some on-weapon ED and some off-weapon ED. Strength is what, 1% per point or whatever?
Yeah.
So it's 5 off-weapon ED and like 30 on-weapon. I hate it when there's no doors linking the places, so you gotta go all the way around and run away all around.
Hey, don't worry though. I won't tell anybody about your ED problem.
Erectile dysfunction. Ooh, double champions in here. What's up, champion ghouls? Champion.
That's the way.
Champion. Punch him in there, champ. You gotta punch him right in the champ.
I don't know how.
You know how to punch him in the champ? Oh, man.
Nope.
It's similar to breaking your axe off in their booty cheeks.
Oh, well, that one I know how to do.
Similar. It's similar. You guys ready to die? Ooh, a superior you want. +2 raised skeleton with 15% enhanced damage.
+2 raised skeleton? But then I lose my golem.
Sounds like you need to put the point in your golem thing.
I do. I'll do it after this.
+1 strength. Poopies.
Hey, ring mail. 52 defense? Why, yes. Thank you.
Die.
We got this, guys.
We do not have that.
Oh, we got it. It's fine.
We don't got nothing. We don't got nothing. I bet you one of those poison things just kills me.
Oh, no, she's done. She is done.
Die. Oh, wow, lots of good stuff. Saber, boots, bow. Like 8 bows. Why are you dropping 8 bows?
For real.
Take all stuff back. So.
Hey, she dropped a rare spike glove, so I'm happy about that.
I got the boots.
I seen the boots disappear.
Oh, I didn't even get the boots. I thought I did.
Hey, 24 ED.
Superior
and
chain
5 life
boots.
leech. 1 to min damage. 1 to strength. Spiked glove. Well, yes, thank you.
Don't
we
leave.
Take those.
I'm turning in the malice.
I forgot we got the malice.
I did not.
What? Imbue the chain boots? Epic
Oh, anybody
chain
want
boots.
this ring? Max damage attack rating?
How much max damage?
169 attack rating.
60. Oh, yeah, I'll take 69
69
attack rating.
That's a lot of attack rating.
There you go.
Absolutely.
That's a god tier of attack rating.
Definitely beats my plain 1 to max damage. Ring.
1 max damage.
Good day.
Repair.
I went east.
What? Imbue the chain boots?
East? I thought you said west.
Imbue the chain boots.
Now I gotta go to Drognon to see what he's
Yeah,
selling. for
not
one.
bad. 10% faster hit recovery. Attack rating. I like that.
Oh, I
It's
wish I
got
had some cool
Dujinx
stuff like
on
that.
them. There's Dujinx. It's got Dujinx.
That's nice.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Better than the garbage
Better
I was
than
wearing.
none.
Well, you could use your
MF
imbue
boots. MF boots and MF gloves. I'm about to buy both of these.
Well, I can give you the helmet I'm wearing, and you can have triple MF.
Psh, sold.
Yeah, we need somebody with some
MF
magic
gloves,
behind.
10 MF boots. I do need a better wand though. My wand is hot garbo.
Well, if we get a cube, you could roll and try and get one with the chippies. So you could, I think that doesn't the recipe work in Classic. The one
Yeah,
where
I
you
believe
add
so.
the one where you add a socket to a blue wand, and it re-rolls the wand. It's like 3 chippies.
I don't know if it adds sockets anymore.
It's only 1 socket. He burped it. It's also a good way to make money as well, so we can make some bank that way. We can make a little bit of money.
Oh my god. That dude hit me like a Mack truck. Be careful. You hit him and he poops out lightning.
Hey.
And it hurts.
Nice. I got some attack rating gloves. He be pooping out lightning.
Yeah, let them skeletons have that. Good lord.
A U wand? I gotta go back to Act 1, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta go imbue. Oh, I got my point in clay golem now.
For a DJ.
Oh, I forgot I don't keep my summons.
Yeah, they get lost in between acts. That's stupid.
What a good wand.
But you get everything wrong.
So good. I love it so much. It's the best.
That is awful. It's got mana leech on it. Look at that. It's so good.
Yeah, you want a chunk? You want some mana leech?
+1 Nova.
Yeah.
It's Mace class.
It's sold.
Aww. It was Mace
Can
class.
I get a Portalis?
He was gonna use that. It was Mace class.
He was not going to use that.
He was gonna put it on its whack pivot just to hear the sound. Just to hear the sound. He likes the sound.
No, that is not true at all.
You don't like the wand sound when it thwacks?
I like the wand sound, but I wasn't using that thing.
Just to hear the sound.
The only way I would have used that thing is if I could have used it to smack Charcy in the head with it.
That's terrible.
Be like, what the hell were you thinking?
That would have made a nice thwack noise.
I thought you were good at your job. What happened?
Yeah. you totally shit the bed on this one.
Mm.
Hey, level. $24. 24.
I'm not level 14 yet.
We're at 0.2 mana. Double swing.
It's terrible.
Almost there. Almost there. Level 9. We need level 9.
And then it goes to 0.
Then it goes to 0. That's right.
Then he just wants to stack all the life leech.
Well, I mean, then I can start putting points into like mastery and all that.
Cody's sawing wood.
Well, he's had a rough day.
Has he?
I think so.
He got lots of snackums. I think he was doing pretty good there.
Oh, that means his jaw hurts. That was definitely.
Yeah, I mean, he's tired from having all them snackums.
Oh, the snack. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot he's got all that hard work digesting and chewing.
That's right.
And pooping and farting.
It's a rough life. It's a rough life for him.
Dude, the other day I was trying to take him out to go to the bathroom, and he like pulled on the leash real hard to do something. I don't remember what it was, and I didn't let him go nowhere. And then he just like let out this really big burp. I guess I squeezed it out of him. Sounded like a grown man burp. It was like burp. I didn't even know dogs could burp like that.
Well, you clearly didn't do your Cubus the Monster Dog history.
I ain't never heard a burp like that before. That was the first time. Everybody was there too. We all heard it. I think Gina went like, "Oh my god!" And they started laughing.
You like my combat shrine, Chunk?
Chunky, stole your combat shrine.
What you get for stealing my mana shrine?
How much attack rating you got?
220.
It's pretty beast. It's pretty beast.
Pretty good for somebody who doesn't stack any attack rating at all. I'm doing 6 to 29 damage.
Ow! So much fire! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Yeah,
oh, no.
That's what you get.
I got Zeal locked. I couldn't get out because I was Zeal locked.
That's why you only do the 3 swings.
No. 5
Yep.
swings.
No,
5
you only do
swings.
3.
We do the
You only
5.
do 3.
5
You only do
swings.
3 while you're leveling.
5 swings.
I stole your gold.
That's terrible. I don't have very much gold anyway.
I didn't mean to. Yeah, I got a bunch. I can give you a bunch.
No, I pick up stuff all the time to sell. I'm fine. Plus, I gamble it all away like a dirty hobo. So. Oh yeah, I was gonna give you my helmet. There you go. I have no helmet.
Yeah,
Oh,
now
my-
I have 43 MF.
Yeah, so we can get more cool stuff.
I mean,
Find the Hussar's boots so you can put them on and show them off to chunks.
he'd be so mad.
Don't be like that.
Other long staff. Oh, long staff dropping like crazy in this one. Yeah, I got some good bank on them things too. Those are like some good quality. Some good quality doojanks there. A book of skill. Now we go talk to Akara and Atma, and Atma tells us all about her woes.
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking.
I heard you slap that hoe down.
I got trapped in the portal.
Slap a hoe, slap a hoe. That's what Atma said.
All right. All right.
I need a better armor. I need a better. A new skill.
You got a wand for me yet, Drognon?
Sacrifice, sacrifice, radioactive sacrifice.
Nope.
How do I know I can trust you? You don't.
Can I get chainmail yet? Ooh, I can get chainmail. Oh, not enough gold. 19k. That's a lot of money for a chainmail. No, that's so expensive.
Can't believe we haven't found a single necro head yet.
Yeah, got some real armor on now. I got like 127 defense.
Ask and learn.
I gotta catch up to Y. Some blue chain boots.
I don't think I'm gonna give up the MF for a little while.
Been doing MF on them anyway. I'm hanging on to them for selling. I'm addicted to gambling. A Falcon. Bing. A ring of poopies. A ring of poop, poopy doopy doop, ring of poop, poopy doopy doop, ring of poop, poopy doopy doop. There's a damaged morning star. That's a higher class mace. If I remember correctly, aren't all like the lower tier maces like really low damage compared to the higher tier maces in the same tier? remember I remember doing research on this one time, and I found out that the first 3 tiers of every weapon class are like really low damage, and then it like ups considerably from that point. So like the club, the what is it? The spiked club and the what's that other one? Can't remember the name of the other one.
Mace.
Like the 3 at the bottom have like the lowest damage, and then right up from that is the first tier that actually has good damage for normal difficulty. I can't remember which one it is on the list. Yeah, I could probably just pull up Old Area Summit. Why not? Let's go. Harriet Summit maces. Okay, so normal maces. So average damage 3.5, average damage 6.5, average damage 6.5. Morningstar, yeah. So Morningstar has an average damage of 11.5. That's where it starts to get good. Morningstar, Flail, and Warhammer all have way better average damage than the...
Yeah, the Flail is the fast one, too. He could go shop that, too, if he wanted to.
Yeah, it's like it's like double the damage.
Flail. I just have to put some points into dexterity to be able to do it, to be able to use one.
You've not had a single lem drop in over 2 weeks? God, you're cursed. I have more lems than I know what to do with. Lems are like...
It's candy.
Candy. I mean, literally. I'm gonna get a lem dispenser and start eating them. Rare chain boots. A flawed diamando. Sounds like you're cursed. 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 Is there still something resin? Guess not. Get out of my inventory, stupid blue falcon.
I was hoping there was going to be something decent in that chest. But no.
Never gonna give you up, man. What? You dared play the game without cleansing? Welcome, weary traveler, to your doom.
Here's the dry hills.
So do like P3, somewhere in the middle. You don't have to do P. Doesn't have to be a P8 or P7. You can do like P3 or P5. Slightly
P8
better.
or nothing.
Nerf or nothing. I don't got crap.
Here's the mana shrine. If you want it.
Oh, you're good. I don't actually need mana shrines.
Portal.
I don't either anymore.
Need a portal? Portalis.
I need a portal. I'm coming. Oh, belts. So pretty belts. Man, I've been streaming for 11 hours. Dang it, I took the wrong one. Way to go, Ginger.
There's the waypoint.
Nice.
Ow!
I hate these guys.
Yes, I hate these little
Gotta like
whatever they are.
gotta like push them up against the
Oh, here
wall.
it is. Halls of the Dead.
Gotta push them up against the wall and kick them in the eye.
Also the D.
We just run from all the stupid little creepers.
Yeah, I can't stand those guys.
They kill my necromancer a lot. I remember many times those guys kill my necromancer. Because they don't care about your minions, they'll just run in and slap you in the back of the head. They get a notion that they want to slap and they slap. I was thinking about that in Path of Exile 2. They got that ability for the for you to slow down the projectiles, which seems really neat. I was thinking about what kind of projectiles you would want to slow down.
Lightning balls.
Mm-hmm. Have like super slow fireballs.
I will kill you in 20 years.
20 years later. Oh my god, I need to go back to town apparently because I don't know. I got like super mega crit poisoned and I can't keep up. Like it just doesn't go away ever. Just never goes away.
Hello.
Super mega crit poison. It takes my soul.
Not that way.
There's a regular mace over here.
What he really wants is a Morning Star or a flail. I really doubt he wants a Warhammer because those are just super slow. Unfortunately.
Oh no! Not you guys.
Evil little buggers.
It's okay, you do double damage. I'm here.
So many mana pots. Such terrible rings. What the hell?
Here's level 3 over here.
The rings have been absolutely atrocious.
Oh my god, they're so like every single one has been so bad.
Oh, that's kind. That's a kind word.
I was thinking of something much worse, guys.
Dookie? They're poop covered? They're poop covered rings?
I mean, might as well be.
They're the thing at the bottom of the poop bucket.
At the bottom of the poop bucket? Oh man, you'd never want to go to the bottom of the poop bucket.
Ow.
Oh, ow.
Yeah, that dude hurts like real bad. Real bad, guy.
Real bad, guy.
He stole his gold.
My gold.
It wasn't me this time.
Sorry.
My gold.
He was gonna jamble that with Gene, man.
I was gonna jamble with G. I gotta do the jambling. My
I
stash
didn't
is
mean to. I
full,
was just
guys.
clicking and trying not
My
to
stash
die.
is full, guys. It's full.
Well, you don't got much stash space. It's not hard to be full.
I got a ring for you, Bob. I was gonna give it to you, but you know, like somebody was just being mean. Took all my gold. Came up and hit the lightning enchanted monster and got me killed.
I didn't do it.
Well, I was trying to kill him to keep us all alive.
Okay, well I got a ring for you here. It's a 14% magic find ring.
I got so much magic find.
Good. Now find us some magic stuff. Like what's going on?
I'm trying.
Find me like a crush
we need
flange
more
or
stuff.
something.
Like this is pathetic. We need better.
I'm trying.
Switching back to
I don't
light
do the
right
killing
now.
though. You got to remember that. I might have a lot of MF, but you guys are killing everything.
Okay, well, I'll stop hitting stuff.
You can still click on everything, okay? You can still click on pots
I'll
and
hit it
chests,
until it's about to
and you
die.
can click on stuff and rocks, and you can click on all that stuff.
I do click on all the stuff.
What boots are you? Oh, you're doing more magic find boots. That's right.
Yep.
What boots are you wearing, Chunks? You want these? Ochre chain boots of balance.
I'm wearing some 10 faster hit recovery, 15 attack rating, 1 dex.
We'll find out,
full
take my boots back.
stamina, chain boots.
You don't get my. You don't deserve my boots, okay? You don't deserve my boots.
Boots are made for walking. I know.
Boots are not made for Chunks.
Nope. Made for your job.
Flawed toe pants.
Working on the
for
corner.
Magic fun.
I'll be back here in 20 minutes. You have my trap full.
Oh, that's right. Leave the urns to Bob. He's got the magic fun. My dog. Yeah, Bob, get to kicking.
I don't do anything else. My summons do all the stuff for me.
Poisoned and I'm dying slow. Poisoned and it hurts real bad. My butthole is farting out gas.
Because if I do find a wand, that's good. I'm gonna need, a lot of gold.
As soon as we get the cube, I can go gamble us up some weapons. All we need is bases, so we just need blue wands, and we can roll the blue wands. It's actually pretty easy. So we just need to like run in and out of town and buy a bunch of really crappy blue wands, and we can roll them. Replenish life 4, poison resist 9 ring. Regeneration? What is this madness?
It's terrible.
Okay, so we need crappy, like low tier blue wands that we can reroll, so we can try and get you like a god tier wand. Okay, so what we got in here that's like dirt. Okay, that's a dirt wand. We need another dirt wand. It's got to be blue, by the way. It's got to be blue. I guess that one's dirty enough. It's a 7K wand, though. It's kind of expensive. I don't want to spend 7K on your wand. Kidding. I'll spend 7K on your wand. Alright, then we put it in there with the chippies. I don't even know if this recipe works. I probably should have checked it first before I bought a bunch of wands. Oh, +1 skeletal mage. That's not a good roll, but it looks good for selling. Cold resist? Ew. Lifesteal? Yuck. Another lifesteal wand? What is wrong with this world?
Hey,
What?
Chunks.
No, not mana leech.
Yep.
Come here.
+3 to weaken, +2 to attract. Okay. Those are worth money, though. They're very good money wands. 10K, another 10K. Let me go see if I can get some wands from normal difficulty, and I'll come back.
I don't know if any of those are better than what you're using.
So another creator likes reimagined and remodded. I mean, they can like what they like. I'm not gonna make an opinion on their opinion. I mean, I think the game's basically cheating, but if you want to play it, go play it. Like, okay, doesn't bother me. Go play if you like. Go play.
Don't bother me none neither. But I won't play it. That's the only thing.
Got 1 to 31 on one of them, and 1 to 29 on the other one, and that one's got a little bit of mana leech on it.
Poison explosion. I used up all my chippies.
I have.
You got chippies?
7 chippies.
Okay, well, that's possibly a couple more rerolls on your wands. Trying to see what I can get. I got poison explosion, which is not good. Trying to see if I can get you a good one.
I just threw 3 on the ground.
Life tap with 35% lightning rose. I think life tap is worth money. I think I sell that one. So I need another blue one.
Do you guys want me to have life tap for the bosses?
I mean,
I'm not skilling into life tap. That's
it is free life tap. You're right about that. I need another cheap wand. There's no more cheap wands in here. Everybody run outside of town real quick and run back in so the vendors reset.
I'm outside of town.
Yeah,
You're outside too? Okay.
looking for the far oasis.
Okay, so it should be done.
Oh, take my portal. My portal's at the far oasis.
Good day.
Okay, so there should be some more
Oh, I
cheapies
found
in
one.
here. Oh,
There it is, right there on the ground.
There you go, cheaps.
It's like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, this is worth 10,000 gold anyway, so either keep it or +1 confuse.
Yeah, we'll keep that for life tap for the bosses for sure.
+2 confuse with 2 sockets. Okay, that's worth 10K. Oh, that's 10K. We'll sell that. All right, so up to 53K so far. We got another cheapie in here? Do we need? Yeah, we got another cheapie. There's a cheapie. Oh, okay, that's better. That's way better. Yeah, try that one out for size. That's pretty good rolls.
Oh, corpse explosion?
Free
Nice.
blood golem, free corpse explosion, free life tap. You can sell the other one, get 10K for it.
Yeah, buddy.
Greetings.
I'll be rocking that one for a little while. As soon as I can wear it, that is.
Ow!
Chunk, new TP, please.
Oh, it's gonna be hot.
That's okay.
So much lightning.
I got
blue scale now.
minions.
Ow.
I told you it's gonna be hot. Oh my god!
Oh God, not Chunks. He's dead. They got Chunks.
Slain by death beetle. Yeah, no crap.
He dropped a double
Death
axe.
beetle.
Evil laughter ensues. Hey, that's not bad at all. I think that's better than what I'm using, even though I'm trying to go two-hander, but it's like way better than what I had on. A blue scale mail. 10% faster hit recovery scale mail. Is that better than what you got on, Chunks?
Yes.
Yes, we're playing a classic.
Yes. Chunks made him do it. We going all the way to hell too.
I don't got time for that. I only
We
got
can pick
another.
this up tomorrow.
But it's Horror Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be
It is Horror
horrible.
Saturday.
It'll be
Nothing more
horrible in
horrifying
your
than
eyes.
It's Horror Saturday. Let's do classic.
Yeah, because Ginger thinks it's horrible.
Horrible. Har, har, har.
I also think it's horrible until you get a sick pair of tri-res boots and you port your character over to not classic.
That's actually facts right there.
And you trade it for the big bucks.
Death, death. So much death and destruction. What can men do against such reckless hate?
You can swing one of these flails I got in my hand.
There's a morning star you
Whack
can
them in the head.
Zeal.
7 to 16.
Zeal.
I don't know why I picked up those arrows, but
Double swing is cheating. The Lost City.
oh, you shouldn't have done that yet. Now it's gonna go all dark for no reason.
I didn't go in. Chunks is going in. Oh, you did it, Chunks. You see?
Chunks.
Yep, I sure did.
You did the do, Jank. He did it.
I knew it was wrong. I did it anyways. What can I say?
He don't care. Yeah, that's why you went to prison.
I didn't go to prison.
That's why you got stabbed with a pair of scissors.
No, he did that because he was running with a pair of scissors.
Oh no! That was his
I
ex.
did
That was his
because
ex-wife.
I was being macho and got stabbed with a pair of scissors.
Macho.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you poked them. Someone pokes them at me, and then nonchalantly be like, "You ain't gonna do nothing but that." and then I get poked with them. It's being macho.
Macho chunks. He wants to be a macho chunks, but
Yeah,
he's
you be
nacho
macho all you want right there.
chunks. He's macho, a nacho chunks.
I like nachos.
Just steal everything. I can't kill anything, so I'm just looting all your stuff. 7% MF ring.
Take that one too.
Oh no, Chunks! No, Chunks!
I couldn't back up.
I couldn't back up either.
Chunk, you want this? You want this ring?
I can't even go forward. Like, what the hell's even
Did you
going
say
on?
lightning res?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I'm stuck. I can't do nothing. An ochre ring of ochreness. Uh-huh.
Good lord.
Beetles everywhere. What's in here? Beetles? Oh, look, more beetles. I learned a trick a long time ago with the beetles, especially in here, is that if you follow the patterns, a lot of the times if you back up just a little bit into like the doorways and stuff, the lightning will just hit the door and it won't hit you. You just got to make sure you're not standing in the danger zone. So if you're getting hit, a lot of the times you just back up a little bit until you're not getting hit, and then you fight at that place where you're not getting hit. Oh god, there's so many. Run! Run for your lives! You almost died, Chunks. You almost died. I fear for your lives. For your life, Chunks. I fear for your life. Ow, that hurt. I was in the wrong place.
You're not gonna die no more, Chunk. I got you.
Life tab mode. Activate.
Life tab mode.
I went the wrong way.
You don't want a Toadsfell from Zweihander? Got you with the might aura, Chunks. I got you with the might aura.
I think he's loving this life tap.
I need a longer weapon so I can hit the monsters from behind Chunks. Where's my pike?
Y'all probably loving the life tap too.
Haha.
Got me standing in front, just beating the crap out of stuff. Now it's Ginger's turn.
Oh, dang it. Went the wrong way. Oh, Chunks is the friend. Don't die, Chunks, don't die. Yeah, whack him with your wand.
I was.
Soj. Live tap, lifey tap, do whatever.
You know, I really wouldn't be incredibly surprised if, out of the three of us, if one of us found a SOJ. during this classic run that we're doing.
Oh, there's so many monsters on the other side of this door. Hi, maggots.
Oh, I'm out of mana. No more life tap, guys.
There's 17 antidote potions up here if you want them. All the antidote potions in all the world. A superior broadsword. So much lightning.
Ow!
Broad diamond? Oh god, more lightning.
Level
Run.
3's up.
I was gonna say I can't put up a portal because my portal's at the far oasis.
Don't let them get you. Don't
Or
let
at the
them
Lost City, I
get
should
you.
Well, I got one up.
Running as fast
Yeah, no, I
as
took
a
it so I
fast
go
as
get more
I
mana pots.
can.
Will you bring me some health pots on your way?
I need to go sell stuff too.
Good day.
It'd be nice if I had some resistances.
I have 27 lightning res. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
A little excessive, but you know, it works.
Oh, that was easy.
Oh, yep. I was about to say, same thing.
Hey, Winfury, thanks for the cheer, man. Rare helmet. Don't mind if I do. Way better than my piece of crap helmet.
Superior Crystallis sword.
Is it really superior?
Good evening.
Actually have some resistances. The Staff of Kings! Zeal, zeal, puke, crow, the witch.
The Staff of Kings!
Poison is nasty. You know what? I'm gonna go shop myself a 3-socket shield so I can have some resistances. Oh, Chunks is in town. Boo, Chunks.
Good evening.
Can't shop while you're here. This is dirty.
Blessings to you.
I'll be out in a second.
No. Ooh, I can get concentration now? Oh, yeah. Concentration. Concentration, concentration, concentration. Always loved concentration. Such a great aura. And a chance to be uninterruptible is amazing when you're low level and you don't have a lot of fast rate recovery and stuff.
How may I help you?
It makes it so much nicer. I have mixed feelings about Classic because it's not really Classic Diablo 2. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not really Classic Diablo 2. It's not the one that we all remember. It's like a bastardized version of it from after like LOD went back and decided to like mess around with Classic and change it. It doesn't. It's not the real Classic. We all know. We know it's not the real Classic.
If it was the real Classic, I would have made a Trisorg.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If it was old school Classic,
Nova, Frozen.
I imagine we would be playing completely different characters.
Yes.
What would I be?
Like, would I have went Barbarian? Maybe, depending on what you two chose.
Oh, I would have been Sork for sure.
But most likely not.
I want my 20 Zeal hits, okay? That's what I want. All right? And I want
you
my...
want to hit Zeal one time and just never be able to do anything
That's
again.
right. Okay? Automated game. All right? That's either I live or I die. All right? There is no in between. I remember back in the day I would stack so much lifesteal and mana steal because the 20 Zeal hits were so hard to survive through. So I had like skulls and everything, and I was stacking like lifesteal rings and that way when I got into like the 20 Zeal, like I would survive to the end of it. Half the time I would almost die and I would survive, and then I would accidentally hit the 20 Zeal again. Oh no. And then it would go through the whole rotation again. Can you get 3 socket shields here, or is it just 2? I don't even know.
I don't remember Classic, but...
I just got a 2, so like, I don't know. I was trying to see if I could shop a 3. I got 3 flawed diamonds. I was gonna put 3 flawed diamonds in it and be all beefy with the resistances. Actually have resistances.
Yeah, I don't even think I can get a Necro head right now, can I?
But you can't shop necro heads, that's for sure. No shoppy dappy. This take forever to do the thing that I do. I just want a socket to chill for you. I level 18 and I need a 3 socket. If you could give me one, that would be really great. Great. Grand. I mean, I got a 2. I guess if I can't get a 3, I'll just give up. Just whatever.
Blessings to you.
I'll be so glad whenever I have enough stamina to keep running.
And running, and running, and running.
The armor, the percentage that it is on the... Doesn't it reroll? I thought they rerolled when you upgraded them. Only the base armor rerolls though. It could still end up lower than the one that you upgraded, because the base armor rerolls when you upgrade it.
It is an honor to serve you.
I only have 3 diamonds and I don't want to give up to 2 socket shield. Cause if I give up and then there's a 3 socket, I'm gonna feel like a heel. All diamonds are so amazing and I don't want to waste it.
What does a heel feel like?
Blessings to you.
Bad, okay? Very bad.
Real bad, okay?
Very bad, okay? It's not very good. You're not gonna like it, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Maybe you can't get a 3 socket shield in Classic. I don't remember.
I think you can. You just can't get it in normal yet. Maybe.
I don't know if I could shop it. That's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to shop it. What about Mr. Elzix over here? Was he?
Good morning.
Nah, I guess I'll just go with the 2-socket. I'll be lazy.
Wahid!
I can't say it, Chunks.
You got Wahid?
I got a Wahid.
That's terrible. They're
Hey,
so
he's got the prayer aura.
They're so terrible in classic.
Yeah, but he's got the prayer aura, so and that was really the only thing I wanted him for. This awful poison that we're constantly getting hit with. At least a little bit of continuous healing will be semi-decent, maybe. And then if he's about to die, maybe Bob can, cast flop tap.
No.
Keep the little fella alive.
The little fella.
Wahid's a P word.
A P word?
He's a wuss.
He's a puss?
Well, yeah.
I
But
found
he's
a
loyal.
door. I got 22% lightning resistance.
I got 27.
Oh, chainmail. I'll take that. That's worth selling. Breastplate. Those are worth selling too. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, 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 choppy, chop. Another chainmail. Chop, chop, chop. Map bottom. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop. Stop resurrecting everything.
Anyone want a 10 FCR, Amy?
Yeah.
Oh, I sold one of those a while ago. I didn't think anybody wanted that. Oh, look at all these chainmails I get to sell. Chainmail, 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 chainmail. Oh, look, a 3-socket large shield.
There you go.
Yeah, I already wasted my 2 diamonds. Unless somebody's got 2 more diamonds.
I do not.
It's poopy. Poopy, poopy. That's a really dookie, dookie, pookie.
Allow me to advise you.
Into the palace. Oh yeah, I forgot how good the amulet is. I'm gonna put the amulet on. I'm putting the amulet on until we get down to the bottom.
Greetings.
Let me in. What do you mean you may not pass? Get out of the way, Jaren.
Yeah, talk to people, man.
I did. And Jaren is standing in the doorway, and I can't get past him because he's literally standing in the doorway.
Well, he don't care about your feelings.
Jaren, move out of the way, buddy. Get on.
That's rude, Chunks.
Get
Well,
on.
I mean, I'm sorry. The truth hurts.
Get on. Get.
Yeah, I mean, listen to what he's saying. You think I'm being rude?
I'm just gonna zoom
Say,
in on
get on.
I'm just gonna zoom in on the palace ceiling, and you guys can get mesmerized by the tile work.
Talk to him like he's a dog.
There's the portal up.
Jaren won't let me in the door. He's literally just cock blocking the door. This is wrong.
That's
This
hilarious.
is so wrong. Where am I going?
Caught blocking the door.
That's right. That's right.
Well, there's level 3 up.
Oh, there's the waypoint. I'm gonna get that. Gotta have the Palisade level waypoint.
I am in level 3.
Once, tronce, doo-doo.
Where you going, Chunk?
Tronce, doo-doo.
I don't know. I'm going to die, I guess. Because there's so many archers down there.
Better get that iron skin pumping.
Sanctuary.
Where's that
Well,
iron?
there went Wahid.
Where's your iron skin? We gotta pump it.
I'm not high enough level yet.
That's terrible.
Actually, I just now hit the level, but I put it in mastery. Alright, Wahid. You gotta come back, buddy.
Yeah, he doesn't come back. In classic,
we can hire him again.
in classic, he's dead. He's just dead. He doesn't come back. I remember like spending a whole long time leveling them up because you got to level them up manually, and like you get them get them really high, and then they die, and then you go rehire them, and then they're back at like the starting level. You guys didn't kill Fire Eye. I'm back here just like chopping away at Fire Eye over here.
He wasn't there when I got there.
No, I didn't see him either.
He saw me.
He's like the redhead. Get him.
Yep, he saw that hair.
He dropped me a rare longbow. It was actually kind of good. Not that we have any bow users.
Oh, I would not have fun with that. That would be...
What, you don't want to be a multi-shot Amazon?
I have one, but on classic.
10% FCR ring.
I'm not giving up the MF rings.
Oh god. Time to crumple. A flawed diamond. Yes. One more flawed diamond is all I need. And unlimited power.
So, are we gonna get this on Direction 1, you think?
No.
Yes.
Don't be a negative Nancy.
Yes.
We didn't get it.
You want to know why we didn't get it?
Because you were negative.
Because you're negative.
That's right.
No, it's because I picked the
All
direction.
because of your negative attitude.
I didn't pick the way I actually wanted to go. I picked the flat way.
He wanted to pick the flat way, the way that is flat. He does not like to climb the stairs or take the portal red.
No. Alright, Chunk, your turn.
He said your mama
I say
is
we
so
go left.
fat.
Alright, top left, let's go. Longest way there is.
I mean, I hope that it's this way.
So it totally won't backfire on me that I sold my amulet that I was wearing before I
Why
put
you
on
going
the
that way?
quest amulet, right?
You're making the longest way take longer, Chunk.
Oh, I forgot to get the Arcane Sanctuary portal. I'm an idiot. I didn't click on a book tab list because I'm a big dummy. %50 damage to undead. That's yucky. Alright, which way did you guys go?
Top left.
Okay. I don't have faith. I'm going bottom left. No faith. Little faith. Very little faith. Amulet. What's up, Storm, bro? Where's my Eye of Edlich? Why can't I not pick anything up? Am I bugged? Stop bugging, man. I'm like stuck on the stairs with the monsters.
You were right not to have faith, Ginger.
There was no faith. I had no faith. No faith.
Yep.
Don't have no faith.
Chip skull. I know you want that.
No faith.
I mean, I was just making stuff for you.
No. Chunk for the sockets. Lifesteal?
Grab one. You got a portal up, Ginger?
Sure.
We might as well come your way.
Oh, dang snag. Poobity. Accidentally went through my portal. Why are you in the front? Get out of the front. Skinny necromancer. Skinty. All skinty and everything. Bunch of little bones, little skinty bones. Max stamina. Terrible potions. Maxing out my zeal. Slapping in some skulls. A flawed skull. I got 2 flawed skulls in my stash. If we got a 3rd flawed skull, we can make a not flawed skull.
You could just have the skull of your enemy.
One skull, 2 skull, 3 skull, blue skull. The skull of Cookie Monster.
Oh, we were all wrong, by the way.
Yep. Yes, we were.
4 weighted.
Y'all can't be like us, chat. I hope you know that.
I'm opening up these chests. Ooh, a ring and heavy gloves and an amulet? Oh, you snatched them all, you hacker.
Oh, you guys are gonna want to fight for this ring.
Ring.
Ooh, that's really good. I like that a lot.
It's a good ring.
Yoink ring. Ring yoink. Junk's gonna have my old ring, which is also very good.
We're all dumb.
Yes, we are.
What do you mean we're dumb?
None of us know which way to go.
Well, that's why we need to know. Knowing is not half the battle. Knowing is only 1/4 the battle.
Knowing is the battle, especially in Arcane.
Alright, Chunks, you want my half freeze duration AR ring? Iron Ring of Thawing.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Thought you'd want some half freeze duration, but fine.
The ring he's wearing also has AR and half freeze duration.
Yeah, they're both the same.
But it also has other stuff.
It's got lifesteal. And damage reduced by 1. I like that.
Can you guys hit him, please?
Oh, we're not. You're not even with us.
No, not you. My guys weren't hitting him. They were just standing there looking at him.
Chainmail. Who likes chainmail? I like chainmail.
You have chainmail.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to take it back to town and sell it. Because it's worth money.
No, I mean you have a chainmail thing. I remember you streaming that.
Yeah.
Before.
I like my chainmail. It's a good chainmail. I like my chainmail. It's a good chainmail. It's a very good chainmail.
You need to wear it on stream more often.
I wear it for special occasions. It's heavy. I'm gonna wear it for PoE launch. It's a chainmail day. I wish Chunks was there with us on PoE launch.
Well, you know, maybe whenever the full game comes out, because then I'll have plenty of time to download it.
Keeping that ring for Act 4, that's for sure. 29 fire res, damage reduced by 2.
Bob, take my portal.
Oh man, you guys didn't like how slow I was going?
Ooh, +3 min damage ring. Wow, that is amazing. You want my +32 AR 1 max damage?
Oh.
Poor Wahid's about to get wrecked by them ghosts.
The summoner got wrecked.
Double down arrow. How so much
Double
lightning.
D's. Gotta go for the double D's.
Oh gosh. Oh, I am just running through this. I am not. That is too much. Lots of throw, guys. It's the wrong one. It's this one.
Yeah, it's not the corner. The corner's the sun. The sun, the sun, the sun. Oh god. The sun, the sun, the sun, the sun. Chop, 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 chop. Ooh, a rare longstaff. Chunk's new weapon.
Probably.
7% life leech. Head causes monster to flee 50%. Oh, poopies. You didn't want the tangerine?
No.
It's terrible.
Well, he's gone.
No, Wahid.
It's Emilio now.
He's dead.
You.
Emilio.
We got Emilio.
Emilio. What's up, Mr. Goulord? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ay, ay, ay. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So many zomboids everywhere you go. So many zomboids hit you in the hoe.
In the what?
In the hoe.
Where's
Right
that
in the garden. Right in the garden tool.
Right in the garden tool. There's a falchion and an amulet and a ring. Right in the gardenias. Right in the gardenias. So many zombies. These aren't zombies, these are mummies.
They're actually preserved dead.
Mummies. Random but weird
Lord,
and true
that
fact.
hurts. This gore belly is just wrecking me.
Oh god.
Oh, you just got whooped.
Yeah.
You should have.
Yeah, I got surrounded.
You should have shifted in the door. Choke points, Chunks. Choke points.
You were right behind me. You should have helped me.
I was literally kicking urns. I said I'm kicking urns.
Well, you should have quit kicking urns and you should have started.
And there
kicking
were
ass.
zombies. I was killing zombies too. It was we were talking about the mummies that were killing me. They were mummies. You should have stayed and killed the mummies with me, and then we could have moved forward together and killed the mummies as a group.
They clearly weren't killing you.
I mean,
because you're still alive.
I mean, because I got a shield.
Did you even put a portal up?
I did put a portal up for you.
You killed Emilio.
I didn't kill Emilio.
And you let me die.
I don't kill Emilio. You killed Emilio.
You did.
You killed Emilio.
Killed Emilio.
You
and you
killed
let me die.
Emilio. You killed him. Not me. I didn't do that. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Why is your dead body still on the floor?
Because I couldn't go in the portal for some reason.
Because you got to talk to Kane. And you got to pick up your dead body. Them gore bellies going to slap you down. They slap a hoe. That's what they do.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the pristine opportunity of watching them kill you.
Chunks is rude. He's not a very nice dude. He's rude. Oh, that's an interesting one. Interesting wand that you left on the ground back in. +3 dim vision, +2 golem mastery. That's worth 15k.
No.
That's worth 15k at least. 15k because we're about to get to Act 3. 15k in the bank. 15k in the bank. 15k with lots go.
Hey, Junk, you want a big old honking space axe?
Do you want these skulls for your leeching?
No, it wouldn't.
Skull, flawed skull. I see, there's a bunch of crap on it.
I've done gone into Mace Mastery.
Okay, what does that got to do with anything?
Well, I'm not gonna hit very well with an axe.
No, I said skulls.
No, I was talking about the axe he was offering me.
Yeah, I'm talking about skulls. You want the skulls for life leech?
Yes, he does. For sure.
You're so silly.
I can hork now.
He can hork if they want to. Ooh.
You want all the MF gear?
No.
Crude you wand. So crude.